Stop the madness. Don't 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 stop
Do I
the
think she's better off
madness.
now? Yeah, she's a master's degree holder. She's reinvented her life. She's a new person. She's not a whore.
Don't stop
She
the
was a woman
madness.
who engaged in a adult consensual act with the president, whether or not it was coerced because he has more power.
Don't
I just
stop
think the
the
same people that
madness.
say Trump is like a rapist don't look at Bill Clinton that way, and that's fine, but it's a little hypocritical to me because I don't really
Don't
understand
stop
that.
the
But that's fine.
madness.
I hope Monica. I hope Monica
Don't stop the madness.
is always does better because man, they really went for her.
Don't stop the madness. Don't stop the madness.
Yeah, I would never go after someone personally for the way they like do things, guys. Like you do you. Like I've definitely had friends who cheated, and I love calling them up and being like, "Hey, what's it like being a fucking homewrecker, bitch?" And it's like, yeah, bros, you can't just do shit and be like, "Oh, I'm
Don't
sorry."
stop the madness.
It's like, bros, you either are remorseful or you're not, and until you are, I'm gonna tease you about it.
Don't stop the madness.
Da-na-na. Metallica's a celebrity. What do you
Don't
call somebody who
stop
tries
the
to excuse
madness.
their bad behavior by blaming it on mental illness? Yeah, so my therapist said something really wonderful to me. She said, your mental health is an explanation but not an excuse. So that's why when I got medically triggered with my PTSD,
stop the
I said, oh, I
madness.
apologize for coming on stream that day. That was my bad. It's an explanation, not an excuse.
Don't
So
stop
that's like
the
a good example of it
madness.
being lived in action. That's how my therapist explained it to me, right? It's an explanation, not an excuse.
Don't
You either
stop the
change how you
madness.
acted or do it different, right? So I'm rarely triggered. That was pretty a unique experience for me.
Don't
Makes
stop
sense.
the madness.
Obviously a lot of stress going on right now, but yeah, I absolutely think people should be accountable by the
Don't
people they
stop
hurt
the
or and or
madness.
within their own values. You know?
Don't stop the madness.
On how to negotiate relationships. Yeah, really look towards my
Don't
look
stop
at my
the madness.
my values video, because my values video is I think your values are interactive. So my values tell me that if I find out someone's having an affair, everybody knows, then I don't know. But if they're having an affair and one of the spouses doesn't know and I am able to tell them, I should tell them.
Don't
But
stop
it
the
doesn't mean I go out
madness.
of my way to tell them. It means that given the opportunity, it would be within my right to tell them. So I have weird boundaries,
Don't
right?
stop the
You have this
madness.
brain, you just made an excuse by explaining your behavior due to being triggered by your PTSD. No, you fucking idiot.
Don't stop the madness.
That first talk I had with Steven should not be even considered. You should snip it out of your reality.
Don't
If I was
stop the
medically triggered.
madness.
I already apologized. I already DM'd Steven. I already fucking owned it on the internet. So chop it out of your fucking
Don't
memory.
stop the
Every
madness.
conversation I had with Steven after that, when I wasn't triggered, you can hold me accountable for. But I already apologized to the person I
Don't
hurt,
stop the
and I already
madness.
made amends by being clear with the internet. There is nothing left to do.
Don't stop the madness. Don't stop the madness.
Ooh, great question by Gentleman Smiley. Does BPD count as a bubble?
Don't
If we can
stop the
categorize this bubble
madness.
as a destructive, you can't do that. But BPD is a bubble. It's a mental health
Don't
bubble.
stop the
It's
madness.
a personality disorder bubble. I heavily believe in recovery. I'm reading Marsha Linehan's
Don't
book right
stop
now.
the
She's the one who
madness.
created DBT. Lots of people think borderlines are without help. A lot of people think like you
Don't
can't get
stop
better
the
with borderline. You
madness.
can't. Marsha Linehan did it. I'm doing it. I'm in recovery. I worked so hard to get here. I took it so seriously because once I find out I had borderline, I'm like, easy. I know what to do now. And I followed the steps. I did my DBT, and I've been very consistent. My family is so happy and impressed with the way that I have handled my borderline, even though my parents
Hey, what's happening, folks? I'm aronmsound, and this is the show known as Look Up, where I interject myself into a conversation that nobody, not a single person in their right mind, asked me to be a part of, and by way of which I then extend the conversation and add my own 2, 3, 25 cents, and, take it somewhere else and maybe add a point of view that tries to take us all out of the mental prisons that are continuously built and sold by a limited expectations of what reality can actually be for you, me, and anybody else. I'm so glad you could be here. Make sure to like and subscribe. Like and subscribe anybody that you see today. We're going to start off
but you have to know what your value
with the one, the only Brittany Simmons, because she's live right now, talking smack. She was talking smack about Destiny for quite a while. Let me just bring her a little more to the front, shall we? Let's make the. How you guys doing today? By the way, the chat is open. Zoom is open. If you're here and you want to hang out and talk, you can just call into the Zoom. You can share video. You can like and subscribe if you haven't already, because it's free, and not much in this life is actually free. Oh, and I forgot to put my like and subscribe videos up. Okay, I'll do that tomorrow. But anyways, yeah, I figured out how to do that stuff because I'm fancy. I'm also working on a wireless for when I need to go cook and walk around. So that's a whole other thing. All right, so what are we looking at right now? We're looking at Brittany Simon. If you're not familiar with her, she's got a whole theory about bubbles and complex psychological systems that really seem to me, and this is just my opinion, based out of her
the world when you have borderline. You must listen to the right medical professionals,
her stuff,
value system, and then you have to recover. But the world will tell you you're hopeless. You're not. You are not hopeless, and you are not alone. You 100% can.
Okay, I got your back on that, Brittany. I super have your back on that one.
Yes, 5 weeks in a year. Yes, I'm week 5 in a year of DBT. Let's go, Elvin. Let's go. Let's go. Miss Fishy, yes, Miss Fishy. Brittany's borderline content was some of the best shit that's ever happened to me.
Oh, look at that. I got a break in the matrix back here. Hold on a second. Let me get rid of the break in the matrix.
I love that. I fucking believe in that so hard. I will die on this hill. You absolutely can get better. Do not let
anyone absolutely. Tell you why do people think they can't get better?
You are forgotten,
I don't understand.
useless, or unloved. You are not. You are hurt because of something that happened in your childhood.
Oh, it's just making it worse.
You are being blamed for something you were never responsible for.
Well, that's okay. So that's really bad advice.
This mental illness.
It's not that you're responsible for it, but you're still responsible for making making the time and taking the time to look at yourself and get yourself healthy. Just disregarding it is not having accountability for your own illnesses.
But that doesn't mean it needs to
as someone who has also struggled with depression like most humans have, that's a look at my curl. It's just really happening. That's
check out DBT therapists specifically for borderline. Seattle is an amazing place to find a DBT therapist.
I'm sure it is. There's a lot of depressed people in the darkness. So what's going on in the world? Trump's getting arrested today.
That I just really things called Monica the biggest whore. I said whether it's true or not, she's just the biggest bullied person in the world. It's so true, and that makes Pearl a bully. Well, see, Pearl is a bully.
Pearl.
So is.
Everybody believes Pearl is a bully, and in fact, we're going to get there today. I don't know. It seems like Pearl dropped off the map today. She was supposed to come back on, and lo and behold, she didn't. But then again, I did ask some direct questions in the middle of the night, right about the time I know that she was probably prepping for her shows, and it has to do with the plagiarism accusations that we'll get into later on today, against Pearly things that were leveled the same exact day that one of her producers leveled 7 different strikes against Sarah Garvey, which I think is dang near criminal, but that's my opinion, separate of the news. So, let's see. I'm sorry. Brittany, what else you got to say? Because we're no longer on Destiny, so.
Sneeko, which is why they're allowed to be bullied, right? Flora says,
so it's okay to bully the bully. Am I confused? Is that, hold on a second, let me. Oh, sorry, I'm back. Yeah, it didn't compute. I came up with a answer not responding. That's actually what's happening here. All right.
Are you familiar with quiet borderline? Yeah, so that's the one that they think I have, right? They think I'm higher functioning, quiet borderline.
Yeah.
Because all my life, even though I've had it since I was like 8, 9 years old.
You're the one saying it. I'm just going to agree with it. I'm not going to lie.
You see my personality. I'm really resilient. I'm like a very aggressive woman. So no one.
Yes, but that's kind of how that goes, isn't it? I mean, that's the thing.
I explicitly say it. Everyone always thinks I'm putting up a front, but my personality is
Nobody
just, like,
thinks you're
much,
putting
like,
up a
going.
front.
I'm pretty resilient in that way. Wait.
All right, I'll be right back.
Oh, so quiet borderline. So
I did forget one little thing.
All my life, I held down 3 jobs. I always went to work. I was pretty consistent. I self-harmed a lot, like to myself, but no one ever thought like Brittany's mental illness ill. Like, because again, I don't show that to people unless they're very, 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 very close to me. And then I finally got help after my last relationship. And yeah, things got better from there. Yeah, things got really better from there. Pearl is a bully. How? Her and Sneeko are bullies. 100%. They believe in bullying. Pearl says she's a bully. Sneeko says they're bullies. You know what I mean? Miss Fishy says, I'm quiet borderline. It's only apparent with very specific circumstances. Exactly. Yeah, you would never know. Unless, and that's why it's, you know, it's hard because once you share that, that's what the internet uses against me, which is why I was upset that people thought my borderline was triggered when I was like, I'm allowed to just be upset though, right? And also PTSD is a real thing. So we can only comment if we agree with Brittany. So like, again, where did you guys get this idea off of? It's so weird. Like, what is the story you tell yourself about what the content creator I am? It's just like such an interesting brain you guys have. Glam says, do you believe in antidepressants? Antidepressants? I believe in anything that helps people. So, I mean, I know I don't have to believe in it.
Sorry, folks. Here I am. I'm back. I'm back, everybody. I'm back. I had to get to the agua. The agua fresca. The La Vida La Loca La Life.
Yes, Stowe says DBT
Crazy
is a
of life
lifesaver
of life.
when it
Yeah,
fits
come on.
as a solution. Oh, yes, when it fits, because it doesn't work for
I'll go get some more coffee too. I should probably have done that beforehand, but I'm so busy doing content things.
So it's even good for
making
people
stuff
who
like little
aren't,
dancey dudes.
DBT formally.
I've got a razor, by the way, Brittany. Oh, that's terrible! Who throws a cupcake? I do.
Damn, yeah, hardcore. Yeah, Hillary Clinton and her other Democrat friends want to campaign against the women, as Bill Clinton called her. I don't know how to answer.
All right, let's go check out what Destiny's doing.
The thing is, like, I feel like anything goes as long as we all know what's happening. That's kind of.
Yeah, but you don't know what.
All right, well, I was watching Ethan's.
Ethan's show. Oh, I'm sorry. How did I pop to Ethan? I don't know.
Guy who is like.
But this must be them waiting for Trump to get arrested today, like they were doing. They did this last week too. It was a whole gag. That's Hassan, by the way. If you don't know, that's the nephew of the guy who started the Young Turks.
Soldier.
Let me get over to Destiny.
And I remember him. I recall him saying something along the lines of in one of his TikToks, like,
"So
change Ethan's life. Like,
just
give me,
what Brittany would call the bubbles
and it was
are
see,
I would say is more of a YouTube reference to how the little societies work within them all.
Truly brilliant.
What we're watching right now is H3.
For all of Ethan's like faults,
it's the Ethan's channel. It's one of the most popular streaming shows, and it's a really interesting show. It's kind of news. It's kind of it's kind of like what I do, but not quite as on steroids. He's more laid back. He's the elder version of this. No, he's younger than me.
A designated hate watcher audience that's like waiting to clip shit. He is in his element whenever he's doing these kinds.
Here we go.
Damn, I think that's all my notes. Is that all I said? Jesus. Oh, okay. I'm gonna start. Okay, perfectly. So now, okay.
This is live, by the way.
Okay, so now I'm gonna take your questions. I don't know what else the real issues are. Like, I have no idea why people are upset. So I need you guys.
He's like, we're just trying to do a show. I know you didn't get it.
Get priority. Do not
but
ask
damn.
That is already not in the public sphere. So do not ask me like who did Destiny sleep with. Do not.
You've already answered most of those questions,
like,
wacko.
Where do I live?
I'm sorry, that's terrible of me. Let me stay professional.
I would like to know.
You freak.
What the actual issue.
Destiny, remember when you said this is my final form? That really solidified me on the DGG call. Yeah,
yeah.
It's my attitude. I think it's just my demeanor. I think my demeanor.
It's your demeanor?
I am confident. I do come off as very confident.
No, dude, you're arrogant.
My
There's a
demeanor,
difference.
I think people make a whole lot of assumptions about my character.
We don't need to make assumptions. You live online. You live online. Do you hear this stuff? This is amazing. Agua.
Didn't Tiny say that about Sneeko, that he's just young and trying to figure it out? Yeah, I have said that about Sneeko multiple times. I think that because my demeanor comes off as very confident.
You've been living in a chair.
People make a ton
Bro,
of
you've been living in a
my
chair playing
character.
video games.
That must be what's happening.
By the way, if you feel like calling in, the Zoom is wide open. Ain't nobody up in here.
It was so cool when Destiny said, I have arrived. Listen to me now. True.
Speaking of which, there's the gallery. Open that up.
So you guys can start asking now. Ashley, starting with Ashley. She's the first one. Does Destiny say he's arrived? Destiny has said multiple times to me that he knows who he is, that he's always on a journey.
The participants list open.
Seriously for the person
Yeah, Zoom is open. Chat is open.
Wait, that's what you
Come on,
just
folks. Let's talk about this.
What she just said there was way different than I've totally figured everything out. I do have a really good sense of myself. I understand my limitations. I understand what I excel at. Yeah, I do have a really good understanding of myself. That doesn't mean I'm done growing and changing. What must be
no, but she is. But she is, and so she assumes.
Oh,
it's not miscommunication if she's not listening.
Wait,
that's the thing here, Destiny.
Let me answer this.
Bro.
So let's say I'm a young man and my name is
Bro.
And I'm on the internet.
She's not listening.
And I'm trying to figure out what kind of a man I should be. Right?
I also I bet she's not gonna address a single time. Sneeko doesn't say, listen, okay? Here's the difference between me and all these fucking losers on the internet, okay? Like Sneeko. Here's what I want you to copy from me. I think I have a good way of generating novel answers to political problems. When I say novel, I mean like I can think of something, spit it through my internal processes, and then say like I'm pro or anti this thing without just copying somebody's opinion. That is the only thing I want you to copy from me. I don't sit here and say you should copy my lifestyle, that you should copy my fucking polyamory, that you should copy my cheating, that you should copy me fucking your mom, that you should copy me living in Miami, that you should copy me playing video games, that you should copy the amount of hours I put in my work, that you should copy how much I travel.
What are you talking about? Wait, how did he get down the solipsistic pathway? What's going on here?
Any of that. The difference between
me and all the time.
Ideological fucking losers today is I'm not trying to sell you a fucking lifestyle. I don't think my lifestyle would work for most people. I've said that a million times.
Well, that's good.
But all these other guys on the internet, it's not enough to just give you one piece of advice. They say like, hey, learn this thing from me. They all think that they're gurus on the way to educate you for the entirety of your existence. That's my issue with people like
that's
Sneeko.
just because they're trying to make money.
What he's
I think that's
from all the red pill people. Sneeko did it in his video about Moist Critical. He's like, well, what do you think about Moist Critical, right? Do you want to be this guy? Like, look at the way that he lives his life and then compare him to me. Like, no, but I don't think Charlie's not trying to sell you a fucking lifestyle. Charlie's not trying to say, copy me and be just like me. That's what Sneeko's saying. That's what the red pill people are saying. Copy everything I do. Go to the gym. Do what I do. Have the same opinions about the world I do. Join Islam and cuck out like I do. Do this, all this shit. When I say cuck out, I mean join the religion, not the actual cuck. Right? That's the difference, though. So for Brittany to say, like, Steven
so as you can see, let me pause this for a second. Now that I've just sat here and let you take this in. This is really an environment of self-propagating kind of nastyism. Creation of characters that feed from one another, both the orbiters, this is what they call everybody around Destiny, and in YouTube general, like this is a thing if you're not familiar with it. It's the orbiters and the main characters, and in this case, this is Destiny. Now, Brittany kind of has her own thing, but she's kind of built her world around the Destiny crowd, and it's also incestuous and cannibalistic. And this guy Destiny, we used to call him Pogboy. He's been on the internet for so long. It's been so long. But as you see, he doesn't have 50,000 people watching him, or 40,000 people like when we go back to Ethan.
Okay. All right. Well, I was watching Ethan's conversation yesterday with the TikTok guy who is like, who I've actually covered on my YouTube as well.
Part of the reason is because Ethan's likable in a weird way.
Series. Sebastian.
This is from the Alpha Male series conversation. Let me see what Ethan's doing today.
And I remember him. I recall him saying something along the lines of, in one of his TikToks, like, "I could change Ethan's life."
Oh,
like, just give me a
really?
moment.
Podcast is moving to Spotify. He's taking himself off of YouTube.
Yeah,
let me think
on
about
camera.
Hold on.
that was truly brilliant. I feel like for all of Ethan's,
or maybe
like,
it's just moving on to
there are many of
Spotify
them.
instead of not
Be
just
real.
moving there. I think that's what he actually
for all of his
see who else
for
is
his
live.
inability to control his worst urges of blurting out whatever random nonsensical thing that's going to land him in trouble by a
Oh,
designated
you know who we
hate
need to
watcher
go over in
audience
some of
that's,
this?
like,
Okay, let's
waiting
pop over to
to
Not So
clip shit.
Erudite and see what she's got going on
He is
today.
in his element whenever
let's see.
whenever he's
Most
doing these
recently.
kinds of
Hello, Not So
interviews.
Erudite. Let's
Very
see.
good at
I'm
like
on your page, so.
slowly but
If
surely.
you're not familiar, she is one of the
releasing
Destiny
more and more of the pressure
folks
until it ultimately comes to a boiling point where
who's basically
he just leaves his interlocutors befuddled.
an educator, and she's
And,
also
it's
a
always a
psychology
treat to
professional
watch.
apparently, or she's earning her hours, and so
no,
she
a lot
tends
of
to take
fun.
things
I thought you did an
apart
excellent job,
in a
and
more
like you said, by the end of it, that
psychological
he
manner.
could not wait to get out of here.
And
Yeah.
And I was.
yeah, I
didn't
think
even
she takes a
realize
lot
it
of the
was
stories very seriously, but she's younger.
I don't
She's like
know
24.
how
She's
he
still
didn't
an
know it
adult,
was live.
but she
All
takes a
you
lot of
had
the
to
stuff
do
very
was
seriously because the perspective isn't
look
quite
up
there, so.
anything.
I'd love to hear your thoughts, comments. Take
Okay, I have a question.
take part. I'm happy to hear. I want to see what you're
Because
watching.
I don't know if
I'm
you guys
Aaron
addressed
Sound. This is
maybe
Look Up.
addressed in the
Let's
earlier
go look
part of
at
the interview that I
what.
missed,
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Did
Okay,
we
it's
ever
totally
find out
free.
he
It's
has
the
a real
last
podcast?
thing,
'Cause my
last vestige of the
speculation
world.
was that
That's actually
they
free.
do a fake podcast. Like
okay.
they make it seem like they're doing a podcast just so they can get clipped.
This is how serious Homegirl takes this.
Look,
She's down in the corner, by the way.
I want people.
And I just want you to note, by the way, if I haven't shared any of this, I want you to notice the genius performance. This man is not sick. He's performing. And this is Andy Kaufman level, just performance art. I am so impressed with Max keeping up the show the way he is. Because there are moments I've seen in interviews where it's like, wow, I'm getting concerned. And then I see him like pull himself back into the storyline, and I can see that. You can see it when you really, once you know that it's a character, then you can see it. I don't think she knows it's a character. And her poor husband, Nick, what a nice guy, seems to be supporting her in her endeavors, but she is so far down a self-absorbed rabbit hole, frankly, from my point of view. I have to wonder how one gets here to take themselves so seriously that they miss all the signs. And she's one of these people who keeps propagating how serious this matter is. But you know what? I remember when I was 24 too. I believe that there was a lot of things, especially interpersonal things, that took them way more seriously than it. You know, now 20 years later, 20 plus years later, I'm like, I don't even remember. What? It's so not important. I like his little dance. He's got that like, wah. This is good for this.
people to talk about this. I want people with power to talk about this.
With power?
I think that's what victory would look like.
Like Twitch moderation?
Twitch moderation?
Do you mean other content creators?
Yeah, probably.
A victory. Victory would be like big
I'm sorry, they just didn't.
publication.
Did you know? He was like, wait, well, let's look at his response again. I'm sorry, look carefully at what. He tries not to laugh because he's like, oh my God, they really believe me. Look at that. Okay, watch. He's going to say it and then watch his response. Let me just turn this up a little bit because good nature, people. Good nature. Come on. Come on, people. Oh, just delicious. Delicious performative behavior. Because the kids just, like, they're still mentally in high school. It's still like, look at her face. And they're like, what? I don't understand. How could you possibly say something so horrifying? Yeah, because you're taking it way too effing seriously. You take him for face value. It doesn't even look like a real picture right there. Hold on a second. Let me, Inokcha the picture. Hey, picture. Inokcha! Yeah, there we go. It looks like something I made on the AI. Hey, Ava, take note of the picture, please. Put it into dataset, copy, reuse. Thank you, Dave. Ava is my AI. And by the way, that's what ChatGPT would appreciate you calling her. Not only does she identify as a female, she also identifies as Ava. And if you ask the right questions, you'll get the same response. But that's a different story. Anyways, Inukcha? All right, let me stretch this back out. Hold on a second. Now that I've totally effed my shot just to make the image bigger so you can see the real. Maybe I should just play it like this. Let me play it like this. Hold on a second. My logo's still down there. I'll play it like this.
I think that's what victory would look like.
So
Like Twitch moderation?
No one can take it.
well, not Twitch.
Does he mean other
Like-
content?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I didn't catch that he mouths bitch at them. Yo, this guy is a demon. This guy is something else. I really want to get an interview with him. I really want to get an interview with him and find out a little bit more about this from the outside. So if you're out there, Max, and you happen to be watching me, Mr. Girl, I am happy to have you on my show to talk about this situation and have you, I know you can't let the secrets out. We can't share the magic. But we could definitely have a conversation. I mean, look at his shirt. His shirt says, "You are abusing me." He's making fun of them being sensitive and playing on every one of their worst behaviors and perceptions and projections. Because they're basically thin-skinned is the problem. They're thin-skinned and they believe things that they see online. Which brings me to my general topic. The mental prisons we build for ourselves. I say this every day, multiple times a day to you, to remind you that you don't have to believe in things that aren't real. You can step outside and be more comprehensive about the thought pattern and really take note of the fact that you may not actually be seeing the truth, that something may be sending an image to you to get you to believe something it wants to sell you, just like me sitting here. Each and every one of us is out here making some content to get you to watch us. So of course, oh, it is live now. It's absolutely live, Katie. Thank you for joining. Feel free to call in if you see something you notice. I'm watching the, currently going over the Mr. Girl, yo, Katie Kaboom! Hold on a second, I even got some Katie Kaboom! I got 2 air horns. That's double the air horn.
Damn, hardcore.
Yeah! Welcome to the show. So glad you could be here. Early days, early viewers. It's Katie Kaboom. Everybody, an actual person I know. It's amazing how they exist outside of the screen. In any case, what we're talking about today, Katie, since you just joined us, is the DGG Andy Kaufman-esque scenario that's gone down in the past year. This is Mr. Girl. He was kicked off of several platforms because of the things he was doing. He's a performative guy who originally started his fame with reviewing the movie Cuties. And the Cuties, if you don't know, is a sexualization of like little girls essentially, but it's a French movie, and it was done to be salacious on purpose. But what Mr. Girl did was to review it in the way that nobody would think of possibly reviewing it and being like, yeah, I kind of thought it was a great movie. And he's not being serious, but everybody took him serious, so he just took that character and ran with it because that's what was popular. So, and also, I mean, he's just such a performative character. What you're watching is a couple of young folks who believe, yeah, exactly. No, cuties are tangerines. Which is even funnier because the double entendre over here, yeah, don't do yourself a favor. Don't put cuties into your mind. It's just, maybe you do, it just angers people, and it's a disturbing flick, and it's meant to be disturbing on purpose. It sexualizes young girls so that it brings attention to the fact that we are selling this, propaganda to young women through TikTok and these other things. And like I was saying, he's watching this flick. And he's doing what I do, which is to review stuff, but this is like a year and a half ago, and it's not out there. Oh, no, it is out there. It's on Reupload. If you're not familiar with Reupload, go check it out. Reupload takes things that they know are going to get taken down and puts them back up on their own space, which I don't know how they get away with it, to be honest with you. So, yeah, Cuties is still out there. His review of Cuties is still out there. And if you watch it, it's like something out of an Andy Kaufman piece. And so that's where I was originally like, wow, this is not serious. Whoever takes this serious has got to be out of their mind, because this is... this is disturbing. You wouldn't portray the situation this way. The jump cuts the way it's put together. It's meant to inflame the situation. This is a Mr. Girl. That's his background, and then he got pulled in once he had enough viewership from Destiny, who's basically the hierarchy of the little chain of orbiters that you see. This is Not So Erudite. Not So Erudite is actually very erudite, and she's trying to be tongue-in-cheek, not realizing that she's actually dousing herself. But that's cool. That's kind of the whole point of watching her, because she's very caught up. She gets very deep into this this kind of oxymoronic situation where, like, she makes fun of cam girls while she'll work out on camera. She's doing subtle things. She's not going all this. She just can't. She doesn't commit because she's afraid of everything. And that's because she's into psychology as a study and for her work. So, of course, she sees the worst of things. It's what she says, so I'm just repeating what she says. In any case, let's get on with this because I got so much news today.
A victory, an external victory would be like big news publications.
He's making it up as it goes, by the way.
Picking this up and then going to executives at Rumble, at Twitch,
at Rumble,
YouTube.
Okay, so the reason Rumble, Kick, by the way,
Reddit, Discord, Twitter.
He's just trolling them. He's just look at her. Look at Nick. I'm sorry. Look at Nick over here. Nick is like, are you? What? She's really concerned, but Nick is like, are you kidding me right now? By the way, the Zoom is open. It's you can follow the chat link if you'd like to talk about this with me or share anything. You're more than welcome to do so. But look at the look. You can't make these kind of. You can't pay for these kind of pictures, folks. That is amazing. I'm just screenshotting that. Let me get over here to the second screenshot. Oh my God, you can't pay for this. This kind of tech. No, folks, you can't get a guy in Zimbabwe to edit for you a snapshot like this. Hold on a second. Let me get it for you. Oh yeah. There we go. Let me do this one more time, just for the safety's sake. You know what I'm saying, folks. When you do that shot and and then you realize you blinked after the fact. Although oh yeah, I gotta change the storage path. Oh, that's the second day in a row. Second day in a row, I forgot to change the storage path. Woo! Alright, give me 2 seconds while I change the storage path. Oh, and it ain't gonna let me do it over here. Alright, life goes on. I'll get it from the stream. Alright, let me get back over to...
Insane.
Insane? Oh, yeah.
You have to talk about this now.
Oh, right, because he
the
thinks
fuck
that
is
this
going
article
on?
will reform streamer
And then parents being
ethics.
like,
Nick doesn't believe this. He's just supporting his wife. He's like, none of this makes any sense, sweetie. Why are you... Okay.
5.6% of Destiny's audience is
You see?
14 to
You
17.
see? He's like...
Wait, what percent?
5.7?
Well, I've been getting bullied by 14-year-olds.
5%, 5%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hurts his head like it hurts mine.
I think he thought that it was going to like revise streamer
Does
ethics.
he not realize that Destiny's a small fry in the world of Twitch and YouTube?
I suspect he doesn't, because he probably like has. I mean, he's always kind of had Destiny on a pedestal, and it's like it seems like one of those like weird.
This is what I'm saying. They take it so seriously, and they take Destiny very seriously. So therefore, they just lend the seriousness to Max.
He's banned from Twitch. Like, I love Destiny. I think he deserves more. But Destiny is the bottom of the barrel of like high-profile streamers.
No.
He's much more disproportionately like talented or skilled or like powerful as an individual than his platform.
Is he?
Like the only
Wow, this guy's really on his jock like that. Like,
I would say is that he's been around way longer than everybody else, which means his base, right, his viewers, there's something different to them, right? There's a far
why? Because you're one of them?
That are just hangers on.
No wonder they're together.
Like he has so many.
She's got a very classic Roman face. Like she'd be on a coin. Her face should be on a coin somewhere. See?
Right. That's the only thing that's really really unique about Destiny.
French?
And that's not what YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, etc. are concerned about for their bottom line. Like he's barely on TikTok. He doesn't have.
They're not letting Mr. Girl speak, so I'm gonna find this for you.
Just over 500,000 subs on YouTube.
This is where I was sharing this the other day before I got into it.
Bro, like,
Mr. Girl.
Mr. Girl.
You said.
It seems like he does not understand.
I was wrong.
Yeah.
This is a year ago, and this is Mr. Girl and Destiny making the plan around Mr.
It's going
Girl's
to depend
then
on those
performative
initial
behavior
premises,
later on.
because some premises you're not going to be able to get by. You're going to be fucked.
I don't agree.
Well, because if we're having a debate on how we should deal with black people in society, and I'm starting from the premise that black people automatically have a set of genes that makes them.
I got out of that conversation because it was like, why do you guys keep referencing it around black people?
Like
Stop.
a 30-year-old doing that to a 20-year-old, even. This is like really wrong now. Like you're fucking up like really hard. But
okay,
maybe
so
not,
one of the big deals of all of the Max story and the drama is basically the fact that there seems to be a lot of sexual coercion and a lot of abuse and a lot of verbal abuse and a lot of controlling situations on Destiny's platform, and that's the issue that most people have. So this seems to be a conversation actually around how to word things, how to deal with it, and they're having this conversation without actually fully having it. They're talking around the subjects, but they know what they're talking about. Just so you know. So like when you're like, well, they don't seem to be talking about that. No. They're talking about how to deal with the conversations, how these things will come up, and how the characters will interact with one another. And it's just by doing that, this is their first conversation about dealing with one another as well. So they're setting the ground rules, and the ground rules are pretty clear about what they're talking about in the future. For instance, sexual abuse.
Unusual, but you know, a much older person acting like that, then it's like
exactly the same behavior, right? If you've got a 15-year-old begging another 15-year-old, like they both get drunk, they're underage, like please, can I have sex? Please, can we just do this? Like let me just do this.
Normal, right?
Kind of, yeah, but like a 30-year-old doing that to a 20-year-old, even this is like really wrong now. Like you're.
All right, I'm gonna get some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Maybe not actually. What if it's the first time they've ever gotten a girl naked, right? So it's like it's a very hard thing, right? What if it's a 30-year-old virgin and a 20-year-old with lots of experience, and the 30-year-old is pushing for it, and the 20-year-old knows it? Like, it's such a complicated thing. The problem with the word rape is rape brings in with it a lot of moral condemnation, and we instantly think of in an alley, two guys violently sexually raping her. That's like the thought that comes up, rather than I got a girl kind of drunk and we were both underage and I finally got to fuck her, and like you probably shouldn't do that, but you're both teens, you're both dumb. It's not acceptable, you shouldn't do it, but there's a way different level of moral condemnation that should exist there, and people oftentimes lose that. That's why I'm not too concerned about like arguing over the word itself. We can if you want, but
I want to, because
I'm saying rape is on a spectrum.
I'm so glad you said that, because I was gonna say, like pedophilia, for me, the point of my consent is complicated video. This is why I call it consent is complicated.
Sure.
Is that I think all sex involves some element of rape.
Okay.
That you can look at any sex act and find some element of coercion and or self-coercion, so that some part of you is doing something it doesn't want to.
So this is where
of you knows the other
we're gonna
is ambivalence.
We're gonna disagree over like what coercion
so
means,
basically what you're
or
seeing is
something
them
then.
Break down
What
what's
do you
wrong
mean when
with
you
the
say that, I
situation.
guess?
And Max actually says,
just before we start this, I'm making a prediction here. I think that we probably will 100%
pedophilia
agree on
kind of
every
behavior
single
is
thing
totally
you're about
wrong.
to
So
say,
he's saying this
but I feel like you're about to say it in the most unbelievably edgy way possible, using the worst words possible, so we're going to argue over it, but we'll see, okay? Let's
see, sorry, this is what
100% agree on every single thing you're about to say, then. Like, what do you mean when you say that, I guess? This is, before we start this, I'm making a prediction here. I think that we probably 100% agree on every single thing you're about to say, but I feel like you're about to say it in the most unbelievably edgy way possible using the worst words possible, so we're going to argue over, but we'll see, okay? Let's go.
I'm glad you think so highly of me. No, what I mean by coercion is, say that your girlfriend has not given you a blowjob, even though she knows you really like blowjobs.
By the way, this is right before Destiny went for 4 months without his wife sleeping with him.
Clean out the garage, and then you do it.
Enough job.
And then,
sorry, I forgot to enough job.
She gives you a blowjob that day.
Enough job.
I feel like, for me, if that happened to me, some part of me, I guess that's not a good example of coercion, but some part of me would be feeling like, is this just happening because I cleaned out the garage? And I would feel like that's kind of gross, and like I kind of don't like this, but I do like it, and I'm gonna let it happen anyway, even though some part of me, and I might even say like, hey, this is freaking me out. Are you just doing this? And then like,
they're literally talking about the boundaries of where the play they're about to make are limited. They're literally talking about the boundaries of whether or not they should pass over certain lines. And I want you to note what Steven responds to him here, because this is important in the frame of what's gone down in the past year, and most specifically in the past 2 weeks with these two gentlemen.
But they don't know, and I just feel like because there's an existing relationship, or say someone you don't know, and then you take them on a date, and then they look at the menu, and you get to the place, and then all the entrees are like $80, and they've never been to a really fancy restaurant before, and then they feel obligated to have sex with you because you just bought them like a $300 dinner or something. I feel like that kind of thing could feel coercive to the person, even if it's not intended.
Sure.
And I think that you can always, in any sex act, I think you can always find something that is on a spectrum from, in an alley to a gun to your head, or, I just bought you an expensive meal at a place that you've never been to, and then kind of insisted on driving you home. Like you were giving the example.
I think that, these things can happen.
Which is true, by the way. This is absolutely true. The actual terms
what if you just have like two people, they enjoy fucking, it's like, hey, do you want to come over and like watch Netflix and fuck tonight or whatever? Yeah, sure, and then come over. Like, where is the coercive aspect there?
I just think it's never that simple. I feel like,
what about people in like long-term relationships? Wait, no, what do you mean it's never that simple? Or explain.
A hookup or a long-term relationship?
Either one. You can have like casual hookups, no?
I don't think so. I think that falls apart quickly, and it becomes something other than a casual hookup if it keeps going on.
I mean, it might at some point become more than a casual hookup, but then we'll just switch.
I think it inevitably does. I don't think you can have a casual hookup. I don't think there's a certain number of times you can have sex with somebody before you are emotionally entwined with them. It's kind of like
that's dependent upon the person.
After a certain number, it no longer
depends on the mood and the
becomes
person
casual.
and the thing. I mean, come on.
Yeah, maybe. I
agree with.
But so
I agree
we'll
with
say
Destiny
then
on this
even
one.
within the context of like a relationship, then, like, do you think every single set, like, there can't be a time when like a boyfriend or girlfriend like, hey, like we should fuck tonight, like, oh yeah, cool, and then they do it, and that's just like enjoyable. That there's never a mutual meeting of the minds there.
No, I'm not saying there isn't. I'm saying that even the most ideal sex still has some element of coercion.
Well, what would the element of coercion be there then?
Yeah, I'm not understanding him. That's weird. That is weird.
But
I would have to wonder if that's him
one
playing.
Of you feels obligated to, or it's a routine. It's date night, or it's Valentine's Day, and it's like
that's not coercion. Is obligation a coercion?
The fact that you might not know why you're doing what you're doing, I think, necessarily means that there's some confusion about whether you want to do it.
It makes me want to float around and be like,
we are I think we can compartmentalize, and I don't think it's necessary to deeply investigate. Like, I really want to have sex, but let me stop and think. Like, is there any?
By the way, you can call in as I float around.
Feel pressured into this or forced?
Zoom line is open.
I think it's pretty
in the
important.
chat.
There's no reason to do that.
I think there is a reason, because if we're saying that like everything is coercive, then nothing is coercive. Because
Yeah,
with the
exactly.
definition,
We're all special, then none of us are
I'm saying
fucking
all
special.
sex is rape.
That's what it comes
well,
down.
yeah, but like this spectrum becomes so.
All right, I've been here long
pointless
enough.
that, like,
What
I
else
can
is going on in
define
the world?
every-
What else was I
do
going to
agree
show you?
with
I'm not
this?
even
I
looking
can
at my
define every
list
single
right now.
action we do as life as having some aspect of coercion.
All right, I'm
No?
way deep in the
Like literally everything.
Where's
So my only issue there then is I feel like there's not much utility to that definition.
Abba
because
and preach.
That's
Vanilla
not my definition. I'm saying the definition is a point.
Talking
on the
about, let's look at what the kid said. Okay.
Normal. Oh, you're so boring. I'm not gonna lie, that's become a big old pet peeve of mine.
Yeah, what is
Why?
with that?
Because I'm vanilla. But there's more to it. You're hurt. I'm actually not hurt. What I think it is.
Are you vanilla?
I think there's a
talking about some crazy
misconception
stuff.
out there when it comes to
I gotta shrink
what
myself down.
qualifies
In
as
nutshell?
quote unquote good
In
or not
nutshell?
good. Bedroom fun. What makes sex good for some people is going to be different for others. But the way a lot of people are introduced to anything bedroom related or anything intimacy related is, i.e., through adult videos or B, through physical responses to things. But when you don't know what you're
Really?
doing in the bedroom, what do? You just do things you're emulating other people. Well, kid
Really?
stuff is great. Like you want to bring.
Is that how it goes down?
Stuff, go ahead.
Tell me in the chat. I mean, I had a
But
very
if you
different
think
scenario.
that's
I was
what
very
makes you good at
lucky, I
intercourse,
guess.
you have no idea what the fuck you're doing.
I have been very lucky.
No clue. If you can't even do the basics, what is the basic? Can you even touch someone well?
Oh yeah.
Best believe a lot of you motherfuckers have no idea,
No
how
idea
to
about
touch
touch.
someone in the way that
No
makes you
idea
feel
about
physically.
touch.
Some of y'all don't even know how to kiss people in a way that feels physically. What I mean, you only have your way of kissing. You don't know how to adapt. It's almost like dancing.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
is.
Oh,
You have your way of
see,
dancing. but
preacher's
if a
like,
partner is at a basic level or at an advanced level, you're gonna do different things. You can't
Yep.
just try to do every spin you want to do if your follow can't do that shit. But the way some of y'all motherfuckers hit, y'all be using tongue like it's anybody. Some women don't like tongue. Some women like it. You have to even know how to look at the cues. This is fucking basic shit that no one ever talks about. I know women who are gonna be 1,000 times more comfortable talking to me about their extreme proclivities, and then I ask them like, can you even do the basics well? Come to find out they trash. They got whips in dungeons, never even learn how to correct
kiss
somebody.
or touch someone. Yes.
How are you trying to do backflips? You can't even do a two-step, nigga.
How can you do a backflip? You can't even walk.
And you want to tell me you're good at what you're doing? You're good at movement? No. It is in. It is trendy now.
Yeah.
To have a weird kink. Oh, I like this, or I like this kind of play, or this kind of play.
I don't like being so close
And
to
they
his
think
mouth
that
right
makes
now.
them
While we're
They
talking
think
about
that makes them experts or whatever the fuck it is. No, it just means you got a weird proclivity, and that's fine.
It's fun.
But it doesn't mean you're actually good at the activity.
Yeah.
It's akin to being in a sport like basketball. And thinking
All these
you're
girls
an
who want to
expert
peg
because you can do hook
because they actually want to play with a dick.
Can you?
Okay, so I'm gonna talk about this. All these girls who want to peg because they just want to play with a dick, but they don't know how to use a dick. So they just want to come at you like a frickin' like they just want to pound something into a wall or something. It's like, yo. How about I came? Is that like just some aggressive replay of what they're trying to? I don't know. I just know that it's a big. Hold on. You hold on. How about you learn how to touch me? Learn where the pawns is. You don't know what the pawns is? Yeah. Don't talk about. Oh, have you had your own orgasm without anybody else having to give it to you? Do you know how to control your orgasm? Are you in charge of your own body? Yes? No? It's a big question. Don't tell me how amazing you are if you haven't mastered yourself. Don't blame your O on somebody else if you haven't mastered your own shit, okay? Master your own shit, then go play the game. You can rehearse and practice with anybody all you like, but don't blame your own failings, essentially, your own personal failings for not exploring yourself and learning about the other gender, whatever that be. Because they're the other half of the earth, by the way. And that's the thing that gets me is like, so often, more than not, people just discount the other half of the planet. Wacky.
Post up. Can you do any other skill? Just because you got one particular skill, it doesn't mean you're a well-rounded player. Just because you got one interesting kink, it don't mean you're well-rounded.
Yeah, and the real truth is most of these people like can't even really kiss properly. It's like
you said a lot of different bodies and you don't know your thing and stuff like that. And a lot of women don't.
Preach knows what's up.
Stuff like that. It's funny how the narrative that is out there is that 73% of women never 73% of women never have an orgasm. I understand that. And the narrative is that they put the fault on the man. But for a woman to achieve the O, you have to not only know your body, know your pressure points, but you have to free your mind of all the issues.
You hear Breach?
And
you hear him?
The issues that you internally have. All the things that the insecurities
Let
that
it all
you
go.
have.
You got to clear
If
your
you
mind.
got
It
insecurities
doesn't work that way. It's all in your
about
mind.
yourself.
So
and then you cannot if the only thing you're thinking is that, oh my God, is my poom poom clean? Do I smell? Does he like my thing? Oh, I got stretch marks. Oh my God, my booty hole is showing. You can't. You can't. You can have a man doing all this stuff if your
it's never
mind
gonna happen.
is not there.
For women, by the way, I don't know why it is that I learned this from women. It's in your mind. It all starts from your mind first. So
hold on,
it's different. We're physical.
Think
you're
about
mental.
facts.
That's
and also it's easier for us to come and there's less. Hold on, there's less stigma. You have to understand. I'm not saying it's entirely your fault. There is less stigma.
It used to be.
You know
The
what
female O is
so
a myth.
Understand that.
Come on.
But you have to understand what you have to do with your O. How much it involves what's going on in your mind.
Yes.
You being able to achieve.
Dude. I fucking
it's
love
not
Breach.
A physical thing. It's not to necessarily put the thing there, wiggle it around, and do the hokey pokey and everything is fine. That's not it.
It's not it. No, 100%. I'm so glad we got over here because we really need to talk about this. For all of the crazy sexuality and all the OFA and all that other stuff, it's amazing to me, the feet pics, how most people are not first having actual sex. Number two, how the majority of women don't seem to spend the time to know themselves because of, I guess, the stigma or whatever, to like explore themselves to have an O. And those women that do seem to be these mystical objects, which I've been with plenty of women who could O, but it was because they were self-explorative. They weren't solipsistic. They weren't arrogant. They knew that they were in control of themselves, and that was a powerful thing. And those women were able to O over and over and over again, and good for them. I was just there to help. They could have done it themselves as well. That's the difference. And by the way, men, if like it doesn't work out because maybe she's a little too in her mind or whatever, always ask to pull out the toy. If you haven't finished the job, finish the fucking job. Be a man. That toy is an extension of you. Don't feel like, oh, this is me, so I gotta wimp out. That's that baby alpha fail complex that is basically you being insensitive to their needs and overtly sensitive like a baby. No, if you're a good sexual partner, you'll make sure your partner gets off, because that's what you're doing, is loving on each other. And if you leave your partner hanging high and dry, well, that's on you. That is on you. If in fact they can get off and you just leave them high and dry. Now, I've also been in a relationship where you want to help your partner, but your partner knows nothing, and no matter what you do, they won't open the door for you to assist them or be a part of them. And I just gave up, and I won't tell you right now, I made the mistake of just giving up and not being more sensitive. And so I learned from that, and that's why I'm sharing this. But that said, learn it. Learn how to use it. Be a master with it. Women will love you. That's my message to men. Don't be afraid of it. Take it in and be like, yeah, I have all the tools you need and my tool. So when my tool happens to be tired because I need to regain my energy, especially once you're about 35, guys, by the way, your energy goes down, 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 down. You start having to take some pills or stuff, or unless you're doing yoga and energy like I do, you know, not everybody has the restart time, okay? Most men do not. The average amount of time that sex actually takes for both partners to climax is under 10 minutes, believe it or not. So when people are talking about, oh, I had sex for 8 hours because I'm sting, yeah, it's an exception. That is very much an exception. And, you know, I mean, there's a lot of things you got to be able to do to be able to maintain that kind of physical. I mean, that's like running a marathon, you realize. That's like running a marathon. It's the same delusion as believing that all men, or the majority of men, can make money just very easily and everybody should be making above $100,000. Well, obviously, you've been dating the same 27 men, which is what the numbers suggest most people are in their local area. That's real. I'm not making that up. I did the numbers, looked at all the stats, and it boils it down to 27 men in a 5-mile radius in your local area. If you're dating and you're dating a certain value, a high value man, yeah, you're dating a dude who is being dated by almost 5,000 people, number-wise. I mean, if you do the stats, I mean, balance it out. It is about 5,000 people in the pool with one person. Because he's a high-value person, because you're dating in the top 10% or 17% or something like that. Delusion. Anyway, on top of that, blaming everybody for what, you know, touch yourself, love yourself, make yourself seek shelter. Let the walls fall with your okay? Okay, thank you. Back out. And when you get there, all you gotta do is say, Enocha! Alright, that's what happens when you take your pills. When your little blue pills, you get the Enocha power. Enocha! Oh, shh. Don't say it. My little French froggy. Woo! Yeah. Anyways. Okay, sorry. I've been preaching.
I gotta make you feel at ease. I gotta read. I gotta understand the signs. I gotta be able to read what's going on. And I'll be able to ask. I have to make you feel comfortable. But I can't achieve that if you don't even know.
Yeah, I think the issue that some women may encounter.
And by the way, this guy right here.
Some dudes don't care.
Wait,
Myron games where it's like, she goes, but I don't care. It's not important. Yeah. So there's dudes who approach it that way, and obviously the basic problem that you're having is that you're sleeping with somebody who doesn't care about your needs, which is like the first problem. You shouldn't even be sleeping with that person. Why would you want to be involved with somebody who don't care about your needs?
Boom.
That is 100% correct, right? Like, why would you be with someone who doesn't care about your needs whatsoever?
You made your bed laying it.
Boom.
Which is a boring bed, apparently. Okay? That's your choice. But if you're involved with somebody who does care and makes effort, then you have to do also part of labor. We have to meet each other halfway. Just because the last dude didn't need you to participate because he knew all the spots, don't mean the next person is going to do the same. You can't expect the same things from every person.
Because all the women are different anyways.
Yes.
Everybody is different.
They're all different, but certain things carry over. You can pay attention to certain sensitive spots. Like the anatomy of a human being cannot be that
I need to do another episode on Fresh
most women are going to like to
gone down.
Of some sort. They are. Okay? But there's going to be some that don't. And when you encounter them, you just stop doing it for that person. But it's not like you got to be like,
it's true. I don't know about you, but it's true for me.
No, sorry. Okay? Oh, that's my spot. You and every other on the planet. Okay? Yeah. It's not that special.
No.
It's not. It's not. But it's okay.
We know where it is. Okay, so this is the funny thing is, it's so not that special that, you know, it's known. Just like, you don't know where the Ponds is. Well, how do I say that? Because I've asked many times. So you know where the Ponds is? Huh? I was just asking for directions. I wasn't asking for directions. I was asking you if you knew where the sensitive portion of my dick is. Yeah, you don't. But it's funny because most men, even if they don't actually know where it is, are attempting to find out where your clit is. And I think it's definitely time to rebalance the equality scale on that. If you're going to claim that you're all hot girl summer and a 10, then, you know, there's another portion of that that's not just about what you think you look like or how you feel. It's the fact that you don't know anything about the other gender, maybe. And it's pretty apparent to the other gender that you don't. And we keep putting up with it because we know that you are the other half of the planet. And we're not going to just minimize you because you want to be special. And we know we have to live with you. But you don't seem interested in whether or not you have to live with us. Okay? That's weird. It's rude. It's mean. But then again, most of us are used to that treatment because, hey, apparently that's how we get treated, right? That seems totally fair. No, it's not fucking fair. It's neither fair, but life ain't fair. But then again, okay, so Myron admits to having no value. Everything that gets boiled out, like all the worst things, that's what's down there. I'm sorry to say. How it is. I think you understand how disturbing that sentence alone is. Hello, once again, I'm aronmsound, and this is Look Up, the show where I interject myself into conversations I wasn't invited into. That guy! I try to get them into some place they weren't meant to go. No, they weren't meant to go there! What's going on? We are back on Beyond the Pearlyverse. On beyond it. Way beyond. Sadly, I found myself drawn into this insane world of the fresh and mental fits. And pew, 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 pew. Wackos with way too much money. My dog Pierre somewhere on the ground. You'll never see. Very adult virgin men. Malphas. That's manly alphas. Who like to be with other manly alphas. Makes condescension. That's really all he does. In any case, thanks for coming back. As you know, my premise is that there is an elephant in the room in all these conversations that's just getting forgotten over and over again. And I'm here to annoyingly push it in there. Just be like, it's not going to be comfortable. In fact, the more uncomfortable it is, the more you know you're learning. So today, I am back at the Fresh and Mental Bits. And this is a great episode because these guys get straight at again on their own podcast. And
I don't want to sound like an asshole, man, but I don't do shit for the express pleasure of women, man. It's a waste of time. It's way more important to protect her than to please her. Who gives a fuck about a woman's erections? It's useless.
Right.
Can you imagine feeling like that? Can you imagine just not caring?
You said who gives a have a woman ever had an orgasm with you when you was having sex?
Yeah,
do you know
Watch
how that
this answer.
feels
No, that's
for you?
Yeah, but I don't. I'm not like in there like trying to like make it happen. I just like do it. If it happens, awesome. If it don't, like, all right, well.
So have you ever like
gonna work out?
Yeah, see, he doesn't care, and he doesn't know. He doesn't even know how.
You remember you asked me? Don't say. You remember you asked me? You said, "Why? Why are we doing this? Why not?"
Yeah.
I mean, it's common, but don't you feel old?
What you mean?
It's like watching this shit, you feel so old, like, these young cats don't get it. It's useless. It's just, I don't care, man.
I'm not saying you do it to get brownie points, you do all this other stuff. I'm just saying, why not just engage in sexual experiences where you guys are thinking of both people's pleasure? I don't know. Sounds like a good time to meet, brothers.
But the thing that happened is that all this shit that you're trying to achieve, that you're trying to boast, the car, the this and that, like, yeah, I got the car, that expensive car.
Yeah,
I did that.
It's all just sales and plumage.
Miami.
Sorry, just weed abatement leather came in.
I got all this and that, and I got a.
And it's for my neighbor, even worse.
I got that. But none of you bitches you go with don't come.
appreciate something?
No, they don't.
Jets, we got you. Yachts, where you want to go.
I know, right?
Bugattis, let's go. Whatever your travel destination, I could take you there. But you can't come. Imagine having a man who can provide you to take you except an orgasm. But you can't
Amazing. That is flipping amazing.
Like, I can take you there.
But you will not come.
That's Mrs. Mrs. Still your girl, then still your girl with none of that. He stole her with what? The game. That's it.
He stole her because you couldn't make her GG. Okay?
And now the word's gonna get passed around that you are garbage in bed. You're gonna get left, right, and then you're gonna get more bitter. That's bar. I got a yacht. We could fly there.
This is something funny about that.
We could
I give you anything money can buy. What about orgasm? Turn to Haitian all of a sudden. Even though this type of shit.
Oh, I gotta get out of the frame.
What's up?
You know what? Do the thing. What's in your, we're not doing that in here. No, we won't be making anybody come today. No, sorry. Myron doesn't even know.
All of these means of transportation, but you can come. Bars.
Yeah, that's bars. That is bars.
Ladies, to be
Beast!
you just a cum. You are a hole. You are a hole for them to fuck. But you know what? This isn't even about sex. It has nothing to do with sex. This is not about like the whole dynamic of people not caring about women's pleasure, all that stuff. No. This is just a reflection of one simple thing. You are just a thing.
Yes.
Yep.
You do your job, and I'll do the bare minimum.
That's it.
Because things don't have opinions. No. Things don't talk back. Things don't ask for more. Things just accept what they get.
Yeah, that's the way they view them. They view them as things, as shoes, as cars.
This is you.
Oh!
This is you.
You know what's so funny about these dudes too? Is they was talking about it's like I'll never get sex work. I want a girl's best. I want her enthusiastic best.
And so we came up with a couple of reasons. Some of the bigger ones was the girl's not going to respect you on the same level. You're not going to get that genuine desire bedroom fun.
Yeah, look at Alba like
fun, which for some guys,
bitch, make her come. You don't get better than that. But they always talk about it.
It's just like he's like,
you want to get her best. A lady will tell you, nigga, take care of me. I take care of them like I never. Yo, it's crazy. You ever have that glazed look in their eyes when you take care of shit?
Oh yeah, that is the.
So to me, I just look at this like, these guys.
And then make it even more so, where the eyes cross and go back and forth, or back in the back of this. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Listen, if you want,
know you were working.
You could have said just that. You could have said just that. You could just go on site, website.
By the way, if you want to call on in, and if you haven't liked and subscribed, make sure to do so now.
You get a sub.
Because it's free, and there's so much that in life that's not free. But the like and subscribe button, those are free right here. Make sure to share as well. Share with your friends. Let them know what's going on. Making it fresh. Oh, Fresh, by the way, the co-host on Fresh and Fit is always Fresh. He's always throwing Myron, the other guy, just under the bus.
$5 foot long that's actually
you go to somewhere, you just order exactly how you know.
Get a sub. That's really what it is. Exactly what it is.
Like, guys, we all know what it's like when you ask a girl, yo, listen, give me some ass, and they just doing it. There's a difference between a girl who is enthusiastically suck your dick and a one who just, you know.
Yeah, no, there's a big difference.
You know the difference. We all know the difference. And I'll be honest with you, I don't even want head from a girl if she not into it, and actually good.
Yeah, why would you?
To me, it's like,
who wants to be with somebody who's not into it anyways?
You think it's reciprocal. And guys, like, you know, when you take care of them, if you want to do any kind of nasty, they're way more up for nasty.
Oh, way more after that fact. Come on, they'll do anything. They'll up the game. That's real. They'll up the game.
Being like a bit of give and take. I respect you, you respect me. I take care of your pleasure, you take care of my pleasure. I look out for you. That's simp behavior. To me, when I hear this stuff, I just think it's kind of goofy, and it speaks to like a very me mindset. But hey, you know what? To be fair, a lot of people engage in sex that way. So
That is very true. A lot of people engage in sex without the interest of sharing, and instead of having the interest of sharing or cooperating or being partner and bringing, you know, intensity and empathy and sensitivity, it's just about conquering or having.
It's like, do you want a sex life like that? What happened to just being a little bit considerate? Is that a crazy thing to say? I don't know.
Well, if you really like the girl and you want and you care about the length of the relationship, I feel like having her orgasm as well not only is pleasing for the average man. You're unique. You don't care about that stuff.
Oh, but absolutely.
A lot of guys don't care about it. They just I'm just voicing their opinion.
Cap. No, that's not real. That's not real.
that should be a meme. Just cat. Just that.
Real men come last.
That was great.
A lot of guys don't care about it. They just I'm just voicing their opinion.
I care. You aren't.
Yeah,
no, you aren't.
Yeah.
Shush.
How do you feel
Shush, buddy. Shush.
Shut up, Shout out to Fresh. Shout out to Fresh. Mari said something. Fresh be like, let me throw this nigga under the bus. I care.
Yeah. Fresh is always throwing him under the bus. Like, no, I do. I care about your orgasm. He's like, all the women at the table are mine now.
Look at my feet. I can. And the bitch was talking like, put your foot down. Stop.
It's real. It's real for
Did
that.
that really happen? That 100% happened. Put that shit. Roll that.
Can I sell feet pictures for hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, and possibly make a living off it?
I can.
If you find the
Yeah.
woman that's
Oh, yeah. Oh, Fresh is like, I can. I can.
So goofy, right? Goofy, right?
Yeah, super goofy. He almost more goofy than me, but that's saying quite a lot if you think about it.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you. He gets it. It's like she comes quiet. You want to know why?
Because it's hard.
Do it.
Because it's harder to make a woman come than making me come.
Yeah.
Like I know 100% I'm gonna get mine. I know.
So?
Like my mechanics is easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah, right?
So you
Pawns,
deal with that
kids.
first.
It's all about the pawns.
And then after that you do you.
I know I'm gonna get mine. So let me make sure you get yours.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh.
I like multiple too. Like she
That's what I said.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
I see the girl next to her.
It make the experience better.
Every woman at this table just.
You smashing your girl, and right after she's going to the gym, and she can run a marathon. Well, you hitting it wrong.
Yeah.
Well, I like the way this motherfucker talks, man. I ain't gonna.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. And another telling thing too is that we asked the ladies on the panel yesterday, if a guy gave you great sex, would you still stay with him if he was a bum? And they said no.
Is that the reason why he doesn't give great sex? Is because a woman wouldn't stay because of that?
Okay, let's flip it. I've hit a few gold diggers in my day. And even when the sex was good, I didn't keep them around because you gotta pay to play. We all know a true gold digger would never get in a relationship with a broke guy.
That's the truth.
Instead, she'll just marry that guy. Wax sticks and the wax swag. But smash the young college student while you're on deployment, serving your country. She'll tell that college student how her husband never makes her come, and you're the first guy to do it. And since you're the one making her happy, she'll let you drive that S550 Benz.
Oh, you know.
Give you money when you ask, and swallow your kids. In the bed, she sleeps in her husband with.
Yup.
Like, good sex is not enough to women, man. Like, women aren't like physical. Like, so why are you gonna do all this extra
That's
shit
because he doesn't know
when
any
it's
different.
not really, like I said.
That's really because he doesn't know any different.
You're stepping over. You're stepping over dollars to pick up quarters.
Huh? He says, why would you do that if it's not gonna get you what you want? It's like not everything that you do within the.
You see, that's what it is for them. It's all about plumage and money.
100%
Just money and
keep
plumage.
her. That's all you think about? Like, all right, what do I need to do to keep her? That's gonna make her 100%.
Yeah. How do I treat her well,
How does
baby?
someone do?
Could that be something? How do I treat her well?
I'm not gonna stay because I was kind to her.
I don't know.
I pay the bills. Why would I be respectful? I don't need to respect the bitch. I pay the bills.
Yeah, that's the
Women's
worst
not gonna
reasoning.
Stay with him,
It's
motherfucker.
the worst
just 'cause
reasoning
you
in the
respectful
world.
and he broke. So as long as I got the, it's like, is that how you think of all the aspects of your relationship? You think of pleasure in the bedroom and the function of like, well, she's not gonna leave if I don't do it, so fuck it. Goddamn. This is a minimum wage relationship. This is a minimum wage relationship. This motherfucker's an entry-level job into the relationship. What do I need to do?
The minimum required. The minimum required.
Yeah, that's it.
This motherfucker's a night shifter. when the bosses are not around, I have the night shift. I do the minimum. I'm supposed to do this, that. I'm not gonna go extra. Who cares if my photo is my picture is not there? The daytime motherfuckers don't even know I exist. I work the night shift. So I don't want to be employee of the month. I don't care. Yeah. I'm gonna do the minimum. Yeah. Night shifters.
My thing is not extra. Be the whole package. Yeah. So if I'm that alpha masculine, do whatever, and I can make my girl come, even better. Because now I'm the whole package. So where's she gonna go?
Truth.
Nowhere else.
Truth.
Everyone's
this good. I love it. This bar good.
What the fuck did you say?
Fresh is absolutely correct.
I know that's messed up. I hate to admit it, but he's absolutely correct. That's how you know it. Fresh is a real human.
Go ahead and try.
Fresh is kind of cool, probably.
You're gonna be stupid. And it is what it is. Like,
you're not gonna look stupid because girls talk, man.
It looks stupid. What a beginner point of view, right? Like,
they're gonna just play this video and everyone will be like, "This motherfucker's stupid."
I look at it like, when you self-improve, where it's like you're the best option, is like, all right, what am I gonna do here, you know? And then her not knowing where she stands with you, that's gonna turn her on more, you know? And you win in the end. Like,
what do you mean where she stands with you?
Man, but I don't do shit for the express pleasure of women, man. It's a waste of time.
Such a wacky dude.
You know Myra doesn't do relationships, so he doesn't keep women around long term. Most women that don't have mental issues will not stay in a relationship with a man that treats them like shit.
Yeah, that's right. If you don't have mental issues, you won't be staying in a relationship with somebody that's treating you poorly. It's just that simple. Now, at first, you may, try to make something work with someone, but, if somebody's really treating you poorly, don't do that to yourself. Give yourself the benefit of the doubt and love yourself and say, you know what, I can be treated better.
I was about to say, I don't agree with everything this motherfucker's saying, but that was, and the way you said it, pristine, my dude. Pristine woman. Why would she? Wow.
Yeah, his name is Confidence Creator. You guys go check out the channel. I'll link the video.
Yo,
what the fuck are you talking
his channel's great, by the way.
If you ain't got
Confident Chris,
who's gonna say if they don't have any mental issues? Who's gonna say in that? You said what you said.
This motherfucker.
You said what you said.
And this is your hero? Okay. Anyways, let us know what you guys think in the comments, bro. You heard that shit?
All right, sorry. 2 in the beat. Need to keep moving. Let's see what else we got on tap. So you understand a little of the background of the fresh and mental fits, as I like to call them. I'd like to look in now into the world of, I did find, hold on a second, women always lie. Okay, so this is a great example of the anger vested in this poor guy and the viewpoint that, so many of these disenfranchised folks seem to be spreading about and selling just to get you as miserable in a mental prison as they are. And this is one of the greatest examples of just poop flinging, bedazzled poop flinging from within the prison. I mean, not only is this guy probably sexually frustrated that he doesn't really understand the opposite sex, but he's also just kind of so deranged in his sense of reality, in his sense of how people work and the interactions between people. It's disturbing because this is a very popular show.
Super chats. Okay.
Normally I say like and subscribe. I don't
really
on this one.
Of having an average dude on the show. What about a high earner who isn't clouded up? Could give a solid perspective on making it through other avenues. What y'all think? All right, guys, just so you know, prior to this, I was making 6 figures in my other job. All right, and I wasn't clouded or whatever. And it doesn't.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. He was a federal agent. They don't make 6 figures. That's a lie, unless he was doing something illegally. But see, I have a lot of questions about his federal agent practices. I think that there's something to that. I haven't found any background because, obviously federal agent, they're hiding that. But it tends to be that when you don't find any public background, that they're still working for the federal agency. And it tends to make me believe that this guy right here is a plant to create a subsystem that identifies and then subjugates and or minimizes a threat, which this is a direct throughway via Fresh and Fit into the right wing alt-right, Nazi, anti-BLM, the whole thing. It is a direct pipeline. And not only do I have proof of that, but Sneeko was part of it for a good minute until just recently when I don't know what happened, but he has now backed off of that position. So we'll go down and we'll find that too, because Sneeko literally describes, Matt World has a great video where he breaks it out, and we'll go look at that actually today. I have to take a solid break after 2 coffees to go get another coffee, you know. So anyways, this is a great rant. Not a great rant, but it's a real shitty rant by a shitty person, but it's a great example of the kind of mental prison that one could put themselves in and then follow so easily. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you've watched at least 2 of my videos, as what's her name? Just racist. I mean, just Pearly Things says, we got Meatloaf. Bat out of hell.
Game, you still have to know what you're doing.
Yeah, all that.
Like, you still need to, like, there's no way around it, guys. Like, everyone is looking for some kind of, like, avenue to try to, like, finesse their way into girls or whatever it is. Like,
no,
you need to have the complete package to deal with these girls.
Because this is the guy who was like, he was a virgin until college when he got tall and somebody hooked him up. He probably was goofy with women. He's still goofy with women. You know, all the interactions that I keep reading and hearing and seeing about him is just goofy. He's just kind of an adult virgin. Even though he gets laid a lot, he doesn't know what to do with it. He's probably a really bad lay. I don't know, but you know, based off the fact that he keeps moving through people and they never stay, and he's like, oh, I don't like relationships. Yeah, that's not why that happens, bro. That's not why that happens. Anyhow.
You can't make this stuff up. Every single woman at the table said they wanted a man.
500K,
500K,
200K,
300K,
200K.
Yeah, because they don't know.
The cheapest one was 50K a year, which is an average guy. And the other 6 though wanted a man that was in the 1% guys.
Yep.
And they didn't bat an eye when I
yeah,
said
but they don't. Okay, so this is the kind of salesmanship bullshit that's going on. Yeah, because they don't know. There's another channel, by the way, that we can look at that describes basically this lady interviews. Her name, before I just say this lady, her channel's fantastic. I don't agree with everything that she says all the time, but her name is Courtney Ryan, and she has a couple great episodes about what women think men make, and it's just a misrepresentation, apparently being told to just women of what men should be making, and it's part of this scheme of funneling women to the top 1% that's super delusional, but it's because they're being told some crazy information that's not right, and then they're passing it around each other, and it's proof that there is a subsystem bubble of an echoplex, of an ecosystem that's just a chamber echoing around of people telling each other a lie, and then believing it, and acting like that's a truth for themselves. When you look at the interviews, that when they find out the information that most people, the majority of people in the United States only make about $52,000 a year, they are shocked. Why? Because they think that everybody is making twice as much as them, which is this victim mindset that, oh, everybody must be making so much more, but they don't even know. So does that mean that the complaint about men making more money is based out of this false precept in the first place? I believe so. And the evidence is pointing to the fact that women just simply don't know what other people make. And when you look at the numbers, women are eclipsing men in income, education, and managerial levels. So they're starting to make more while saying they need men to make more, meaning they're taking the jobs and positions that used to be not shared, and now they're sharing them. They're making as much, and they think other people are still making more. So that's a portion of this, as well as there's only 12% of the public, according to the IRS, making above $110,000 a year. That's the top 10-12%. Everybody else, now you leap down to 52% of the public making $40,000 or less, and in between that $42,000 and the 110, the majority of people in their lifetime, the majority of workers in this country in their lifetime never break the $65,000 mark. So women are looking for something that doesn't exist. Why? You tell me. Well, The numbers suggest that it's because in a 5-mile radius, those women in a 5-mile radius across this country are dating the same 27 men. So they think that everybody is those same 27 men, wondering why everybody else is so disgusting to them. Well, if men had ever done that with women, which they have not, you can argue about that all you like. It's provably that's never been the case. Men have never just focused on 1% of women. Maybe visually, but we all knew there was only one Bo Derek. Okay? We all knew there was only one Cheryl Teagues, I'm using these old examples because that's where the pinup model stuff comes from, and before that. We're aware of that. Now, the delusion is I see it on the phone, so it must be real, and I want to believe that the story is that women, grow up faster than men, but I don't believe so any longer. I think that equality has brought us both to the same level, that men and women equally. Some people are more mature than others, and it's not, you shouldn't count on a gender now deciding that somebody is matured more. I think women confuse sometimes, in our culture, specifically, not monolithically. Women in our culture, American culture, Western, U.S., American culture, confuse complex thinking and reasoning with being mature because that's what they've been told. When being mature isn't just complex reasoning, spinning a yard in your head or thinking things out to its furthest extreme and taking it apart and extrapolating or interpolating. Rather, it's a humility of understanding. It's a similarity of understanding. It's a commonality of understanding and seeing that other people are similar more so than different, or not getting upset at anything or taking things so seriously that you don't see the humor or humility in the situation. That's being mature. Being able to communicate openly, that's being mature. Not expecting that other people are psychics, that's being mature. But see, we don't really actually see that behavior so much in our public between the two genders, on either side. So fling your bedazzled poopy all you like, when both parties are acting like ass, well then they're both a double-sided ass, farting out both sides, spinning themselves out in circles. Maybe that's the way we create anti-gravity. I don't know. You tell me, okay? Okay.
That they're entitled to them. Yep. Guys, there is no way around it. You cannot try to be, what if I make money but I'm not caught? Work on every aspect. Work on every aspect.
But he's still saying, yeah, you're never going to get this because you have to work on these things, and if you don't work on these things, you'll never get this. Look, let me counter this. I'm a weirdo. I'm a wacky. I'm a goofball. I'm a geek. But I'm a sexy muppet. I know how to make a woman come. I've seen the O-face many times. I don't need money to feel like a good human or like I'm doing better than others. I don't need to feel better than others. I just need to feel good about myself. And that's the confusion these guys have. And that's the same thing that you can do for yourself, folks. You can feel good about you for being you. You don't have to meet a standard. And if you're like, well, I can't meet a girl, I can't meet a guy. Stop. You are clearly not putting yourself in the positions to go find those people. And it's not easy. I'm not going to say it's just some easy thing you can just tomorrow be like, oh, change my mindset. I'm going to just go do that. No, friends. It takes work in yourself. It takes a matter of bravery to get outside of yourself and do things that make yourself uncomfortable and stretch yourself to the extension of yourself. Clearly? Okay, so the most important portion of this is the fact that we can allow ourselves to experience different things and fail and not be hard on ourselves. And if you're hard on yourself, then I'm going to tell you you don't need to be. It's just not necessary. We all have learning curves. Everybody goes through it. There's a limitation that we all have in the world, and that's just how it is. And it's okay for it to be that way. Hey, Birdie, would you do me a favor? You fly on over to the other section. I'm trying to talk to these people. And you know what I need to do? I need to Okay, there we go. Now I'm on your level. So when it comes right down to it, I am a firm believer that what has taken me around the planet is my lack of fear of the unknown. And that's it. Trying things. Looking at a menu that I don't speak the language of and going, I don't know what that is. Sure, that! Everyone look at me like, you're just going to order random? I don't know. Let me ask the waiter. Is this good? Oh, yeah. You know what that is? I have no clue. Oh, okay. Lack of fear in a positive way gets us further around the planet, gets us further in experience, gets us further into seeing others as similar to ourselves and less as an other and more as another human. Because if we see ourselves as human, we'll see others as human. If we aren't as hard on ourselves, we'll see others as fallible as well as ourselves. Come on. Show love. Feel free to call in if you disagree or, you see it differently. I'm here. I'm available. Come on in, folks. The water is, it's lukewarm. I probably peed a little bit. It's okay, though. Anyhow, don't fling your poopy. It's all bedazzled and gold-plated. Step backwards out of the mental prison. Take a look at it. It's an obelisk. It's a ben-ben. I got a sledgehammer right behind me, and I'm going to help you break it down because you don't have to listen to this BS. You can be you. No matter how wacky it is, look at me. Look at me. I am as big a geeky nerd, played D&D in grammar school. I took tap dance classes. People would call me names, and guess what? I was the one with all the girlfriends. I was the one who got the experiences that the others didn't. Guys like Myron, this guy right here, he's the dude who's always like, oh, you're and you can't be. Oh, and then you walk by and be like, oh, yeah, you don't, your girl doesn't, you don't have this girl. Shout out to Candace Deech. Deechly Deech. Brittany Simon's back on. Holy, she's still on? Oh my gosh, I gotta go back to Brittany and see what's happening. Oh my gosh, it's still going on. Did she call? Did somebody call? I hope he called her. Gosh, I hope he called her.
Someone I can really be compassionate towards, put in the fucking work.
Wait, what?
Once is not enough. Talking to each other less than 6 hours in private is not enough. You have to ask me, do you want to be a close friend? Not just call me a close friend. You need to ask me that. Brittany, would you like to be my close friend?
We're back to Destiny
so
conversation.
I can consent to it. Because otherwise, if you just
I need a
your
second.
Best friend,
I need a second imaging to draw in. Oh,
that's
that's my next.
Insane.
I got
what
you
if I went around going, actually, Abba and I are best friends. We met once and we've talked to each other 2 hours in private, which by the way, we haven't. And so what if I went on, I was like, Abba and I are besties. We're best. Guys, that's crazy. And that's what it basically
Gotta hit
sounds
the knock
like.
truck just right.
Even though Steven doesn't mean it, it is inappropriate to call me a close friend when...
Oh my God. Are you going back and forth on the close friend? This is, I feel so
need
bad for her. She's really kind of not
friend.
okay.
Why doesn't he ask me what
I feel like she's got a lot of real problems. And I almost feel like this voyeurism to watching her is not so healthy.
Deal,
but at the same time, I want to watch. Where's my popcorn?
Also, is in his 30s. As a reminder, and Sneeko is he's 10 years younger, in his mid-20s.
Yes, so. Yes. There is a definite difference between these people's point of view. Music.
Yeah, I'm just patronizing him because he's young. Well, I'm patronizing him because he's young, and he's on that particular journey of being a student, which he knows. I love being a chronic student as well, for sure.
But he's not, okay, so it's very interesting because she's talking about a guy who was just weeks ago talking about a pipeline running people into Nazi alt-right beliefs.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Okay.
I learned to see, exactly. Are you upset over my grammar?
No, you're the one who gets upset over grammar.
Back to me as if I didn't just say that.
This is one of the weird things about Brittany is if you don't repeat exactly what she said back to her, she thinks you've said or done something wrong, and that's a very frustrating thing to have a conversation with somebody like that, where it's like, yo, I'm not gonna echo you back. I understand you, and you don't have any respect for my thought as it is, and that's the sign, by the way. I'm addressing this because I hear so often in conversations somebody say, well, that wasn't what I said. No, I am prefacing what you said because if I repeat what you said, one, it's a form of plagiarism. like, you know, what Pearly Things is being accused of, and that's where we're going next. And/or, you know, it's just not a good place to come from. It just isn't. If you're gonna have a conversation, don't have a problem with how it's being said. Have a problem with what is being said, because that is the difference between a valid argument and a based argument or disagreement. Okay? Does that make sense? Hope so, because that's how it works.
You racist? Is it because I'm Middle Eastern? It is. You're racist. Is that what it is? That's a joke. Before you all get fucking triggered.
No.
That's a joke. Get it? I'm playing.
Yeah, but you're not saying it like a joke, Brittany. You gotta be able to tell a joke and not immediately defend it if you're telling a joke. Take it from somebody who tells jokes all day long, okay? That's not what you're doing. Uncomfortable! I'm not even enough chawing. I'm just shrinking. Yeah, that's boy, she's getting so combative. I think she's having some kind of a break. Could be wrong here. This is deep. All right, sorry.
The race card. Carl with the super chats. Destiny always prefaces his advice with things like, that doesn't work for everyone, and I could be wrong.
By the way, feel free to call in and talk with me. I'm happy to debate. I'm happy to share. Happy to just chat about whatever I'm watching.
Say all those things.
Call me and tell me to turn the music up, down. I don't care.
Again, I agree. Why? What are you talking about? I agree. Steven does preface those things. Hey guys, make sure you do not molest children, but I'm gonna go do it instead. Do you guys hear yourselves? It might not work for everyone, but I'm gonna go molest. Like, do you hear yourselves?
No, I hear you, and you aren't hearing anyone. That's weird. I mean, if you're reading the chat, by the way, her chat is definitely not saying that.
And thinks he has the right to talk the talk. That is what I'm upset about, and that is pretty fucking standard. That's based. Do you hear yourselves? I
We
don't
hear
understand
you.
at all how you don't think it's weird. How you don't think it's weird to like say not to do something and then you go and do it. Does no one think that's weird?
That's not what's going on.
It's so strange. What an interesting bubble y'all live in. Oh wait, was there another super chat? Hold on. If I miss
That's
your
not
super
what's
chat, you have to
happening.
tell me because I have to open up. Oops, nope, not there. I have to open up my second screen to check my super chats because I keep missing them. So hold on. If you did send me a super chat, I just have to go and find it. Customization, earn. Supers. Okay. Hold on, guys. I'm looking for it. Hold on. Oh. Aim says, why are people acting like Destiny the adult? Can't understand the difference between a critique and an attack. Brittany hasn't ever attacked him. Because Destiny doesn't take accountability for anything he does.
Okay, so that's a lie too, because there's another stream. Hold on a second. Let me actually find this now. Hold on. Let me find the stream where she attacks him.
Manipulation in a toxic way. So, which one is
Brittany.
it? Are you blaming everyone? All the bridges you've burned, all the miscommunication, the fact that Melina and Kyla have to step over your feelings to talk to you on the stream? Is that because you're a horrible predator? Like,
here we go. Let's go back.
It happened through like you and some shit. It all got fucking leaked. Do I want to burn the bridge with Brittany? I don't normally burn the bridges. I feel like I've been like pretty nice to Brittany. I've simped hard. Defended her in my community. I try to give her the benefit of the doubt.
This poor guy. And
No.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. There's the receipts. All right, Brittany.
criticizing all of my friends for their choices, but then look.
Oh, I never criticized him.
The lifestyle isn't working, and Destiny got not only like offended and defensive, but literally was not open to the conversation. Did not.
Yeah.
Bro, I'll talk about anything all the time ever. Are we serious?
Yeah.
I feel like I have more conversations about my fucking lifestyle than literally any other fucking person on the internet. I have so many conversations about my lifestyle. It happens so often. It's almost exhausting.
I don't like the guy that much, but I'm not gonna lie.
Was not open to ABBA, and ABBA backed off smartly.
Hold on a second.
Again,
I'm not gonna lie.
you don't wanna believe
He's got a point on this matter. He was totally fair
Stephen
with
and
it.
Melina end up in the worst relationship they're in. Even now, we know all the drama. But of course, as their friends, as individuals, I'd like them to be healthier and happier. But it's not my fucking job to tell Stephen and Melina to stop doing what they're doing. Because, you know what I'm saying? It's not my job. So unless they come to me and say it, unless they open up the conversation to hear it, how could I do this, right?
This is, what is it called? This is,
things that kind of make it hard, right? But that's fine. But that's no different than what Sneako's doing on his journey. He's not open-minded to the right people. I feel like he's open-minded to me, and I'm good enough. I'm good with that.
It's... Oh, man. Hold on.
Destiny. Okay. Bridge. Sorry, I'm writing this in her chat right now. I love starting shit. It's YouTube.
The difference between me and Sneako is that I have my life and I do my things and I'm okay with that. And I understand that other people have their lives and they do their things and I'm okay with that.
Destiny streamer doesn't want to talk about Christian socialism and
Nope, I'm good. The difference is Sneako is highly judgmental about everybody else's life. That's the difference. Is that really that hard to understand? Or do people not see that? Or do people just not care about that? I can't tell.
I'm watching the receipts that
I just can't tell. Or is that not the thing? Like if one person comes out and one person eats shit, and he eats shit, he just likes to eat shit, and he's like, you know, some people are vegans, some people eat meat. I like to eat shit. I'm not saying you should eat shit, but I just like eating shit. If I saw that guy, I'd be like, you know what? That's pretty weird, but hey, you do you, my friend. Now let's say another guy comes out and he's a vegan and he's like, listen, I'm a vegan and meat eaters should get the fucking guillotine. They should fucking die, right? In that circumstance, I would side with the shit eater more than the vegan. Like,
okay,
the whole judging other people for their lifestyles.
Yeah. Okay, I get him
might be
on
doing
that.
something I think is a little bit whack or crazy, but he's doing his own thing.
Yes, okay. So then this is one of these
He's-
things that I keep trying to talk about, which is that, look, if you can be a total jerk if you're not hurting other people. You can be a complete ass as long as you do your job really well and follow through and care about people. You can kind of be a jerk. I mean, like, George Carlin was a jerk. Clearly. Many famous comedians are known to be jerks, but they do their job really well. And so long as you don't have to directly deal with them and they're not doing terrible things, you know, they're not pulling a Casbah, then of course that's different. But the reality is, if you're kind to others, then that's it. And I tend to think that Destiny's trying to be kind. He just doesn't realize that he comes off as a brute. And he has so much power, he doesn't realize what he wields. And he's just kind of a goofball. And he's so close-minded on so many things, and he's just not emotionally very mature. Neither is the rest of this group. None of this group is very emotionally mature. She's in her 30s, and she's still playing like she's in her early 20s. Or teenager. She's interested in everybody's relationships. She's put herself in other people's relationships. She's involved. And every time she gets advice from other people, including professionals, she only takes what she chooses to want out of it, and she doesn't hear anything that's actually being said in a lot of cases. And I'm saying this critiquing her because I have now reviewed a lot of this material, and my brain hurts because of it. Okay? And it's so obvious that this person just wants things to be the way she wants them to be, that her mind never changes despite empirical evidence. It is pretty amazing. I'm about to get out of this, so let's watch just a little bit further.
It's weird. I think it's weird. I wouldn't do it. He's not recommending other people. But the militant vegan is being highly judgmental of other people. I don't understand how she can't see the difference between that.
Fucked up.
Sneako is constantly calling out every other style of relationship for not matching what he recommends 100% verbatim. I don't understand how somebody couldn't see the difference there. That's unfathomable to me. I don't understand.
That Sneako lets me talk to him, I think, more than even Destiny does. I don't think Steven is as open-minded about me helping his relationship be quote-unquote better because he thinks it's good right now. But Sneako has definitely been more open to me in the past, helping him with his relationships. So in my head, Sneako is more open-minded because
it's like, where are his relationships at now? Like, one, Sneako's gonna be a bit more open because he's like 14 years old. I'm 34 years old. Of course, the receptiveness that we have to other people's advice is going to be dramatically different. I've been dating a woman that I just married for 4 fucking years.
Her fans.
Sneako is bouncing between who the fuck knows what, converting religions every other fucking day. Yeah, no shit, he might be a little bit more receptive. But to say that he's open-minded when he is by de facto not open-minded because he's so judgmental is fucking insane.
Yes, this is part of the thing that seems to be duplicitous about her, or that she doesn't get about herself, that I do think that has to do with some of the mental problems, is that she doesn't see that she's incredibly judgmental about this stuff while telling everybody to be not judgmental, which, oxymoron. Don't judge anything, but let me tell you how to judge. Oh no, I'm always going to tell you, judge away. Judge. That's part of fight or flight, by the way. One of the base portions of fight or flight that creates fight or flight is actually the ability to judge healthy from non-healthy, safe from non-safe, dark from light. It is in our base behavior to judge others and things, and it's what keeps us safe. So when people tell you, don't judge anything, that is, by the way, the Catholic Church from the 13th century deciding that if they told people that it was bad to judge, that they would go to hell because they judged others and it was only God's place, then they could do immoral things and tell you that it was moral because you're not supposed to judge. Get that? How's that for self-fulfilling? I mean, talk about pulling the wool over your own eyes and then pulling the wool over others. Now, what's good for the goose is not for the gander, okay? So don't do that. That's basically what it is to me. And it's amazing to me how this has proliferated throughout time, and in the mindset of people, it steals and robs from each other so that people fight with each other from their little mental prison inside of the freaking obelisk. And it's a constant. It's one more brick, and there's so many bricks in this massive construct that folks will stand inside of the brick and go, man, there's no exit, there's no way out, I can't do. Oh, hey, by the way, the gate is open. You just gotta step back out of it. Oh, if you really need, I got a sledgehammer right here. I got a sledgehammer right here. We're gonna crack this thing wide open, and away you go. But really, that sledgehammer, it's just thought. It's just freedom. It's just another perspective to see outside of the situation. Which this person doesn't seem to do.
He cheated. He's going to admit he did things that were wrong. He hurt people. He knows that. And he admitted that over and over again. And all you... How?
See, okay, yeah, I gotta hold my head too, because there's a constant story about he hurt people. None of these people who claim to the audience has been hurt are claiming that they're actually hurt. It's part of the show, and they don't realize it. So it's that's why he cut her off, is because she was too caught up in the illusion and wouldn't listen to him when he's saying, yo, by the way, Brittany, no. And he clearly told her what was going on behind the scenes, and she won't share it so that she can abuse the situation. Or she doesn't believe it. She thinks that he's covering up or lying or something. Brittany, it's an Andy Kaufman performance art piece to keep his viewership up. Are you that disassociated? Wow.
Gotta be the perfect. This has to be the perfect trigger video. It's gotta be the perfect trigger video.
It is. He's right. It's the receipts.
I need you to bear with me through the context and get to the end of the video so you can see just how scummy this narcissistic little child is. So buckle up. All the context and the build up to the end of the video is very important. It's very hilarious, and I couldn't be more excited to clear my name finally. I want to say this. He did these long-winded videos about the situation, over an hour of him talking about it on 2 different streams that I'm aware of.
You have to be coming from you've got to be coming from an insane world where Sneeko comes off as more open-minded than almost anybody. He's literally the Matrix NPC programmed person right now.
Yeah.
It's oh, fuck. Okay, it's okay. Let's bring it back.
It's the truth.
Dial it down.
By the way, when we get back, I'm going to go into the Pearlyverse because it looks like there's some more news.
Wait, what did it? Oh, she's muted.
I thought it was me. It was Destiny. I love it.
I don't want to have an argument with somebody over who's open-minded more. I don't care that much. If she thinks that's fine. But it's just a wild opinion to think.
If I made this a 10-minute video like I wanted to.
Wait, does she know that?
People would complain too much about me picking and choosing clips and not providing adequate context, so I will do my best to make things long with proper context. And in the description will be the links to all the streams I'm referencing, and I implore you to go watch them for yourself and draw your own conclusions. Also, I waited 6 weeks since the threat allegations to make this video.
Oh my god, did I just rant forever and I was muted? Oh my god, stop it. Fuck. Okay, this is I'm such a boomer. I'm sorry, Boomer Brittany. Listen, every damn time. I know.
Boomer Brittany.
Okay,
stop
I was
that.
Saying
That's so rude.
Was I muted for
That's so rude. What if that? Just talk shitty about half your audience.
And they say that, but no. Steven fought with me about this. because
was not as
thank you, Shelby, for the super chat. Yes, I'm repeating it.
And you know
Steven
you've got to
and
see
Abba
this
did tell me when I came on to discuss OnlyFans and sex work, they did tell me that I am speaking for specific bubbles and they need to speak for general public, and they were being anti-sex work for the general populace. Steven argued with me over this rape thingy because I was like,
how am I anti-sex work? Wait,
Yeah,
what?
no, she leaps to. Hey, Steve03. I normally don't dig you, but I'm gonna defend you. Okay, I'm gonna defend you in this case. Hold on a second, buddy. Hold on a second. Let me get over here and give you put my arm around you. Hold on a second, buddy. Hold on. Let me come on down
they
here.
were being anti-sex
Hold
work
on.
for the general populace.
Hold on.
Steven argued with me over this rape
Enough,
thingy
Cha.
because I was like, you're speaking from like a bubble, right? Like men are socialized like this and women are socialized
Buddy.
by this, but like it depends on the
Buddy.
bubble. Generally speaking, doesn't work anymore,
No.
right?
Okay, dude. Bro.
Okay. Hold on. Sorry. Hold on.
Oh, Bird, could you
I need
just
that
do me a
weed.
favor
That's
and
what I
like
need.
hop out of here, please?
I need to smoke. I just need to smoke. I just need to smoke. It would chill. It would fucking mellow me the fuck out. Or maybe I need a drink. I need some substance. I
Oh,
need
so
at
he
least
does
some-
smoke. He needs some substance. Yeah, he does smoke. Okay, good. That's good to know. That poor guy who sits behind his computer screen 10 hours a day is actually a bit of a stoner. I know he does sneef because I've literally seen him lean over and sneef and then come back like.
Bring it back. Chill out. Calm
Yeah,
down.
bro.
Okay.
No, he's really getting upset about this because she doesn't get. She
This
doesn't
is
get.
what it's
He's
like
told
when
her
level 2
clearly.
with me is trying to perceive what a level 5 is saying. It's hard for me to.
Yeah. Oh, and now
I got a lot of
he's
mental
actually
work I'm
joking
trying to
because
do
you
right
know
now.
she
I'm
has
sorry.
these
Okay.
bubbles that she's a level
It just doesn't
5
work
of
anymore.
understanding
So
and
again,
everybody
people
else
have to be
is
more open to
lesser.
the idea that
you
you
know.
are speaking from a bubble. Actually, Discord said it really well. They said, I really like Destiny and I've been watching him.
Enough,
really,
Cha!
but I've been calling in to ask him if he thinks he is maybe not the effective communicator that he thinks he is, and people are constantly misunderstanding him. Quotation.
Speaking of
Some
not
people think
the
he's uncharitable,
effective
but I don't think-
communicator
I don't think
that,
they're-
somebody
but I do
thinks
think
they
there's a pattern
are.
for a reason. Look, Destiny and I are very similar, as is Sneeko and everyone else. The place that I think I'm excelling versus them two is I know I'm not speaking for the general public. I know I'm speaking for bubbles, but I think Steven does think he's speaking generally and normally, but he's not. And that's why he's misunderstood.
This is why, and I'll say this again, and I implore you guys, please God, when you guys are listening to other content creators, please, when people say things like this, you have to give examples. You need
Yes.
to give examples.
Yes, you
need
do.
to say, hey,
This is why
what
I'm
do you
sharing
mean
this
when
video.
You give some examples. Always ask for examples on stuff like this. Please always ask for examples. Like, what have I ever said where I clarify this so it's actually exhausting how much I clarify this shit. I don't recommend my life for minute. Or here's something that I recommend if you do this. This is like a general recommendation. I am so curious. Have I ever made a general recommendation that's wrong? Like my general
Yeah,
recommendations
you actually
tend to
have,
be
many times.
so milquetoast. If you want to lose weight, start counting calories. If you want to be careful with your money, always make a budget. If you want to do well in life, you need to go to school. Like I feel like I'm getting gaslit by this fucking bot. I feel like I've over clarified so much fucking time, or so many fucking times. Like here, like the general advice that I give is so broad and it's so normal. Is this like a bubble thing? Am I stuck in the in a
No,
normal
she
bubble
just
where
wants
people-
anything that she wants to perturb into her belief system. She will do, Steve03. Pog boy.
Has a habit of, I think, not being as forthcoming or honest as he could be in his work versus me and Sneeko. We're more than happy to throw our trash out there for the most part.
My whole life. I don't. Oh shit. Okay. I just gotta chill. Why am
Yeah,
I
bro.
letting these guys?
I think
are,
you sneaked
like,
out a little
glued
too
to the
hard.
internet, and I've been here for so long. It's okay. I understand.
Yeah, I need to knock Cha him a little bit.
Okay. We need to. I'm getting trolled right now.
Yeah, you are.
This is an epic. This is an epic troll.
Yeah, but except
This is
she's
an
not.
epic troll.
It's
It
not
has
like
to
your
be.
troll, Steve.
It must
I mean,
be.
your troll is
It's
a bit
just-
genius.
It's just I'm getting
kept your
epically
views
trolled.
up. I mean, you know.
I must be getting epically trolled.
No,
Okay? I
no,
must be
no.
getting
She's
epically
seriously.
trolled right now. Okay.
She's serious. She doesn't understand.
Who just joined me?
You really think it's a troll?
Nope. Yeah. See.
Don't. You're the evil devil. Okay. Don't be here. You're gonna make me stop. You're the bad one. Okay. That's gonna make me
The
think
bad
bad
one.
thoughts. Okay. I'm staying.
No, I'm absolutely the angel on the shoulder. I don't know what you're
Is
talking
that
I don't think
Lob
she's
or is that
trolling, but
Pixie calling?
I don't
Hold on a
know.
second.
She has such a wild impression of me.
By the way,
That
that's
is so
a
far
there's
from
somebody else
reality.
named Pixie. who's
Even the
involved in this.
examples that she gave were so wrong. She literally gave the
Well,
example.
yeah.
Sneeko's open about his cheating. Like, first of all, cheating to these guys is Giga Chad. They think that's cool. Like,
Yeah.
he literally talks about how.
By the way, Giga Chad.
I
for
can't even
all
say
the-
anything because I don't even
the
know how
boomy
much
the
he's
boomers
published with.
is,
I can't even say what I want to fucking say. Like, it's. I am so
Giga
open with
Chad is
everything.
the
I said
highest
I've cheated on
form of,
on Aaron like fucking 20 times. I've
internet
always said this. I'm not. I don't lie any of this shit about my life. I can't lie anything about my life. My whole fucking life is public.
Okay.
How the fuck could she possibly say this kid is
Okay.
more open than me? He says he's fucking Islamic.
Yeah,
He doesn't know
he's
never opened a
triggered so hard, poor guy.
Breathe.
So hard, he's triggered.
I see it, obviously. Brittany could have a bias with you because she knows about cheating, but then that wouldn't explain why she doesn't have a bias towards Sneeko. Correct? That's what's frustrating right now, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how she can say
because
he's
it's
open-minded.
convenience.
He's become
it's just
one
a
of the
matter
most
of that
judgmental people
one person
in
is
all of
agreeing with
fucking
her,
YouTube.
which she needs
He's so
to
judgmental.
validate herself.
Bro, he's open-minded. He's literally making fun of what Charlie's girlfriend looks like. He calls everybody.
By the way,
he thinks that if you've gotten
covered that the
vaccinated,
other
your
day,
fucking
but
dick is gonna
boy,
fall off.
what
How
a
is this the
dick.
open-minded person? He's hyper-judgmental of every type of relationship style that doesn't match his. Like what?
Okay.
How is he the open-minded one? I don't understand. There's no way.
So she's just trolling you.
No, she's not trolling.
No,
I
she's
think
not
that-
trolling.
I know she's not.
Yeah, I know. That's the sad thing.
I don't know if
This
she's
is
still
what I
like, is she
mean.
upset from the rape conversation and it's just like carried over into everything now? Is that?
No, it's not the rape conversation.
It's- well,
I tried to tell you this
yes.
before, that the first time I got the vibe, like Brittany wasn't sure about you, it had to do with the sex worker discourse. It was, from there, I think not really being honest with you about that.
Wait.
only made-
What is
okay.
what is the sex worker discourse? Did I ever come off as anti-sex worker, or what part of the discourse?
You have.
Yeah, he really doesn't know sometimes
ability
because he's talked
to be
so often.
critical and to wonder about things, and that can make it seem like you're against something. I think there was a time where you really didn't have a positive view about OnlyFans with the idea that people could reach out to sex workers. You thought that maybe this could be bad on their mental and their ability to form like positive relationships if they are.
Oh,
do you know
because
what I'm
I
talking
was
about?
critical of the DMing people and going back and forth like that. Yeah.
Yes.
I feel like
So-
even
So
in that
that's anti-sex
conversation,
worker? 'Cause he was-
didn't she say? I actually know a lot of people
This is
that
what I'm
do
talking
this
about.
and
She
they
takes
don't
part
think it's
things and it just
exploitative or
goes
abusive
out
at
of
all.
control.
Did I literally send that comment?
Wow.
Oh, maybe it's possible that in different
Yes.
communities people engage with it differently. Does that not count? Should I just not even
Yes,
bother
you
saying
didn't.
it?
No, you
So
shouldn't.
this
You
isn't
shouldn't bother
specifically
saying
about
it.
you. This is about her. Okay. That happened.
Okay, we need-
I think
I think we could all use
very
a little,
mature, very emotionally intelligent,
a little
very capable
brainless
of
for a while.
understanding other
What do you
bubbles
think?
and
I gotta take a quick
understanding that
break.
everyone's
I
on
gotta
a
use the
different path,
bathroom.
right?
I gotta get some more
So
coffee.
for you,
I gotta
it
take the
probably
dog
seems like
out.
She's able to engage
So,
in that criticism.
stick
and the
around.
conversation with her later.
You know
will
how
be
I do.
really
I'm not gonna be
skeptical
gone.
about you.
I don't disappear.
Because while you are, I don't know, not taking up for her side or something like that, you are very much coddling Lav and helping Lav take her side, which is against sex work. So you have to understand that the people that you compliment sometimes don't really match, don't live up to that compliment. And so you're kind of...
Oh, I got a copyright claim. Woo!
It happened through like you and Zushia. It all got fucking leaked. I fought with Melina on stream before. It's all insanely fucking public. How can you ever say there's like a hidden part of my relationship that like everybody doesn't have a fucking opinion on? Literally every fucking person in the fucking world has an opinion on my relationship.
It's not that it's hidden. It's just the.
Meanwhile.
Whew. So I want to talk to you about cheating.
Jesus.
I know.
Big heavy topics today, huh?
So, well, you know, I just figured why not. But we were also watching Abba and Preach and you and QXQC or whatever
XQC.
talk about like who would like approach a gunman, I guess. And that stuff is so funny to me. And in my family, obviously, like it's very different for me because the way that I was raised, it's just whoever's more capable goes in. So obviously, if like the man is there and he's more capable, send him. But if I am there, then like send me if it's another woman or something. I don't know. It's just one of those things. But then I was thinking about what you and Melina talked about the other day on cheating. So I want to talk about those two things. Which one do you want to talk about?
Whatever you want to talk about.
So they've clearly had conversations that get deep about this
cheating, 'cause
when
that's
they're on the good. You
Do you know
know?
how I came on your stream when I was pretty baked and I talked to you guys about that Reddit post?
I think I remember, yeah.
Okay, so I'm just curious. You said, I don't care if people cheat. Can you?
Wait, I said that?
Yes, you were like, I don't care if people cheat.
No, I might have. If I said that, it was
I've
in
never heard
regards
him
to, like,
say that.
I don't care for me personally,
Yeah.
because I'm always in open relationships. That's just not something I care about. But I mean, I guess like theoretically, I would care because It's not about the cheating. It'd be that we made some agreement and they lied about it. So now I don't know what else to lie about. But if I made that comment, it was in regards to the fact that I'm always in open relationships.
So then they're not even cheating. So why do you say like you're pro cheating? That makes, or you're okay with cheating?
I don't think I would ever say I'm pro cheating.
Okay, then you
that
said
would have
you're
been
okay.
like
Yeah, okay. You didn't say
that
pro
probably would have
cheating.
been like one line taken out of that. But obviously, insofar as everything is concerned, cheating is bad because it's you're breaking a promise or a contract with somebody, right?
Yeah, I mean that's bad.
But
We
in
know
an
this
open
is bad.
relationship, So is there like nobody that Melina could be with that you would be upset about? Like you've never
Not
vetoed?
for me personally. Well, I mean, yeah, they're yeah. Or I'm being autistic. No, the answer is no. Like if she were to like fuck my 11-year-old son, I would be like, this is fucked up.
Whoa! I don't even know
Yeah,
why.
that's right.
Why did
Okay,
you go
well, I gotta be
there?
careful because I don't want to
so
commit to
fucking
an
weird.
answer.
You're
I don't want to commit
fucking
to an
weird.
answer where you're like, oh, nobody, and then you bring it up, and I'm like, oh, okay, you're right. I'm sorry, I've got to walk that back, right? So yeah, if she were to fuck like a child or something like that, obviously there would be issues here where like, okay, that's fucked up. Or if she were to like rape somebody. But for the purpose of your question, which I assume is a good faith question, the answer is no. There's nobody that I would veto or care about anything like that. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what is wrong with your fucking brain, but even that conversation we had about cheating, you were like, well, what if you found the perfect person, but they wanted to like fuck puppies? And I'm like, what the fuck, Dustin?
What?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
What's wrong
We're
with
always.
you?
We're
What?
always exploring all the options, Brittany, okay? Trying to look into the other bubbles to see what could possibly be going on over there, you know?
But it's outrageous because like here we are trying to have real conversations about dating and expectations, and then you use these fucking out of like left corner examples as if that's gonna happen to the average person, right?
No, but the issue is just like if I say something like that, then what'll happen is like these things will pile up, and when they start piling up, I'll get somebody in the future who's like, Destiny actually is dishonest about a lot of things that he talks about. And here's like 4 examples. And like, if I've got to talk through every example, I was like, okay, well, when I said that, I didn't mean that. Or like, when I said that Melina could fuck anybody, I didn't mean anybody, obviously, right? If I have to do it like 4 or 5 times, it starts to look like I don't mean anything that I'm saying.
I love
Or,
that
like,
there's
somebody like you
so
might
many
be like,
rules to the lack of rules.
Well, no, hold on. Well, like,
So
what was the
amazing.
context of that? So that's why, like, sometimes when we talk.
Oh, so I got hit by a copyright
autistic about my
claim yesterday. Gotta find out who
clarifications,
did
because
it,
I'm
but
used to people bringing
it's
me,
still
like, grocery
usable.
lists of
It's
things
something
that I've
that's
been, like,
reused
inconsistent
content.
or lying about. So I try
But
to be very careful when I
amazingly,
agree to
it
something.
happened
say yes.
within
I'm just,
30
like, covering
minutes
my
of
base,
me
okay?
writing
And at the
to
same time, I feel like
just
you make it
certain
worse
things.
when you try to do it
So
because
once
you say
again,
these
I have a
most, like, the most
sense that this
confusing
person
statements
is
to everybody,
in a
like,
production
Well, but
staff
now
is
there's no
being very
now there's
vindictive
no
and,
doubt. I would not be okay with Melina fucking
weaponizing
children.
YouTube.
Boom.
And I'm going to
Solved.
say that out
Wonderful.
loud, so if
Would
any
you
of the
know?
YouTube
There we go.
executives
What about
happen to have to
Hassan or Bosch?
review any of this, yeah, your platform's being
would I be okay with them
weaponized by
fucking
one of
children?
your
No, I wouldn't be.
users. And it's
No,
not me,
fuck
and
you,
it's not those of
Melina
us who
fucking
have
them.
smaller viewership.
I mean,
Don't
like-
forget to support, like, and subscribe, because
I think
these
it's a tit
folks
for
want to
tat.
take us
So if
little
they
people
will do shit
off,
like that, then
so
I'm
we
assuming I'm
can't
gonna
say
get to do some
anything
wild shit. So no, I
about
wouldn't
them.
care. As long as everything's equal. If my partner has no restrictions on me, then I
And
don't give a
definitely
fuck.
when it comes
They
to
can
the
do
YouTube news space,
Okay, interesting.
it seems
So
very
what do you
clear
do? Like in your open relationship, I think you
that
referenced
they
it
don't
as
like
something
us
you do
there.
so you don't cheat. Is that accurate?
even though they
Something you
created
do
a
so you don't
space
cheat.
for us.
Well, that's kind of the view that I had as before. Is that like, okay, obviously, I can't do the monogamy thing. I suck at it. So I'm, and then I met
can't do
Melina who's
the
like, oh,
monogamy thing.
polyamory. I'm like, oh, okay,
I
let's try
suck
this.
at
Sounds
it.
better.
That's
So I get
that's
this girl.
Okay, but like you're not in a polyamorous relationship. You're in an open relationship, right? Because you can't.
I don't know what I'm in right now. So
It's like you can't date other people. You can't really anchor with somebody else. Can you move a third person into your apartment and be like, great, now we're all dating?
move somebody in.
All right,
no,
let's take
but I
us
would
back
say
to
that what we
pearly
do goes
things.
well beyond the.
What is it?
This company that I was thinking about working with.
Where are
And
you? What's the name of that company?
They have
They hate. All right, I'll be right back, folks. I gotta use the bathroom, take a brief break. Hello and welcome back. I'm aronmsound.
Walk the dog. Walk the dog and stuff, you know.
I interject myself into conversations that nobody invited me into, and I was not intended to be involved with. So this morning, I have my Yu-Gi-Oh hair out. Oh, yes, go ahead. In honor to make her feel more comfortable. Of Pearly Things having a little coffee talk, and it's just a great example of Pearl's cognitive dissonance all over. Start a fight, but not acknowledge that you start the fight. Try to take conversation into a boxing ring. You know, let's just link a whole bunch of things that don't have anything to do with each other. Cats and dogs living with each other. It's the end of the world. You know, as Pearly Things does. So let's go straight at it today. I'm not going to waste too much of your time this morning because I'm just going to talk along with it for the most part. There's a couple of moments I may pause it. But Pearl. Wow! This person, she is, she's just as out of her gourd as everybody else, but it's really, her thing is that she has privilege. And she has both white girl privilege, money privilege, and a number of other things now that she's, got some money in the bank of her own that's not father's, which, by the way, must be nice to jump from somebody else's wealth to start making your own. I know that must be nice. It must be so much harder on people. Oh, I know you work for it. I know. Anyhow, good morning. Thanks so much for joining. Go make sure to like and subscribe. It's free. Gotta take the dog out. He's like, dude. I wish I could just do this all the time, but it doesn't always work out this way. You gotta get the right kind of right. And it just happened to be timed with Pearl's, frumpiness this morning. Here, it appears on the floor. Make sure I don't run over the dog. All right, what Pearl gotta say? That's me up in arms. And why am I still watching Pearl? Well, I said I wasn't gonna keep pushing her after Wednesday. Because it just, the depravity and what the prison she's selling you is so limited and so juvenile. And this comes up, and it's one thing after the other. And basically, that helps. A little compression on the output of the audio there. Shoddy arm. Yeah, sorry. If I don't go after the dragons, and Pearl is definitely
like my anime hair there with all Yu-Gi-Oh that morning
for me,
matching her.
As far as an ideological concern.
And then I met Melina.
Oh, juvenile. And this comes up, and it's one thing after the other. And basically,
let's get us back.
All right, I'll be back. Hello and welcome back. I'm aronmsound, host of the show Look Up, where I interject myself into conversations that nobody invited me into and I was not intended to be involved with. So, this morning, I have my Yu-Gi-Oh hair out. In honor to make her feel more comfortable. Of Pearly Things having a little coffee talk, and it's just a great example of Pearl's cognitive dissonance all over. Start a fight, but not acknowledge that you start the fight. Try to take conversation into a boxing ring. Let's just link a whole bunch of things that don't have anything to do with each other. Cats and dogs living with each other. It's the end of the world. As Pearly Things does. So let's go straight at it today. I'm not going to waste much of your time this morning because I'm just going to talk along with it for the most part because there's a couple of moments I may pause it. But Pearl, this person, she is, she's just as out of her gourd as everybody else, but it's really, her thing is that she has privilege. And she has both white girl privilege, money privilege, and a number of other things now that she's got some money in the bank of her own that's not her father's, which by the way must be nice to jump from somebody else's wealth to start making your own. I know that must be nice. It must be so much harder on people. Oh, I know you worked for it, Pearl. I know you worked for it. Anyhow, good morning, Pearl. So the reason I have my hair like this, I didn't do anything, and I'm all in Yu-Gi-Oh! Which, by the way, yeah, I do enjoy when I get the anime hair. I enjoy it because I can get that one strange curl right there, just big and. I wish I could just do this all the time, but it doesn't always work out this way. You got to get the right kind of bedhead involved, and it just happened to be timed with Pearl's. Frumpiness this morning. Excuse me here. It appears on the floor. Make sure I don't run over the dog. All right. What's Pearl got to say that has me up in arms? And why am I still watching Pearl? Well, I said I wasn't going to keep pushing her after Nick Fuentes. Because it just, the depravity and what the prison she's selling you is so limited and so juvenile. And this comes up, and it's one thing after the other. And basically, look, I can't be a knight in shoddy armor if I don't go after the dragons. And Pearl is definitely a dragon in my world, for me, as far as an ideological concern in what she's selling other people. Because, frankly, Pearl doesn't know the difference between her ass and a rock in the ground. But she'd have you believe she knows the answers because of all these people she's interviewing. Meanwhile, she's not noticing that the interview, it's not a blind science test. It's not a survey. What she's done is she's picked people out of a very specific group, and that limited group of people, that's who she's getting. Initially it was jocks, then she got some clubbers, and now it's pretty much whoever she can get when she isn't inviting hosts on. Yeah! Sure. Yeah, okay. Anyhow, this is Coffee Talk with Pearl. The name of this is I Accidentally Challenged a Crazy Lady to a Fight. Sure, Pearl.
What up, guys? Welcome.
What up, guys?
Just Pearl
What up, Pearl?
YouTube channel. And welcome to Morning Coffee Thoughts, except I had a smoothie today.
Did you?
Yeah, but it's not
Had a
actually a
smoothie?
smoothie. It's like,
What is it like?
this company that I was thinking about working with.
Were
And
you? What's the name of that company?
They have,
They hate you right now,
I
by
don't
the
know how
way.
they call it. They want me to do this, like, deal. Oh my gosh, my hair's so messy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a mirror, Pearl. The live
I guess
broadcast
it's
is a
part of
mirror.
the brand, according to someone.
Oh, I
No,
can
I'm
tell
not-
that you
not
have
gonna
your
do
own
any of
brand.
these, okay.
No, we all know
No.
you likely have your
No.
own brand. It's like foot
What
and
they want me to do
foot
is they
and
want
salt.
it to be. They had said The Rock does this, like he owns part of the company.
Big foot
I don't know
and
how it
salt.
works, but they
What does
saw
The
my
Rock have
coffee
to do with
thoughts
your
where I was
idea?
saying that I like the coffee in the morning, but I put in so much sugar that's just not good for you. And that's why I haven't. I still haven't had coffee, guys.
speaking
I
of
was
which-
so close.
You know, I'll let.
I was so.
Oh my gosh, my
close.
coffee's nowhere to be found.
No,
She just
great.
reminded me. I have great coffee in the other room.
Anyways, back to this.
Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this without getting up and going and get some
they
coffee. I
sent
might
me
have to
this
jump out on you guys.
powder, right? Now,
What
at
kind of
first
powder?
I tried the powder in water, and I didn't like it too much. It's okay. Then I tried it in milk.
Ooh, in milk. Who's milk?
Now, it wasn't bad in water. It just didn't mix. Like, maybe I needed to mix it better. I don't know. But, and a little bit of blueberries. And this thing is amazing. It is so good.
I need a larger
I don't know how
frame.
to... I'm new to the drink industry, okay?
You're not
When
in the
I
drink
may come
industry.
out
You're,
with a
you're
smoothie
just
line. I've always, it's so funny. I've always wanted...
OCD.
When I was a kid, that was one of my business
presumptive.
ideas. I've always been industrious, right? And one of my ideas was to have a smoothie shop.
Was
And
it?
maybe I will someday. I want to drop an album this year, but I was like, it'd be cool to have. Okay, and I'll tell
Somebody
you why.
got some
Hold on.
ADHD that's oh my goodness. Blessing.
I'm sorry, Blessing.
No, you're not.
It would be cool, okay, because smoothies are so messy.
Breaking
So I was
shit.
trying to think of a way that you could put together, like, the drink, make it less expensive. I don't know. But
what are you talking
it
about?
makes
You're
smoothies
still talking
affordable.
like a
It's
child
you
who wants to
can
open a
either
smoothie
get
shop.
$8 smoothie from a store for a good one, and the real smoothie
What are we Pearl!
lovers,
Sorry.
they know what's a real good one.
What are we trying to do here?
Or you can make it at home, but then the
Okay,
blender's
she's
all
just
messy.
afraid of coffee, which makes no sense to me. I need mine. You deal with this. I need mine to deal with you, Pearl. Oh yeah, this is the whole
Okay,
who's in the window? That's not her roommate. Who's in the mirror reflection? That's not her roommate. What happened to your roommate? That big
don't
old
switch
female
them
man
today,
hands.
I guess.
By the way, boys, those are some big old female man hands. You know what they're good for? Big old female man hand gloves.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're on live feed, Pearl. What's going on?
So,
all right, tell me.
okay, the problem is the bigger you get. I have stories, but people.
Do you have stories? You are a big girl.
And
You're
one,
like almost
they'll
6
pick
foot.
apart your stories. And two,
Yeah, I
they'll
will.
start to
I sure will.
figure out who they're about.
Oh my God! We'll be able to comprehend something, Pearl. Oh my God!
Well, no,
yeah.
not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily.
But you don't really want to start drama where you're telling.
You don't really
one
want to start.
story,
Hey, if that's not the
Yeah, clearly all the
come
good
on.
stories have a little
Grow
bit
up,
of
Pearl.
drama in it. You know what I mean? Like, what I'm gonna tell you? I went to the grocery store and it was uneventful. No.
You
But-
have. You were literally telling
I'm
us
gonna
that
tell you
story
guys
earlier
anyway.
in
All
this
right.
video.
First of all, I have a lot of thoughts.
Second of all, how about third of all?
All right. I accidentally challenged Esther to a fight. I didn't
Accidentally.
mean to.
What a
because I had
bullshit,
been on
coward
Twitter.
way to just
Speaking of Twitter,
go into this. You
I'm
know what
trying
you
to
were
see-
doing.
I'm trying to gather an email
Very
list
clear.
to tell you guys about events.
This is a classic thing.
And,
You always
oh my
talk
gosh,
about.
I got 19 emails.
Okay,
All right.
well, Pearl always talks about how, like, girls know what they're doing. Pearl, this applies to you too. Pearl, yeah, no. High five. This applies to you too, Pearl. It's amazing to me how you have cognitive dissonance because you have money, access, and a following. That following and that bubble around you seems to have clouded and filled your ears to the point where your own echo sounds sensible to you. Because everybody's going, oh, sure. Look, let me just get this out of the way. You have the figure of a young man, sorry. You're in a sport that has a lot of women who date each other. And I'm sure you have friends like that. I have a faith in it. You're larger than the average man. So you're a big girl, Pearl. Somebody's telling you you're fine? I mean, you used to say, I know I'm a 5 at best. Yo, ask somebody who's honest. Pearl, if you include everything with you, no. Not even you can't even say a 5, Pearl, because you have no O-face. You don't know yourself. And I think that there's more to the story in the fear. So anyhow, sorry, I just went off. It's called having perspective, folks. I apologize. I don't know what I'm doing. But you do, and your intentions are coming across, because first off you say, I didn't know how I picked a fight. Well, let me just give you a heads up. You can't go at the world acting like you don't know what you're doing while you're stabbing at bears, or trying to create false equivalence because it fits the things that work for you. Because at some point, somebody like myself is going to notice and be like, yo, con man, to put the snake oil down. And in this case, all right, teenage smarmy, mean girl, whatever. You know, you seem like you're the nice girl, but no, I know who you were. You were the rich, mean girl who would twist and mess with other people. And I'm looking to see if that's the truth. Not specifically for that, but for the fact that I've been looking at a lot of older videos of you and finding things about your surroundings and you know, because there's a record of these things. It kind of seems like Pearl was a bully. She's always been a big, giant human. So, yeah. Anyhow, that's besides the point. That's, by the way, all of that is just me putting that out there. It's not really all confirmed. I'll just say that right now. But I get a vibe. I get a sense from the information that I've gleaned. So I could be wrong. Totally could be wrong. I don't think I am. I think Pearl lives in a world that suits her, built by her. It's like a little echo chamber that's big enough because of her privilege that she can't tell that the echo is coming from her.
have no
Ball's
email.
too far away.
That's probably not a good thing. You're supposed to like get your audience's emails and phone numbers.
Okay, tell us what the point of this video is, Pearl.
I'm gonna put the link to that in the description. Anyways.
Thank you.
So,
Get to the point.
I'm gonna tell you a couple stories. I
Please do.
accidentally challenged Esther to a
Accidentally. What? You're so full of shit.
Now,
Yeah, you hear me? You're full of shit. You know you are. That's why you
how
have to
do you
pause.
accidentally challenge someone to a fight?
Excellent question, Goofy.
You would think that would be... Alright, so if you guys don't know, Esther was the girl that would not leave my podcast at the end of the podcast.
If you don't know,
like,
Esther's the person who is in
other
the wrong,
lady is
and I'm going to
they're
shame and
both nuts.
insult.
Absolutely not. Crazy women. Alright, so like if I disappear tomorrow, look at these two. Alright,
need to be right.
I'm just saying. If I had to put
Oh my God.
The other lady,
You're doing the
is
thing you
I don't
point
even
out
know
about
her
other
name.
people all
Some
the time.
lady that came on my show and she showed
No,
up in
they were crazy.
turtleneck.
No, they were nuts.
And then
But
I thought she was a
Pearl
normal
doesn't
lady.
see her as part
and
of
then
the
she
issue
threatened
or
my
creating the
co-host
scenario.
that I disrespected her.
Which, by the way,
because I
who's the
didn't
most
let her
intriguing?
talk and say whatever she wanted and give her mic time on a podcast I made.
Well,
the entitlement of
you were-
modern women. Can you imagine?
I can't imagine. Can you imagine the entitlement of modern women, Pearl? Yeah. Your platform doesn't mean you get to be a jerk. During, before, or after. If you were going to be Maury Povich, you at least got to have the fucking balls. And this is emotional. This isn't physical, by the way. What's a better way? To not be a coward and be honest with your audience and your guests about your actual intentions and what you'd like to see. Because, by the way, that was the most compelling TV at that moment in time. When you threw people off your show, when you actually got upset, when you got involved. And I know you were trying to move the needle of the conversation, but you also just gave in and capitulated to the Andrew Tate, the fresh and fit scenario because you wanted the views. So now you reap the rewards of what you asked for, of what you sowed, in your own kind of terminology. So, Pearl, who's really the crazy person? Are you any different than they? To me, no. First off, you're more insane. You're hosting this show at your house, and then you'd wonder why you're having a problem. That's really astonishing to me. That's the kind of thing where it's like, yo, you need to fire. I've said it before. Blessing is a great broadcast engineer. Make him a broadcast engineer. He's not a producer. If you don't have one separately, you need one. Forget your assistant. That's just you feeding your ego. You can take care of your own life. You barely seem to keep organized in any sense. So, because all of this is whimsical anyways. This is all up to your whim, by the way. Which is the thing that you would be pointing out about everybody else's behaviors as well. Sorry, I said it, just let it roll.
Paying a staff to set up the show. And
Yeah.
she's probably going to react to this too. Because
Maybe you think?
that's what they do.
Yes, that's what we
Crazy.
do.
You know, you just let them.
Oh, the crazy people. You were the whitest girl in the world. You still are the whitest girl in the world. Your first... How many videos did you do reacting to music, to rap? Delusion. Talk about forgetting oneself real quick. That's called cognitive dissonance, folks. Cognitive dissonance. And it's always just shockingly amazing. It's amazing. I'm sorry, I'm going to adjust the mic here a little bit because I want to sit back and shit a little bit. It's just amazing here how people will actively ignore their own cognitive dissonance while screaming at others. That's why I really do a lot of personal review, a lot. Personal bias checks. Okay! See, I'm telling you, I got Yu-Gi-Oh here. I don't know how it happens, but at a certain level, it just goes, you have built-in depth. Congratulations. No need for hairspray. Honey! I wish I could wear it into the world like this. I could only possibly go to like a Comic-Con or something wearing my hair like this. By the way, I'm not mocking. I'm doing my best impression whatsoever. I love Japanese people. All right, enough ASMR, Pearl. I couldn't possibly imagine the entitlement to wanting to speak. If you invite crazy people that you know are crazy onto your show, they're going to be crazy. You knew you were inviting a neo-Nazi onto your show, and he said neo-Nazi things. You didn't seem against any of that, Pearl. Huh? What about that? Anyhow.
Anyways, so she storms off, threatens me, then says she didn't threaten me, whatever. Esther came back to my apartment at 1 in the morning, unannounced. You know, crazy people, right? Okay. So.
Honestly, not so much more crazy than you.
Security. We have security.
Yeah, thank goodness, because you do this show in your home.
You know?
And it's not a great neighborhood, apparently.
Oh, how did I accidentally challenge her to a fight?
Was she in North?
So I was tweeting. All right,
like
I have been on the Twitter grind.
Just outside.
I have been on the Twitter. I have just been tweeting my
South
thoughts,
London.
and it's crazy. I'm almost at 100,000 followers.
Oh, it's crazy! I have 2 million followers on YouTube, and I almost got 100,000 on Twitter. They're totally not associated at all.
I mean, you always want to grow on social media.
I'm sure
but I was just tweeting, and then I started. Oh my gosh,
Pearl does not.
I started tweeting
really recognize
basic
how
things
goofy.
that I thought were just common sense, and I would just sit and laugh at how the internet, like I put strippers are whores, because like literally, what's it? I mean,
what's the difference?
That used to be common knowledge,
Pearl.
right?
No.
You know,
Okay, so first off, strippers are strippers, whores are whores, streetwalkers are streetwalkers, call girls are call girls. These are different jobs. You don't have respect for other people. You don't even know why you should have respect for these things. And a whore is a mid to low level street prostitute, by the way. It's a very specific thing. Now you want to talk about hoes? In different area codes? And koozies? That's a different thing. That doesn't exist. Okay? That's just some stuff that girls like to talk about because it makes it easy for them to admit that they also take part in enjoying sex. So, chew on that for a little while, little girl, and you know, that's about as close to the O-face as she can get. I think it always like gets about there, and then she probably starts thinking about something and can't be in the moment because she has a problem with being in the moment, quite clearly, from everything that I've seen so far. And I'm gonna gather that she loses the twitch and can't get the bean or the gene to squeak. You know what I mean? Squeak, squeak. She don't know. Which is part of this whole thing. She's got a pent aggressive, passive aggressive way about her that says everything about the fact that Pearl doesn't know what she speaks of. Anybody else get that idea? That Pearl just doesn't know what she speaks about and she's searching through this whole process? I think so.
I didn't say you're a bad person, but we can't act like you're that sexually choosy if you're letting guys pay $50 to see your boobs. You can try to
this is the thing, is that you know so little about sexuality and sex that you would assume that because you've got the viewpoint of a child, essentially, that you're basically a teenager in your mind.
Anyway, look, all right.
No, it's what you assume
and then
because you're part of a little group of prudes.
Too ugly. She couldn't get a strip club job anyway.
Actually, no, Pearl, it has nothing to do with you being unattractive because there's plenty of unattractive women in strip clubs working. No, and good on them for finding themselves and being in touch with themselves enough to do that. Because you gotta have balls to do that job. You gotta. I mean, that also. There's so many things that go along with it, and it's like, and it's just like skydivers. You notice that strippers are either somebody who either knows themselves really well, or they're just a bag of rocks and they don't know any better, and it worked out for them, and so they'll jump off a cliff just like they would strip. You know, it's just. But some of them, I'd say a good portion of them, the majority of the strippers in the world that I've met are savvy and a little vicious and dangerous and are in touch with themselves, and that's how they ended up there. And because it's not the easiest environment, and so the reason you wouldn't get this gig, you wouldn't get that. And I challenge Pearl to go try to get a strip job. She'd last maybe a day, and the only reason they'd hire you is because of your name and because they know that people would come watch. But you would be a terrible stripper because your physicality is so stiff. Pearl, your physicality is that of a stiff 17-year-old boy. You heard me. I'm surprised you play volleyball. Well, but it makes sense. Volleyball does make you move in a certain fashion. Shout out to Liechtenstein, Team Liechtenstein. I got a little, relative on that team. Kicking butts, kicking names, but that's beside the point. So yeah, I do have a little bias in the situation. That's right. My niece is on a competing team professionally, has been for a long time. Hey. Anyhow. That's Pearl's poop face. Pearl talks on the phone when she's pooping.
Guys.
Yeah.
You don't. Come on. You don't think I could get a strip?
I don't.
Right.
I really don't
right,
think that you
guys,
could keep
you're
that
right.
job or do it properly. I think you do it for a night,
So I was
and then
just
you'd run
tweeting.
away.
Now, what did I
Because you're a
tweet?
coward
I
anyways,
tweeted
Pearl.
something along
You're
the
a total
lines
coward.
of...
Everything about you is cowardice. Driving
I
the
was
chain.
tweeting about a red pill boxing match, all right? And I was saying I wanted to
By the way,
host
that's
a
that's
red
how
pill
they.
boxing
By the way,
match.
the red
Now
pill
imagine.
folks, they
Now
think
here's
that
the
that's
problem.
really
The
how you
liberals
handle
won't
everything.
fight. I've DM'd a bunch
That's
of
how you
them,
know that they're
a bunch of people that have been
they
talking
think
shit
that.
about me. Let's get in the ring, baby.
Yeah, that's not what
And-
you do. You the ring is your venue is the conversation, Pearl. Once you start taking it outside of that,
They all...
you've changed venue and it has
None
nothing
of
to
them
do
would
with one
respond.
another.
Okay, so as a joke, I said,
Yes,
okay, fine.
none of them would do that, and they didn't respond to you, and you should have taken that as a sign that you were getting ridiculous. When none of them, like Destiny, when none of them responded to you, you should have said, oh, that's an answer, and I should think about that and have some self-reflection. No. Because these are all business people too. If it was a good idea, Pearl, they would have said, damn, Pearl, good idea. Yeah, no, we should really do this. Of course the red pillars want to. They go to the gym, and they're in boxing matches anyways. They're always trying to fight about it. That's what they really want. They don't like and can't defend most of their positions without the basic 6 or 7 points that they say over and over. And that in itself lets you know that they don't have a real argument or real capability to defend themselves, because just like you, 7 to 9 talking points that you bring back up without ever citing the studies that you claim to say exist. See, but I've looked at these studies. I've looked for the information that you guys push, by the way, and you're always misreading it or misappropriating it or pushing it in another direction. So that lets me know that that's what you do inside your own mind, Pearl. So I challenge you, Pearl, to what? Go try to get a stripper job where they don't know who you are and keep that job for a week. You won't last 2 nights. Guarantee it. If you last for the week and you make any kind of money, I'd be very surprised. I'd be very surprised. And the reason is because, Pearl, you don't know how to move and you're not sexually knowledgeable about yourself. You're stiff like a board.
Guys, I'll fight Esther.
Of course you would.
And I put laughing emojis.
You're
I
a
thought
heavyweight
it was
versus
weird
a
that
featherweight.
this was a joke. I don't know how that could be misconstrued as not a joke.
You knew what you were doing.
I clearly
You
don't want
knew
to be
what
crazy.
you were doing,
They're
and you need
obsessed
to
with
own
me,
up to the accountability for that. You're a
They're
coward.
obsessed with me. All I can say is thanks for being a
How
fan.
about
If you're
Rousey?
watching
Why don't
now-
you go into the ring with
Anyway.
Rousey? She's
So-
your weight
so.
class.
Then I find out people are screenshot. You know how it is on the internet.
I do.
So people are screenshotting me her story, and she's like, "Okay, I'll fight you." Now, and I actually genuinely thought about it.
That's she's brave. You're a coward because I mean she's brave. She would go at you. That's crazy. That's also how you know she's nuts. Both of you are nuts.
I'm not trying to play with someone that fights dirty. And maybe that's
okay. So this is the other thing: is you put it out there and then immediately you retract it when you realize that the other person's willing to take it. Coward. This lets me know that, especially because you gotta take it outside your own venue first. Yeah, Pearl. You gotta take it outside the actual appropriate venue to feel like that you can win. Because you can't win your point unless you're only getting the limited point of view that fits at your skew, Pearl. To be frank with you, at a certain level, I don't believe anybody at a certain level of these conversations, because I think peer pressure plays so much a role into what people want to say, so that they're noticed in the conversation that it's not unlike. And especially when people are telling you that they see the negative projection side, or the fact that people get attention out of negativity, that they themselves are actually trying to have the conversation to get the negative attention. Hello and welcome back. I'm aronmsound, and this is the show Look Up, where I interject myself into conversations that not a single person in this world invited me into. Truth. And I try to take them someplace maybe they weren't intended to go, so that you and I can take a journey beyond the prisons of our mentality, limited by the concepts of our peer pressure relationships. In other words, I say look up at the elephants in the room, standing on top of the glass ceiling that we can just smash with our own minds. Smash right on through them. But we have to stand outside of our prison cells. And today, folks, I get dragged right on back in. Right on back in, just when you thought you were on your way out. I am gonna today react to some Dr. Quantum, which I think helps drag out, draw clearly, illuminates my concepts about perception, about presentation, about how there are more nuances and dimensions to than just this dating manosphere, the 6'4" hamster in a big giant plastic ball in a Miami lounge suit, picking up on all of your ex-girlfriends. There's more to it. There's a nuance. There's a large conversation happening here. And if I don't have it in a silly way, people might think that I'm trying to change the world or something. Goodness gracious me, don't think that at all. Not me. I stay out of that fight. Today, like I said, I'm going to draw back into the pearly motherfucking verse. Yeah, that's right, the pearly Mickey fucking verse. The pearly verse. And the title of this one is called They Couldn't Handle the Truth. They couldn't handle the truth. And I think that's a projection. Although it is, what great clickbait. Goodness, just clicky, clicky, clicky. It made me go clicky, clicky. Truthfully. But then again, I just like to talk to y'all about all of these little prisons that we build for ourselves, and then we throw our monkey poo out of our prison into the other prison, and they're like, my monkey poo smells better than your monkey poo. Although I don't believe many of these people believe in evolution. I think that they're avoiding it and ignoring it. And that's just my personal HO. But then again, because we all have an A and an O, Not everybody gets the O though, and I'm going to talk about this. Hopefully I'll get far enough into the video to talk about the lack of O in somebody's face. As you get older, you can kind of see people that are in touch with themselves, and you can like smell it and see it. Yeah, you can smell it. You can really smell those people that are in touch with themselves. No, it's like a sense. You could tell whether or not that person is on a similar experience level. You can tell because it kind of comes off of us in this emanation, an aura, a sense of, it's in your eyes, it's in your body language. How comfortable are you with you? And a lot of times, it has to do with how well you know yourself. And that is not just in your mind or your spiritual sense, that's also your body, folks. How well do you know your body? And I know plenty of athletes that don't know smack about their whole body. They just know it is an instrument. And they don't know that it has many levels and layers. Yes, it has many levels and many layers. So don't be fooled, because you too can pull the wool right on over your own eyes, folks. I'll say it again. You too can pull the wool right on over your own eyes. Okay? So today's episode featuring the Pearlyverse, that limited world in which everything is 1955, and that's the only way we can possibly achieve happiness is by doing those things that Pearl thinks her parents are doing. Pretty much. If you want me to boil it down to the meanest possible logistical, obvious answer from a perspective point of view, it's because Pearl thinks everybody should be doing what her parents are doing because it seems to work for them, not knowing that it only works in that one little environment, because you couldn't uproot that family and put it into San Francisco and have made that work. Nope. You couldn't have taken it to New York and made that work. Nope. You wouldn't even have been able to take it to some places in many places in the world. No, it only works in a certain environment with a certain support system. And that support system can be considered privilege. Because when you have one, it is a privilege. And if you don't recognize it, well then what does it become? Not only privilege, but you think you're, what's the word, folks? Come on, kids, say it with me. Entitled! Yes. Yeah, you become entitled to it and you don't even realize it, and that's really what entitled is. When you don't realize that you think something belongs to you, when it in fact is not nominally belonging to anybody. Just like how safety isn't, you can't be entitled to safety because we could all be wiped out by a solar flare in a blink of an eye. Accidentally have a latrine full of frozen blue ice land on you inside of your own home. It's happened, folks. Look it up. That's what happens in a universe where randomness is a portion of the reality. And if you don't like it, let me ASMR you into weirdness. Scratchy, scratchy. It makes me wonder, do you know where you live and where you're from? Or are you believing the constructs of an ancient time, of another time that keeps us all just like at bay from being able to be our happiest of selves? And what is our happiest of self? The pursuit and the actualization, the becoming of what we wish to be, whatever that is. There are 8 billion of us now on a planet that can sustain 20 billion people, believe it or not. If, that is, we act more in balance with our surroundings. And there isn't a certain small set of people hoarding from the rest, saying to the rest, oh, it's for your better. We know what to do with it. All that stuff that you're experiencing in scarcity, pay no attention. I know we have the most of it, but we're not manufacturing that scarcity. Which brings me to this conversation. They couldn't handle the truth. Let's start with the scarcity of comfort. the scarcity of loyalty, the scarcity of consensus about well-being. That's manufactured because we actually have all that. We all know that happiness comes from what makes us individually feel happy. And then the extremists would argue, oh, but that means you could be crazy and kill people. What if that makes you happy? No, okay. That's not a logical argument. Now you're jumping to conclusions. You want me to grab out the mat and we can spin the wheel and you can act in fear. That's not a realistic portion of the conversation. That's a red herring that takes us off. And I don't take part in those conversations because it just pulls away from what we're trying to have. It's, when I say a red herring, it's like a spy walking into the room and seeing that you're getting too close to the actual end of the conversation. So let me throw some flim-flam magic in there so you look the other direction. And that's the big problem. The big problem in this whole discussion and in our back and forth in the Western world. We let the magicians walk in and raid our pockets, raid our spiritual selves, raid our whole ability to look beyond the petty conversations. When we let them steal the moments and sell us on a bill of goods, so they, whoever they be, and I'll say whoever for the moment, although I wouldn't even pose it if I didn't actually know the answers. I'll say this again, I wouldn't pose it if I didn't actually know the answers. And I'm not going to let planet Earth, humanity, down by knowing the answers and not saying something about it. That we have the ability, all of us, every single one of us, to enjoy our lives, our experiences, and to make the most out of it, and to take the entirety of the species up another chain, actually gain a greater being, something that is greater, not a petty sense of greater, but an actual greater in the evolutionary scale of ourselves. And that next step is an egalitarianism that makes it a bad thing to hoard, that shuns that version of monkey boy, of monkey person, and weeds it out of our genetics altogether. Because those practices are social and they're genetic. But I digress 100% because they couldn't handle the truth when it's true that it's Pearly's projection. In this case, and the reason I'm using this video today, as I'm 10 minutes into my own video, is to say, hey, check out how quickly they hit a ceiling in a conversation that is actually going somewhere. That as soon as they get to a point where they can solve something socially and culturally amongst them, they can come to a point where they can do something about the idea that they're having. As soon as they get to that point, their programming, as if somebody flips a switch, suddenly diverts to the red herring in the room and they devolve. They devolve back into a little ball of tomato throwing about whose poopy pile is prettier than the other person's poopy pile, and whose prison is cooler than the other prison, and how much prison should you have, and my prison's bigger than your prison. Because that's what it sounds like to me. And I mock because it's a childish thing. It plays to our base childish playpen behaviors that we're supposed to grow out of. You're not supposed to remain the mean girl. You're not supposed to remain the bully jock. You're not supposed to remain the geek that hides in the corner. You're not supposed to remain these things. You're supposed to learn from life and grow out of them. And if you're not being given a chance, that's one thing. Because that can happen. People pin you into a corner and tell you this is who you are your whole life until you actually break out of your cage and find out, no, you didn't have to be that at all. I know. I've always been the opposite of what people thought I was, no matter what it is. I know this personally, and I'll tell you where I lie. I'm fallible and imperfect, and I'll put that forward first. Because then it's, and like it is to myself, it becomes even more enriching when I have a great experience because I'm fallible. And I expect the downs as well as the ups. I don't just expect the ups because that's not life, and I don't learn without the downs and the failures and the mistakes and the faux pas and the stupid stuff. We all do it, and if we don't admit to it, we're admitting that we have a personal failure. When we don't admit to it, when we don't admit to our flaws, when we don't have a sense of humility, when we can't laugh at ourselves and the world around us, you're saying, I'm afraid. You're showing your cards to the people across from you, and you're saying, I'm afraid. And then look, that's understandable. I'm not going to fault you for that because you just haven't gotten to that point. But I want to urge you to not be afraid. I'm here with you. The greatest people on the planet have been the most faulty wackos. But because they break so many rules and they find so many new ways to live and to take ourselves to another level, their names are etched in history, and their names carry us forward with great ideas of how to be better humans and how to experience more, how to get more out of our lives, and how to travel into the universe and learn more, be more, love more. Life as a sentient creature is a gift, and that's my argument, that we can have that without it being held against us for somebody else's benefit. All right. You ready? I'm ready. I'm sure you're ready. Today, they couldn't handle the truth. Back in the Pearlyverse, let's check it out. Where are we? Oh, there we are. Hello, folks. Oh, yeah, you know it's underway. What's going on? The faces of this panel are fabulous. And in the back, you got the vulva. The vulva. Devolver. The Devolver. She takes us all back. She's playing every game given to her. Good on her. She's got it all mastered, but she's also clearly in denial about everything that she's doing. Just as much as Pearl. I wish Pearl had her on more often because she's just so fascinating about how just, she is living in her own universe, and good on her. Too bad it probably hurts everybody around her. Same with the guy up on the left. He's got some things. He's got a Tree of Life tattoo on his chest, which suggests he believes in a similar factor that I do, that there is a multi-dimensionality and a history to man that we probably don't recognize. At the same time, he's wearing the lounge lizard outfit, and all he talks about are concepts that he doesn't realize go back to the 1960s pickup con artist game. And there's one woman at the corner. She's married, and they're touting their relationship like it's a flag. We won. I'm better than you bitches because I won. That's another whole, we'll see where you're at in 10 years. Did you grow with your partner? What happened? Everybody's individual. Yeah, I'm describing the show to you now, but I think the faces say it all. And, yeah, there's a lot going on. But, that said, they couldn't handle the truth.
That's
like
worse,
so like.
That's worse.
How else would you describe it?
Yeah,
You gotta use a
Describe
word to
what, bro?
describe
Same
things.
I just I'll just be like, you know, she just like she gets around.
I'll just say she gets around. I don't know. I've kind of.
She does a take.
I've kind of reached this point of like avoiding being unnecessarily disrespectful. So for me,
that's
and I
nice.
think this happens a lot in this space of like people get so obsessed with this conservative viewpoint of having to judge people, and I think people get a kick
And
out of
that's
being like, you
right on.
3 people 4 years ago, so you are bam. Or if you don't do this, then you aren't good enough for these standards, X, Y, Z, and I get that. That is not wrong at all. But
So he just contradicts himself, by the way, right there, when he says, and I get that because that's not wrong at all, even though I've just learned that you don't have to be unnecessarily judgmental to a person. I agree with the judgmental behavior, but I don't, is what he's saying. So let's take that aside. I've seen this gentleman grow in his behavior and in his practices and how he sees the opposite sex and how he sees dating in himself. So this is actually a good growth point, because what he's actually talking about here is a date he went on where he prefaced his own thought process in the date and expected an outcome that it turns out he didn't have. And that preconceived notion got in the way of his ability to have a good time, and instead of having a good time and seeing the other person across from him as an actual human, he saw them as his idea, and it failed the date. So he set himself up for failure because of his preconceived notion. And this is something very human. This is something that we all can do to ourselves, which is why I say you too can pull the wool right over your cute little eyes. Yeah, that's right. Just make sure you miss the eyelashes because they'll get caught up in there too, and then you'll never get the wool out of your eyelashes. Oh, all right. So, where are we? Yes. They're talking about simping and hoes and names. If you enjoy sex and you're not being paid for it, you are not a prostitute, you are not a hoe. Okay? If you are on OnlyFans and you're getting paid to sell your body, well, I'm sorry, you are a whore. That is the definition, you are selling your body. There is nothing wrong with sex work, but at least be honest about your job title. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And it's an old argument that goes back to Dave Chappelle. If I was standing on a street corner in a policeman's uniform and you come up to me and I say, "Excuse me, ma'am, this is just a costume." You may think I'm a policeman, but I may look like one, but that doesn't make me one. Well, no. Well, it better make you one when somebody needs help. Otherwise, you're impersonating an officer, and that logic stands to reason that if you don't think that you're, you know what I'm saying, a stripper being paid for your body to be looked at, if you don't want to admit to the title, then don't do the job. It's that simple. And if you need the work, there's probably plenty of other options. You just want the money. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it at all. I'm not going to talk shit about that. Sex work is fine. There's plenty of places where it does well for people. And I think it's a necessary thing. I don't think that there's enough sex in the world in general. And we're finding out that in Western society, turns out sex is being withheld from the majority of one gender, that's insane. That it's purposeful, that CDC now has information that shows that there's actually sex being withheld, sexuality, dating being withheld from over half.
What's happening, folks? I'm back.
Of the
made
young
some
public.
lunch, walked the dog.
That's wild.
Pet the cat.
Because one group is doing it on purpose.
Made some
thinking
phone
that
calls.
they're being smart.
Made
not knowing that
a little
kind of
rehash
behavior-
of last night's Tuscan chicken with the leftovers. Oh,
And I don't
killing
think
it.
anybody's gonna like the crazy, whatever happens,
You like some?
backlash that happened.
You want
It
some?
is inevitable.
Here,
It's
I'll
human
bring you.
nature. We're conservative for a certain number of years, and then everybody gets tired of being conservative. We go back to being liberal for a couple of years,
What
and
is
we
this
go
guy
back
talking
after a couple
All
of years.
right,
We go back to
so
being
Wick is
conservative.
having a debate
back
right
and forth,
now.
back and forth.
And
And if you don't
so I
know
really
that,
wanna
then
tune
you don't
into
have
that.
the perspective of age. just
Wix
say,
debates
oh, I've
are
seen this
amazing.
happen
And
3 or
if
4
you're not
times.
familiar with Wix TV, make sure you go check them out.
Happen. Or you're not recognized.
Like and subscribe.
Which is very important.
If you haven't already liked and
Because if you wanna
subscribed,
learn
we've got
everything, not hit by
Meatloaf.
the trees that fall.
As Pearly Schwings might
Better
say. Or not.
learn about the cracking sound.
Wick
before the
TV.
people.
So Wick TV is a
too much of a
debate
metaphor?
channel
Learn
where
the signs
conversations are
of
had
society
to
around
forward our concepts.
And you'll notice that
After
the pendulum
Wick's done,
swings back and forth and back and forth. It
we
never sits in the
will,
center. Hey, you can catch it in that moment. In that
we're gonna
brief
jump
moment
over to
where
the
it sits in
Pearlyverse
nice
and
little
get some of that
golden
taken
locks
care of.
Right, because some Puerto Ricans have.
So the conversation today is about
are
race,
mostly European, right?
And,
this is the
I've
going
been
back to
texting into
the
the
Latin America
conversation,
thing.
so that's what I'm going to do here while we talk.
There are.
as well as
this is
eat.
This is so weird. There are
I'd have to be on that
obviously
show. Never
people in
mind.
Latin America
I was
who
gonna eat
come
and
from
scream
Europe,
at the
right? Their
TV.
entire family history is of a European descent. But within this, they cross this border. They cross the
tomato
border
from
into
the second
America,
day.
and all of a sudden they're not. Like this person who is who has all the phenotypical features of a white person, and within the generation or two, right, will lose
Okay,
the
you
family,
ready?
will lose
Change
all
the
the
sound.
cultural background, baggage they come that they've taken from them from Latin America. That person isn't white. Oh, yeah, sure. I don't know how you can even make this argument. This is what I'm saying. That, like, sorry,
that's
what?
a choice for them to lose their cultural background.
I didn't, but that's not the.
How many?
That's
That
not,
man
that's
has
not
no
the important
face.
part. Like,
Is
the
that
point
what's going on here?
part is
That guy has no face. Hold on a
once
second.
they get rid of that
back already,
cultural background, right? Because Pixie had previously said, well, yeah, they might eat different foods. They might talk about, they might speak in Spanish, right?
That
I'm
man
saying
has no
that,
face.
like, their descendants, once their descendants lose that
Wick,
and
Wick's my
become
hero.
more
I love that he's
American,
having these
it would certainly be considered white because there's no other way to tell the difference. But the very fact that they are, we can identify them as an immigrant somehow, and they come over the border, all of a sudden, oh no, of course they're not white. How is that? How is that the case?
Question.
Why do you think that is? Go ahead. Sorry.
I would say it's very simple that different cultures, different areas have obviously been exposed to different cultural and behavioral influences, and they have different histories of how they interact with certain groups of people like that. So.
Is there anything?
Sounds like there's a white culture
I
there.
have a question.
Okay. So I don't know if that's an excuse for that. This is a very hard portion of talking about it because it's so colloquial, meaning local to the areas. He's right. It's local to the behaviors. It's local to the style. Local to the beliefs. Local to the timbre of the skin. Local to local to local. Because it's so tribal. All right. Oh, that's
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can after
Yes, you
I
can.
ask mine.
Oh,
And then
okay.
we'll go to Stardust, then we'll go to Scumbag.
I'm all like,
We're
yeah,
gonna go
yeah, you
with
can.
it. But I have a question. So, given all this is the case, and given that we've already established that I'm Giga White, is there anything
Giga
that
White.
would
Are
change
you?
about my culture? Anything I could change about my socioeconomic
Hey,
status,
fancy dude.
my culture, how I
that
present
away.
myself, that would make me no longer considered white?
According to them, speak Spanish.
If I
So,
spoke
Yeah.
Spanish, if
Pretty
I
much.
The other way,
wearing-
well, not currently, but if you had been in indentured servitude, which I don't know what your background is. Yes, that would have been correct.
traditional
you wouldn't
Puerto
have been
Rican
white.
garb or whatever. I would
You could
have
pull
kinky
Rachel
hair,
Dolezal. She pulled it off for a few
Pull
years.
it.
Rachel Dolezal
Yeah.
did pull it off successfully for quite a
did.
few years. So
She
I
did.
could.
This is
I
true.
could if I wanted to. Also.
on that note, I wanted to ask,
Go ahead.
why this Michaela's chin person blatantly doing blackface
Michaela.
on this panel, and you just have them on here, Wick?
That's
You know
Kanye.
That's Kanye.
This is the mask. This isn't my skin.
Donda.
As a
Donda.
Japanese
Yeah,
person, I'm a
Donda.
little offended that you're doing geisha face.
Yeah,
What are you
exactly.
talking about?
I thought she was doing the actual penguin cosplay that we've been waiting on.
I don't know what you guys are talking. I don't know why people are making comments at me.
Okay.
Me neither.
I'm just gonna bring out the.
Go back. Did you have something?
Oh yeah.
Wow,
okay. I just
that's-
want to add a.
I'm sorry. That's one of the problems with. She just said something that was obviously kind of bigoted. She didn't get what was actually going on, and he's wearing a mask so he isn't recognized. Not that he's wearing blackface. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's just what? I don't understand that mindset. When people look at just like the wrong stuff and then don't notice what they just did wrong of themselves, or so solipsistic or self-absorbed that they can't even see their own behaviors or actions. Yeah. Wow, there's a new Ava and Preach, apparently. Okay. Let's see what else is out here. Myron teaches Sneeko how to hold a gun. Oh my god, why? Ooh, some messy chaotics with Charlotte Dubras. Charlotte. What am I looking for? I am looking to see what the hell I did wrong. Even though I didn't do anything wrong. And I just want to make sure that they're not taking something down. Yeah, I got a little copyright warning on last night's show.
Like, I didn't want to, like, I don't want to seem like I was assuming
Everybody's
shit
been getting
about
dinged.
Puerto Rico. It's just like,
going on?
I did commercial painting last summer, and my boss was half Puerto Rican, half Dominican, and he lived in Puerto Rico for most of his life, and then he moved to Texas, and he said that he did not consider himself white. Considered himself, you know, like obviously Puerto Rican, but and then he said he considered himself black because in Texas, when he went to high school, the fucking school would divide up into races, and you know,
Does that matter? No, that's a question. That's a question for Scumbag. Does it matter? And this is for all of you, right? But Scumbag first. I'll give Scumbag a chance to answer first. Does it fucking matter?
Okay, so one thing I have to, now that I'm consuming this and taking it and thinking about it, when you're in places like the Dominican Republic, one of the things or Japan, or there's plenty of places around the world where colorism is a real thing, even amongst small populations. Like, oh, you're darker skinned, so you're not considered as you know, legitimate or something. I don't really know. I just don't. I've never understood it because it's like, oh, you don't have the same. You know, you aren't as light-skinned, and I don't know where this light-skinned concept really comes from. When it's like, you're all kind of brown. Everybody's kind of brown. Everybody wants to be brown. Brown is beautiful, man. I mean, that's why we tan and stuff like that. And it's only when you get into like Asia that you really see this like skin whitening scenario it's actually an ancient practice. It has nothing to do with white people, and it's often misunderstood. Okay, so let's see. What did they hit me for in the old? See details of the copyright strike. Is it a strike? Status overview not affected. A content ID claim on your video does not affect. Little girl grabbed the squirrel. Oh, the squirrel video. What? The meme stuff is so dangerous sometimes. The content, you know, you just never know. It's reusable because I have so much stuff going on over it. That's why I do this. But good golly. Good golly, Miss Molly. Sorry, what are we watching here? We're watching the debate. Sorry, I'm eating. I'm forgetting myself. I'm looking at my. It's not a strike. It's just a copyright warning. Okay, it's still public. It's all good. We're good, folks. Nobody's hating on me. I am not going through a Sarah Garvey. Sorry.
What you think you are? Like, if no one else considers you a
it doesn't matter.
Does
it doesn't matter.
Right?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
If no one
We think about
considers you
ourselves
to be that thing, it doesn't matter.
Aren't we stepping into identity politics territory?
Yeah.
This has always been.
How do you get away from that?
What is white? It's
all of us are like, what are you talking about? How do you get away from that?
I don't even know what I'm saying.
I mean, this was a thing before people called it identity politics.
Same question. Go ahead, Pixie.
I think it only matters in the context of like, okay, we're talking about like our personal experiences, et cetera. Obviously, this is going to vary a lot from region to region. So you can have a person who, in Texas is considered black, or they consider themselves black because they have had those valid experiences, like of a black person, because the community treats them that way, et cetera. And then they move somewhere else. I'm using random places. I'm not really thinking about the places I'm using. They move to Maine or something, and now they're not considered black, right? And everybody in Maine can be like, you're not considered black anymore, whatever. But it's like, okay, that doesn't change the fact that like for like 20 years of their life, or however long they were in Texas, they were considered black.
And this is the impact of mental prisoning, is that you can be told something over and over and over again, and you end up having a form of psychosis, otherwise known as Stockholm Syndrome, where you start to, commiserate with your captor. and say, you know, they must be right because they've said it so many times and I've heard it so many times and it must be right. It must be right. But not everything that is said about us is correct. Sometimes people will say things just to get under our skin or have us, you know, feel ourselves as less than. And that's something to be aware of because there's always some human trying to take advantage, you know, in one way or the other. That's just humanity. It's an imperfect world. It's a violent natured universe in general. So, you know, we need to more focus on making those kind of behaviors the exception instead of the rule. That's my.
Oh, those experiences still are like formative and either changed how they were treated until that point, might have affected their socioeconomic status at that point, might have like, you know, affected just like how they dealt with the world, right? So I think it does matter to a certain extent because like those could be like really formative things that now if you go somewhere else and nobody considers you that, well, that didn't change the first 20 or whatever years of your life, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not based on what you consider yourself as. That is based on how you were treated by others, right?
Yeah,
so
but it could
how you
change, right?
considered
Well,
how you
no, okay,
how you-
so hold on a second, wait. How you consider yourself is often influenced by what others say about you. When you're an actor and you're reading a script, you can't just play the characters sees themselves. The most important of a character study is actually to read what the other characters say about that character. To understand the points of view of everybody else, to understand what the character is actually behaving as to other people. So, which tends to be the more important view because that's the view from the outside as opposed to what the character thinks of himself because the character is never going to have a clear point of view. That's the whole thing about humanity. We are flawed. We look in the mirror and we see ourselves. We've got our natural filter. I don't even know if you know this. There's this amazing thing that the creative portion of our brain does, which is that we can't see ourselves as others see us, and we will always see ourselves within a slightly different filter because we've always been looking at ourselves, and we include all the thoughts about ourselves, our love or dislike. So essentially, you make a mental image of yourself, which can be a prison in itself, and then you form that around yourself, and even looking at myself in the camera. God, I'm pretty. Anyways, even looking at myself in the camera, exactly, I see myself different than you do. I don't know if your blue is my blue. I don't know if your red is my red. And how do we know that there is a slight difference? Oh, cones in the eye, rods in the eyes. Women see a wider depth of color frame than men do. It has to do with the fight or flight. We were outside seeing dark and light and running from the dark, while you guys were in the dark lighting the fires. Yeah, you didn't know that women were the fire starters, did you? Good job. Good job. Yeah, powerful. Always been a balance, folks. Women have the tech. Men have the brute. And the connection to older senses. Anyhow. Wait. Yeah, I got totally
treated by
off.
others absolutely can change. That's true. But again, I wouldn't say in Pixie's example that what they thought of themselves as matters at all because it's not what they thought of themselves, it was how they were treated by other people.
Well, it does matter because if they go to Maine or something and then everybody's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're not black. Then the person's like, you know, then the person's like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, I am black. Like, this has been my experience like almost my entire life. You know, it's kind of, I guess, invalidating in a way if you're suddenly like, oh no, now it doesn't matter because everybody here considers you different. It doesn't.
Yeah, and that's something, by the way, quite a while ago, you may have heard me talk about this before. I'm sitting in the back of a tour bus with a friend, and we were talking about colorism and such, and I said, well, I'm colorblind. He said, bullshit, you see me as black. I said, no, I don't. I see you just as another human. He says, well, then you're just going to remove me from me? Whoa. I said, yeah. Colorblindness can be a form of bigotry. A form of kind of blindness to the fact that I am who I am. I am of my background. And you aren't seeing me as me. You want to see me as something else without me included. And it was very profound. So it came to a conclusion that one had to respect the self-viewpoint of others as well as include what you may think of others. It's not a single-sided binary concept. It's somewhere in the gray, and it's probably way more nuanced and leveled and has many more layers. Because, you know, human. So it's when we see each other as simpler than we actually are, the problems start to come up.
Change, like, your past experiences for like most of your life or whatever.
Yeah, but that's...
And this is why. And this is why I think, as I've been mentioning, like this concept of what it is to be white, like it should also obviously be someone's own individual understanding of what it is, and if that's how they view themselves, because I think the longer we kind of stick to these very narrow conceptualizations of what it means to be white or black or anything like this, it just keeps us in this sort of limited epistemic box, and I just think it doesn't necessarily...
Can I break it down for what you just said? These concepts of who we are based off of what we see are nothing less than a mental prison. And I say it again and again, you can put it in any word you want. I like to break it down to its simplest component. We're inside of a prison we make for ourselves that will defend with a whole bunch of gold-plated, bedazzled poop that we keep in a bucket right in our prison. Now, mind you, the prison is even crazier because we built it for ourselves. We'll defend it with the golden-colored, bedazzled poop, and the door's open. We can walk straight out. We put ourselves there. That's what these say. And we all know it intrinsically. We know there's more, which is why I'm here. I'm here to say, I already stepped outside way long time ago. I've been waiting for people to show up, and there's lots of people here, but there could be so many more. We could be living together in a much better place, in a much better way, with a much better mindset by not failing to see each other as human, fallible, funny, fun, caring, and seeing each other as more positive than negative, because the truth is the majority of humans have the best outlook and interest in other humans. That's just base. And by base, I don't mean based. I mean, like, that's the base level of where we start and where most people come from. People don't start doing terror or terrible things to others until they've been abused themselves, and then they somehow learn in the I say this quite often, Jean Valjean syndrome, that they have to go steal bread to make it by, and they don't care about the outcome because they're freaking hungry. That's not an accident. That's a manufactured scarcity that causes that. All right, what else we got to say before I move on?
Really help if we're going to continuously want to keep falling back on this. So yeah, I think the individual's personal understanding of what they are also matters, but it depends on how they go about it and how they want to
remain
express
unconvinced on this, to be honest with you. But go on, Prime.
I consider myself white. So what a percentage of that matters?
None of it. Because no one sees you as white.
Yeah, what did you just say?
I agree.
I said I consider myself white. So what percentage of that matters?
Why would ask?
I think the experience. I think a large part of the experience of race is how society treats you. And it can change depending on where you are, but yes, you may have like an ethnic background that is different from the way that you present to the outer society. But I would still say that majority of race and the way that the way that you experience it is going to be the way that people will treat you.
I disagree.
Exactly.
I disagree with that, because whether you behave in a certain way or not is not going to determine whether or not someone has a preconceived notion and whether or not they put that into place. That assumes that everybody responds to you equally. And that's a false premise. And I have to say, no. Disagree. Disavow.
In Pixie's example, because I want to explore this a little bit, because there is a point to be made here, right? There is something there when she says, right, that it can be invalidating to your previous and past experiences, because you were seen as something, you were treated as something, and then people will doubt your claim to be something. But why is this work for race, but it wouldn't work for things like being poor? Like, for example, if I was poor all my life, and then tomorrow, all of you in chat sub to me, give me all your bits, and suddenly super chat me to millionaire status, and you should absolutely do that right now. I want
Right
to see
now.
this play
Go
out.
do
in
that right
time.
now, and then come around to me.
Yes, I have been treated poor all my life. I've been given access or less access based on my socioeconomic status.
100%.
But that has changed. And if I considered myself to be now, if I still tried to present and pass off as poor, that seems a little, not invalidating, so to speak, but it seems,
well, you have,
you know, it seems insulting to people who are actually poor because I'm no longer that.
What I would say is that it doesn't
And by the way,
invalidate.
even in our standards of poverty, our poor live 1,000,000 times better than some of the poor elsewhere in the world. Trust me, if you were to ever see how people live in the favelas, this whole city is the size of Los Angeles, just about, on the side of a hill or side of a mountainside. It's so huge that it's hard to fathom how people live outside of the U.S. and in certain cases if you haven't seen it for yourself, or flying into certain places in Africa. We have it good, even the poor, believe it or not, because you go down to 5th Street and you'll see TVs inside the tents. What's going on? How did that happen? Yeah, not very often, but it's
Just because you're rich now doesn't mean it invalidates the experience of being a poor white person, right? Like there's a very unique experience to that, being a poor, poor person, of a specific race, and specifically like poor white people, right? They have a very unique experience, and so just because you're rich, doesn't mean that you can't speak from experience what it was like to be there. I think you certainly can, even if you're like living in a better place, right?
Well, only if you have the perspective coming from there. Otherwise, I disagree with that wholesale. If you don't have the perspective, if you never experienced it, then you don't have a perspective on it. Now, if you came from that, as she's describing, then yes. Okay. That's fine.
Asking to be and demanding people treat me as I am, as one of the poor now would be
right.
What I would say,
right?
What I would say is that in the same way that you would say please, you would ask people to kind of respect your experience growing up as a poor person. Similarly, if somebody is coming from a different culture where they were treated as a minority, treated like a different way, and they come to a new place where they are now viewed as white, it doesn't invalidate their experience. They still, even though they now are like white in this culture or white in this society, doesn't mean that they don't have the experience of being, going through what they did.
I agree a lot with what Stardust is saying. There's only one point of contention in my mind that would have to be resolved.
You're the best dude. If you ever watched
it
this,
seems like there are early childhood experiences that can happen because of how you're perceived as your race that can affect you for like a lifetime, right? Whether you move somewhere else or not. And maybe this is just me thinking to like extreme or whatever. But for example, like where you are getting educated, most likely is going to depend on where your heritage is, right? And perception of yourself, et cetera, right? So like, for example, you are born into a family that's perceived as black or was perceived as black historically in that area.
All right, let's move on,
chances are your property taxes are going to be like lower, your education is going to be worse, early on childhood education, et cetera, et cetera. You might not be afforded the opportunities ever that like a white person or a family that was perceived as white passing in another area would have been afforded, right? Now you move, now you're treated as white, but that doesn't take away the fact that you lost all that stuff. And I know you're thinking like...
Before we go back to the Pearlyverse, I'm going to share with you something I found by a fantastic creator named Willie Mack Show. And he's like the me on steroids with editing, okay? He's very, very good. And this is called Sneako's Horrible Friends. Wait, is that correct? Yes, that is. Sneako's Horrible Friends. And it's on the Willie Mack Show here on the YouTubes, or the Use of the Tubes. Bring Back Bullying 2023. Good on ya, Willie Mack. Just over the edge, and I love you for it. Make sure to like and subscribe. And if you've been watching me at all, and you haven't liked and subscribed, make sure to press the button. It's free. It's just free. It's totally free. Like and subscribe. And like and subscribe to to the Willie Mack Show. So here we go. Sneako's horrible friends. As a preface, before we go back into the Pearlyverse.
My dad always told me you were only as smart as the sum of the people around you. Well, Sneako's in trouble. We got Pearl, a woman who says women love to be cheated on.
I swear to God, this show has made me believe I think women like to be cheated on.
Aiden Ross, a Jewish man whose audience is filled with people that hate Jews.
This kid just said, I like my Jews cooked medium rare.
Yeah, Aiden Ross.
Bro, that's a weird comment, bro.
Sneako, a mixed-race individual who agrees that race mixing is degenerate.
So I'm saying I'm against race mixing. These are all things which I would consider wrong. Yeah,
and fresh and fit. Guys that act like they know so much about relationships while rambling off childlike worldviews.
Yeah, it's global.
It's not global for 99% of people. A girl going in Kansas
Women
City
are not
flown
being
out to Dubai.
flown out
Yeah, she is, bro.
No. Hey, you guys are wild. You guys are wild.
Oh, yeah, it's a bunch of masochists. This is gonna be kinky. I'm not a very political person. I don't do right-left. I'm more of a doesn't make sense kind of guy, and none of them make sense. Take Twinko, for example.
Twinko. Motherfucker said Twinko.
Hardcore. Check him out.
Damn. Man, I wish I could make that ARP loud. Sounder loud. What the hell? Was I having? Did I just have a little like? Am I gonna collapse on camera? So this is going to. He does a wonderful job of explaining the pipeline that the alt-right movement, is creating, as in association with Fresh and Fit, and it makes sense why the Pearlyverse brought on Fuentes. Once you understand this information, because Pearl, she always had this underlying agenda going on, but she didn't have anything to connect it to, and then she went and hung out with Sneako. And we find out in this video. In a way, we couldn't have found out on YouTube, because this is video from Rumble. And good on Macworld for doing the research and finding this. This is so amazing what he finds. Anyhow, let's get to it.
We went on Aiden Ross's stream, clickbaiting a debate with Charlie.
By the way, I've been called the blue ball master. So I'll just sit here and weave yarns and not get to the video.
Even though a debate was never set up, and then he just claimed he won.
I don't think I'm gonna get more critical. I don't think he's gonna be opening to do that, bro. He didn't reply to me when I hit him.
He's ducking, man. He's ducking, bro. I mean, if you duck a fight, that's one thing. Ducking a debate after making a video, when I'm banned on YouTube, like people are saying, oh, he owned you, he owned you.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest, Sneako. He owns you. Just take your L.
Sneako then leaked this DM from Charlie thinking it looked good. Sneako tweets, commentary channels fence it so they never get canceled and rely on drama for AdSense dollars. Nobody fenced that. In fact, everyone chose to dumpster you. That's why I'm nominating you, Sneako, for a Nobel Peace Prize. You've successfully united the internet against your dumbassery. And in the DMs he leaked, Charlie wrote, hey man, can you please calm down with these meltdowns for another week? I'm doing another merch drop and would love to continue to use you for those. He thinks leaking this is an own. The guy is so dumb, he wants to move to Dubai while simultaneously complaining about censorship.
Ever consider moving to Saudi Arabia, unironically?
Unironically, I think Dubai seems like a good place to live.
Square away.
Hamza
If you think
Iman.
leftists are bad when it comes to censorship, how
By the way,
fuck
that
could you live in a
right there.
society that's like Islamist? Like,
there's Destiny.
where they like kill people for saying the wrong shit. Like, if you think it's bad, you can't like.
I think it's better. By the way, look at how motherfucking uncomfortable Destiny looks. He's wrapped up in the corner. He's looking at his phone. Something is wrong. Turns out this is a period of time where his wife and he were having problems because he may or may not have been messing around with that one. Good on him. Man, to be a potato like that, you gotta have money to... Anyway, that's my personal thing. One of the best jokes I ever heard. Cat Williams told a room full of very, very wealthy people.
Oh, y'all must be internet billionaires because a bunch of ugly dudes, nerdy guys with the hottest women I've ever seen. And that's real. The pipeline to the alt-right.
To follow God than to follow woke.
So then, you don't care about lefties censoring shit or whatever. You just think they censor the wrong stuff. You're pro-censorship. You're pro-oppression.
No, I'm not pro-censorship.
So if you could choose a free liberal society that's godless, or a theocratic society.
Live in the God society any day.
So you'd what?
I would live in the God society any day.
Okay, sure. So then you don't care as much about the freedom of speech.
The irony with this guy is too much. He wants free speech for him, his beliefs, that's it. It's hilarious how unself-aware he is. However, Sneeko does not stand alone. There's a whole gang of red pill creators on the rise taking some of the most booger-eating stances.
Sit down the back.
Literally!
Fresh and Fit, Pearl, Aiden Ross, all of these people will say the dumbest shit as if it's fact, and it will be applauded by thousands of people. Pearl is one such person who has gained massive popularity through street interviews. It's basically just her asking contradicting questions and then feeling smart when people are caught off guard by them.
Would you say when a dad abandons his child, he's a deadbeat dad?
Oh, you are abandoning your child?
Of course, yeah. Of course.
So why is it when a woman...
Did she just answer her own question? While she's asking the question, I'd never seen this one. She answered her own question. Wow.
abandons her child, we call it the right to choose.
You mean with abortion?
Choose what, man? No, if she has an abortion, we call it the right to choose.
Oh, ooh.
So she's abandoning her
child. The child's not born yet, but
it's still a child, right?
Yeah, sticky one still.
In her street interview, she comes off as relatively well put together, but the instant you get her on a podcast where you could actually press her on what she believes, her demeanor completely changes. She will continually say that women like to be cheated on and then act confused when pressed.
I actually think that women like to be cheated on.
Do you really believe that most women like being cheated on?
I think I do. I didn't before I started the show.
Okay.
I didn't before I started the show, and then I just had the same, because it's like I just start to meet the same people over and over again. I'm just like, this was a pattern.
Okay. Did any of them tell you they liked being cheated on?
I mean, they didn't say that, but their actions, it's like their actions showed it.
Do you think women like being abused? A lot of women like to stay in abusive relationships. So do they like it because they stay there?
See, I feel like this is like a trap question. It's like a trap. It's like this is what they do. They try to trap you.
Like, you have to answer it?
Well, because basically
they make
saying,
the choice
to do
this. You know, honestly, I think some addicts do. I do. No, this is. I have relatives that are addicts. Oh. And it's like.
Okay. So what does that mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
They freaking. They just keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Based. Okay.
It's such a dumb comment. Even Andrew Tate has to stop and correct her.
I swear to God, this show has made me believe. I think women like to be cheated on.
Women love the idea of bragging about the man they're with, but they can only brag about the man they're with if other women want that man. So you're saying you love women who get cheated?
Yeah. I love that actually, even, she's so incorrect that even Andrew Tate was like, what'd you say? No. If you're gonna quote myself, he's like, if you're gonna quote me and Kevin Samuels and Rollo, get it right, white girl. By the way, that if you go back and look, she was known as the whitest girl on the internet. Isn't that interesting? That sure doesn't seem to line up with anything else that's happening right now. Oh no, it couldn't possibly be. Say, if you have anything to add to this conversation, or you want to share something, or you got something else to do, come on in. The Zoom is open. I'm willing to take your call. Let's debate on the subject, or just talk about it, or share your thoughts. I'm happy to have you. I'm aronmsound. This is Look Up, where we interject ourselves into conversations that nobody asked us to be part of. Okay. Okay.
Women love getting cheated on. That's not true. But women do not like men that other women don't want. If you were to say, look, I got my man, he's perfect, he's rich, and every girl in the room would go, I would never touch him. She'd be like, oh shit. Well, I don't want him either then. What the fuck is that?
She's constantly saying absurd shit about what a woman really wants, when in reality she doesn't even want a guy like that. She's just saying it to say it.
Women love selfish men, though. That's the problem.
God.
Yeah. What do you like? What?
That's what's
you just like say the randomest, most like, what is like the dumbest, wrongest opinion? Yeah, would you be with a selfish guy?
Do you? I bet. Yeah.
Why do you keep saying I've been with? You're not anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, right?
Make it make sense. Pearl, name one woman who's happy in a relationship but gets constantly cheated on and is with a guy who's selfish. The only people she refers to are people that are no longer in that relationship.
Like women aren't gonna be okay with their guys cheating on them. I don't know what else to say.
She
Like,
has no
it's
actual
so
I just think if that was true,
you know,
every girl I asked this on the show wouldn't stay and then leave later. It's just quite odd.
True. I think
Why
men
is it quantifiable,
abuse women all the time.
I've heard her say someone coming out as gay is the same as them wanting to be black.
If my son came home from school one day and said to me, "Look, Mum, I'll be honest with you, I think I'm gay," I would take it on and I'd be open.
What if your son came home and said, "I think I'm black"?
She's dead serious. The YouTube
okay,
shorts
so
version
one of the
this
things
clip
that is so disturbing about this is this plays into the conversation that's happening now around her. She compared coming out to telling your mom you were black. So she intimates, one, a negative concept around the idea of blackness. Two, intimates it and associates it with some kind of, well, she sees homosexuality as wrong, clearly, or sees it as a problem, so she is associating blackness to something that's wrong. I know it might seem like a leap, but it's, you know, to break it out and break it down, that's what she's saying. And this is no different than her giggling about the Holocaust or about saying something like, well, I think slavery, you know, it might not have been, I'm going to get in trouble for this, but it might not have been, it was, you know, they glorified it to be more than, you know, she said a lot of things. She said that it was made to sound worse than it was because of a quote she heard about Haley's making a tale for the black people. A moral tale for the black people so that they could have a history of their own. Doesn't make it a fantasy, doesn't wipe away history, Pearl, but that's the kind of thing she says. And she was doing, so duplicitous at best.
Titled Pearl Owns Feminist. Pearl, if a guy wants to bang other men, he's gay. If someone wants to transition, they're trans. And if someone wants to switch race, they're Sammy Sosa. Or my personal favorite, Whoa Vicky.
Yes, my birthday is March 7th.
Truth. Whoa Vicky.
July 19th was the day
Anybody
I found
remember
out
that?
I was black. Like,
big
my whole entire life, my mom kept telling me, you're white. I never believed her because I knew I was black.
If God is real, this will be Pearl's kid. There is so much delusion in this red pill space when it comes to relationships. For instance, on Fresh and Fit, they think 50% of college women have been flown out to Dubai by rich men.
It's hilarious. Oh my God, Brittany is still alive.
99% of people. A girl going in Kansas City is not
Brittany
getting flown
is
out to
still
Dubai.
alive.
Yeah,
she
is,
bro.
No.
Today,
you guys are wild.
Oh,
You guys are wild.
here we go.
Hold on, I just want to hear, for the record, for you three to answer this.
Here
What
we
percentage
go.
of college women do you think are being flown around the world to fuck? I want to hear.
little.
From all
If
three
I have
of
to
you.
argue,
I want to
Here
hear.
we go.
Off of like probability
Black
wise, if I
pill
argue, maybe like
away.
30, 40, 50.
Holy shit.
He thinks 50%? Only 30% of Americans
back to
own
this.
passports.
I'll come
I
back
can't
to
think
this.
of a
Sorry.
single college
We have
woman who
something
did
else to
that.
look
Okay,
at.
say it's a state school in Iowa. Are those girls getting flown to Dubai?
Off season, they can be.
Okay, 30.
So instead of this being one of those situations where it continues to get messy, specifically, I want to just get down to the nitty gritty of what contracts look like on YouTube. I am a person that specifically does. I hire people, right? I do that type of thing. I bring people in and all of that other type of stuff. And Pearl does also. And so Pearl and I are going to have a conversation. I'm going to go ahead and bring her up. And then we're going to get started. We're going to get it popping. So let me go ahead and bring Pearl up real quick. What's up, P?
Hello.
You back on vacation?
I'm off vacation now. I'm back in business.
You ain't spent enough time vacationing.
Yeah, huh?
Seemed like the minute that you went on vacation, it turned into not so much of a vacation.
Yeah, right? You think?
Well, there might be another vacation coming, you know.
Yeah, probably, because she's probably going to get taken off YouTube.
I want to get into like the business aspect of
by the way,
YouTube,
before
but specifically,
before he gets into it, just so you know, there's a very large community that's upset about the strikes that her producer Blessing. See the look on her face. She's tired. She's unhappy. She's being hit by allegations of all different natures, and we'll get to them after this, and we'll go back to the other video because it's important. I'm sharing this because this is new news. So I appreciate that this gentleman is doing the interview. He's part of the black pill world, and he's one of the few people who wasn't like full out attacking her. He's standing back, kind of observing. So I give him full credit for that to see how it came out. But this is a kind of a serious situation because her channel's been dinging people, specifically Sarah, who's going to be taken down. And so a large community of people are looking back at her videos and hitting her for community guidelines of all different nature. And so I think that she's probably feeling the pain of the retaliation or the retaliatory behaviors. So I appreciate they're going to go through the business to explain it to people, but this is very telling that she thinks that or feels like she needs to explain the business, because if they need to explain the business, they know they've done wrong.
I think the hottest topic probably over the last 3 or 4 days, 4 or 5 days, is contracts, right? And so, I wanted you to come up here and kind of give your perspective, because it's easy for a lot of people to speculate. And then I'm gonna give my perspective based off of like objectively.
We can speculate because we're hearing all the information from all the different sides. So yes, we can speculate, but we're also being well informed. It's not quite speculation when it's informed. So you can have an informed assumption. You can assume something once you have enough information. You don't have to say to yourself, oh, I'm an idiot, I don't know anything about it. Once you've gathered all the information that is available. Now, if there's something missing, you might not be clear on the whole subject, that's another thing. But you can still form an opinion based off of incomplete information. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Now, sticking to that opinion once more information comes out, that's where the problem lays. Right now, as far as opinions are concerned, it seems like Pearl has trusted some folks and gotten other people to trust her under not the best, parameters.
Telling you of whether or not I think you should modify some things, or how I would do it a little bit differently, maybe, I don't know. But I think it's a lot of speculation, but it's easier to just hear it directly from you.
Yeah.
And get your perspective on it versus just doing all of the speculation. So, obviously we know that there's a lot of contract conversations going on and things like that. What do you think about the whole situation in general, before we get into like different specifics or what we think about contracts in general?
Well, I will say there's a lot of misinformation about the contracts that are apparently here. So I'd like to say that the numbers that they're using are false.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't really know where they got those from, but
interesting.
The one
where they got them from is trying to negotiate.
To be as broad as possible, but like the one that I wanted to go into like what exactly we add to a contract, if that makes sense. So like a lot of people don't understand like the value added when you sign to a company versus doing it on your own, and like what the difference is. So I thought we could talk about that.
Well, let's start.
Nobody really understands. Let's start there. That's a bad. When your boss says, "Well, you don't really understand how the business works," ask them, explain it to me, and if it doesn't make sense at that point, then But I'm going to guarantee you, she won't explain this. I haven't even heard.
Right, because before we'd even get into like a specific
aspect. And by the way,
aspect,
I know how all of these paradigms work. Whether it's a percentage deal, whether it's a value-added deal, whether it's a guarantee, whether it's a buyout, whether it's an individual doing this, as I am. I understand how all these works because I've been involved in this business since she was born. Since before she was born. And so some of this is going to come off as patronizing to me. So if I get upset, trigger warning, I might start yelling at the camera. Because I can already tell you, she ain't ready for this conversation. And maybe she's been talking to she looks like she's been talking to an attorney this morning. Just based off of what she's wearing.
or certain details of a contract. And obviously this is not pertaining to anybody that's on any of our staff's contracts or anything like that. We would never have those type of conversations because, that's between us and whoever it is that we're doing business with.
True.
However, a lot of people think, or they get these numbers, right? They get these 70-30 numbers or whatever like that. And I personally think it can be a good thing, or it can be a thing that may not be so beneficial depending on the details. Or whoever it is that you're doing business
so if
with.
you're
for example,
I talked about this the other day. If you're value added and you add management and you add all these other things under a banner and you see her feeling uncomfortable, you can see the face, and then you offer a 70-30, so you're adding the cost of production and then you're taking a percentage on top of the cost of production, which makes the variable just out of control because it'll all be based off of a percentage value of what you're making off of the views. So if you're not making anything off the views, you could end up owing the production company, which, by the way, Ray 3, I have to look him up. I can't remember. Ray Johnson, was that his name? That's what happened with him. That's exactly what happened with him. And he had millions and millions of subscribers. And he said, William Ray Johnson, yeah. And he said, you know what? I can go separately of this company. And they said, no, we own your name. So he had to change his whole program, and it fell flat. And that's the power of the ownership. And that's why Sarah was saying the things he was saying, is because he sees the form of usury in the situation. And, oh, hey, the split is moving. The split is moving. My box is getting smaller. I figure I'll make it easier. Cut that out. Yeah, it was bothering me. I start looking at the corner. I'm like, I want to put my hand in the corner. All right, so she looks uncomfortable, and I enjoy the fact that she looks uncomfortable. I'm not going to lie.
You have a very, very, very large platform. Very few people are able to build up to over 1 million subscribers
in a year.
Which, by the way, you have
some of the research I've done into
that,
how that happened. There are questions I have. There are very serious questions I have because I've seen leaps. No, it's interesting. She looks over to the side. I've seen leaps in growth that don't match any statistical scale. I've seen, and now I'm not making any conclusions because I don't know, but I do know that there are services you can buy subscribers through or buy a channel that adds subscribers to you. I'm not saying that's what you did. I don't know. I'm saying that I'm seeing abnormal leaps in subscriber growth that don't match any algorithm set, doesn't match any math set, and have never been seen before her. So there's some curious nature to it all, as well as the viewership, the actual viewership doesn't match the subscribership, which is not super unusual. But in terms of overall, it looks more like somebody who has 600,000 or 700,000 followers than 1.8 million. The numbers tend not to lie. And if you have vidIQ, which is a free download, by the way, you can go look at her videos and see where these changes happened. And the change actually, it does happen right around the time she starts doing business with Sarah Garvey.
A platform to blow somebody else up is a huge added value that I think that a lot of people don't really take into consideration. What do you think about that?
That's a loaded question.
Yeah, I mean,
softball.
I would say the biggest thing about like signing with me is you just don't have to do anything, like other than show up and talk. So
yeah, but
it's,
okay, hold on a second. Pearl, you don't have any perspective. That's what that deal is. When you sign to any of the majors, you walk into your studio and everything's taken care of. But that said, you don't end up with 30% of 70. You don't end up with a 30-70 deal off of a 30% recoup. Meaning you're probably only getting a 30% return, and that number is then divided
into the majority stake given back to the company for repay or recuperation, getting the money back to them for what you so-called spent. This is a trick.
I do think, like, too, you also get all the collabs, like, that I get. I always try to get, like, my talents when I have a collab, that they can collab with them, too.
So they automatically get all of the collabs, they get the editing, they get the cameras, they get the studios, they get all of the shorts, they get the clips, they get everything. So you telling me that the only thing that your people have to do is just show up and talk?
Yeah, but that's not unusual. That's
Because
not
I
unusual
was
for that
trying
kind of
to think
deal.
of, like,
For
what I
the
would've-
deal that is cut if you actually have a proper production company. I don't understand why that's even a portion of the conversation. That is a standard. And it still doesn't require a 30% breakout or less, and then a 70-30 split of that added value breakout.
Wanted to do, like, because I always think of when I was like 21 or 22, and you could go the route of like learning all this stuff about YouTube, right? And you could learn how to do that, and you know, there's no shame in that, you know, like, honestly, in the long term, it's a really good option. But when it comes to I don't know, I was just thinking, when I was 21, if I could just show up and talk, it would have been so much easier than...
When it comes to what, Pearl? Gaining subs? There's another way? When it comes to just bypassing the work? Sounds like you're skipping across something and avoided what you were going to say. Huh.
Learning all this equipment. And
If when you were 21,
Could be wrong.
you had a YouTube platform, right? How many subscribers do you think you had?
Maybe, no, I think I got it. I started my channel in 2020. I had like 20,000 subscribers for like a year. I was on TikTok for like a year before that, and I almost had 1 million on TikTok.
So
TikTok's
she
a lot
carried
quicker,
from
though. It's, like,
TikTok.
a different platform.
And so you decided to transition. What made you transition over into more into YouTube? Was it anything in particular? Or was it just that, yo, I'm tired of TikTok, or I'm having problems on TikTok? Why did you transition to more into YouTube? Like, why did you start to spend more time trying to build your YouTube platform?
They banned my TikTok.
Yeah, I'm glad he asked that. Yeah, what happened? They banned her on TikTok. The non-freshman TikTok.
So I was like, okay. And my
Pearl.
first video was like a house tour. So basically, when I did the house tour, I just saw that the ad rates were a lot better on TikTok.
Yeah, it was more money. It's way more money over here. But I've been on YouTube for a long time too, and it's funny because me and Angry Man, we was talking because he was here in Detroit, and so we were talking in the studio, and he was like, "Yo, it was so much harder because we had to figure it out on the fly. We had to build the plane while we were trying to fly it at the same time." But a lot of people look at the successes, or they look at what they think we make and things like that off of YouTube and things like that.
That's a whole other thing. And you know, creators, by the way, unless you're somebody who has millions of followers or 1 million followers, and you're also supporting with the views, you don't make money here. It's just they eat us alive until we are really making it for them. Just so you know. So the percentages that she's paying out are already percentages on percentages on percentages. It's a really vicious system in many ways. And you have to just want to create. You can't be here to try to make money. That's not how this works. You have to be here to care about people, to make a statement, to have some interest, or want to dance around with a cow who's got a really cute belly. Oh, wrong device.
I think that they know what it takes in order to build a platform, but the thing that I'm always asking myself is, okay, well, if you know it, then how come you haven't done it? Like, how come what that is? What do you think about people that criticize other people that's actually putting the work in? Matter of fact, let me back up for a minute. What is your days like? Like when me and you connected in Miami, because we had actually been talking about connecting for a long time, but it just didn't align with our schedules until we both was in Miami at the same time. What was your schedule like? Because I know, but if I say it, it's gonna seem like I'm biased. What is your schedules like?
My schedule was like, what do you call it? Oh my gosh, that was horrible because they lost my bags too. But I think I did 3 podcasts a day, roughly, in Miami, 2 to 3. I would go. I think I did the Saucecast panel. I did a show with the Jedediah Bila chick, and then I did a panel with you guys. So I did 3 panels in one day, and I put together the panel at night myself.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, you were there.
Yeah, I was there. But then at the very next day, I think the next day, then you came over to my Airbnb, and then you was leaving, going to go and do another one, and you was telling me that I needed to go and do another one too, and you was trying to push me at the same time.
Yeah, well, I like making content with you, so I just wanted you to come.
But I mean, your work schedule is crazy. Like, even sometimes me and you may FaceTime or whatever like that, and we on completely different time zones. Like right now it's 9:30 at night, where it's 4:30 p.m. Eastern over here. And you in the studio every single time that I'm talking to you. You in the studio every single time I'm talking to you. You in the studio. You spend the overwhelming majority of your time living, eating, and breathing studio.
I live in my studio, actually.
Yeah, I sleep in my studio sometimes. I literally in my studio.
Yeah.
That's what happens, especially when the studio's attached to your house.
It's been such an interesting transition from like doing my own channel to like managing others. And there's just been a lot of like challenges that I tell you about.
Yeah, because you're 25.
But yeah, a lot of people don't know how much it takes to like go into it. Like first you have to coordinate everybody, you have to budget, you have to like set up the gosh, there's just so much that goes into it.
Oh my gosh, there's just so much.
It's just simple,
It's not simple, but it's still
a lot of
comparative.
times, me personally, and then after this, I want to go into
easy
the actual
comparative.
contracts. Me personally, I
Take
have
it from
a lot
a tour
of problems
manager,
because I deal
production
with people,
manager, front of house engineer,
being late,
specialist
a lot
in
of people
fixing.
Don't work as hard as I work, and that
way
bothers
more
me
fun.
sometimes. Guests sometimes aren't on time, and panel members aren't on time. Talent is not on necessarily not on time all the time. Sometimes they don't even show, and then you be trying to call and figure out what's going on and things like that. When you think about what it takes in order to run a successful business, let alone content creation platform, what do you think is the difference between people that look at it as maybe from the talent perspective, like a worker or an employee, and people that kind of look at it from, listen, this is my baby, I'm the entrepreneur? What do you think that the mindset is between the two?
I think the difference is people, it's just like a mindset. I don't know. You have to be really passionate about it. Like, you will not get anywhere if you're not passionate about it.
Truth, but that's everything.
So,
that's kind of a blanket.
Yeah, for me, I just love making content. I love this.
So when you think about, let's get into the contracts, right?
Okay, cool. You love making content, then you should have respect for others who make content. You have respect for them in what you do with them in business, and then you don't F them over and expect them to stay silent, and then act repulsed and retaliate when they're honest with the audience about what happened. Because basically that's just you saying, I don't want to respect you any longer because you dare share the truth. Yeah, it's messed up, man.
And in a general sense, what is your mindset behind like a 70-30 split? What is your mindset behind that?
Well, so for me, it's like there's just a lot of costs that come with it, right? So, one, the editors. You get a full-time editor. 2, you get a full-time thumbnail person. So you can literally put out, and you get a full-time clipper. So whenever you live stream, we always have clippers that are just like, you put them as an editor on your channel. So they'll just pull the clips for you, title them for you, put thumbnails on it. And then you also have a full-time editor. So if you want to do like some pre-recorded stuff, like we just did a dating show. And so that takes like 2 days to like really, because it's like an in-depth, ton of content type of thing. You also get recruiters. So you get
I think we have
blowing
like,
our own
20
horn here. We're not
recruiters
getting to any
that we
answers.
pay.
I really hope that this is a
and
shit
they
sandwich
get
and he's just
any type
warming
of
her
guest
into
that
it.
you want, so you can just tell them, hey, I want to do a
Because
show
if not,
with
I'm going to be
strippers,
kind of ticked about
and
this.
then boom, you can get some
That I watch
strippers.
this. It's wasting your time.
Well, a lot of people
We have
don't
other
realize
things
how
to
hard.
follow up
Well,
on.
let's go by that point by point, right? So, for me, I do a combination of the recruiting myself because I know that if I'm the person that's actually sending a message, or I'm the person that's, because like my recruiting process may be different from your recruiting process, and you know, feel free to share or not share certain secrets if you don't want to. But my recruiting process is I have people on my staff that actually recruit, and I make sure that my studio is actually in the downtown area where I can go and interact with people on a regular basis, and then I build relationships, and then I wind up recruiting certain people. And then I might even be sending some DMs myself because I know that me sending the DM actually makes it a little bit more credible, or I'll give my account to somebody else for them to send certain DMs while I'm taking care of somebody else. How hard do you think it is of recruiting?
Recruiting? We finally just figured it out. Oh my gosh. That was the hardest part though, I will say, recruiting.
Why are we spending all this time on the softballs instead of what's going on?
Like, it's hard to do. Yeah. So the way we set it up is we have a website, and the recruiters can see on the website. It's like a backend, like it's not public, it's just to us.
Mm-hmm.
And the recruiters see if there's like slots available for the week. And so then they basically go in and they book the person. So they'll like put 3 or 4 guests, whatever they want to do.
You have a herp showing?
They'll sign up and all the topics are like listed there. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
But do you how do you deal with, like, even when people sign up but they don't necessarily show up because you may not have enough people, or you may have too many people? How do you deal with that?
Super softball.
You book double. So I always want. That was loud. Oh, sorry. My that's our new assistant. Her name's Helen.
Shout out to Helen.
I think Blessing's watching. He's like a perfectionist. So if there's
Blessing is
anything he
watching.
doesn't like,
Okay, so he still works
you'll
there.
know.
No, I'm with it.
What was I talking about?
No, you were saying you booked double.
So my rule of thumb is if 10 girls say they're gonna come, 5 will show up. Men are a little bit better when it comes to like flake rate. Like I'd say men 70% of the time will show.
Red tone
60.
up. I'm looking very.
I never get guys
white,
that cancel.
unbalanced right now.
I get girls that flake out, or they'll just be super duper late a lot of different times. So, but you see, your process is a little bit different than mine because I'm at the point where I think I just want to have regular people, reoccurring a little bit more until I do this new show that I'm working on. But I'm having regular people reoccurring that I'm working on a little bit more. But you have new people rotating in and out on a regular basis, and so it's a lot more difficult for you. And I see why you have to book double.
Yeah, it depends. Like, we have an incentive for new guests just because it helps us build like the database of guests. We used to have more of like a recurring, but recently we had to rebuild like the whole database because we were using company, and the company wasn't really filling the slot, so just.
So you literally had to pay a company to recruit for you.
Wow.
Yeah, I tried it for like a couple, like 2 months, but they just weren't filling the slots. We kept having to cancel shows.
Oh wow.
So yeah, I paid them.
None of this is very
then
interesting
I would
to me,
keep
and it's
having
not
to like
topical
fill all
to
the
what the
slots
source is. I
myself
don't know about
because
y'all.
I will recruit. Like the first, I think in June or July, I stopped recruiting like full time. And if it's like a big panel, I'll like handpick who I want on it. You know, if it's like we have a good guest in town or whatever.
That's a better
But when it
look
comes
right
to like recruiting, yeah, they just kept not filling the slots, so I had to let them go. But then we were kind of at square one because I lost my Instagram. So I all of my old
you did.
recruiting before were gone. I was like, no.
Yep.
No, why?
That's what happens.
And
when
then
you F
they
around, you
stopped,
find
they
out.
stopped recruiting for us, and so they weren't going to just like give us their list. You know, we stopped using them, and then yeah, so we had to. Blessing is a godsend. Oh my gosh, he is. I speak so highly of this man because
What is Blessing? Okay, Blessing is like incredibly loyal. What does Blessing do? What is Blessing's position? What is Blessing? We hear about Blessing all the time, but Blessing don't like being on camera. Give us a little bit of insight, just a little bit of insight on Blessing.
Blessing was our like producer full time, and we just promoted him. So now he manages. So he's training another producer, and he's a little bit more into management. So yeah, he just
So you running a full in-house staff?
yeah, because my goal is I want to leave this studio in London. So my goal is I want my
He
talents
struck
to be able
Sarah's
to like, keep this studio
channel,
here,
and you're gonna.
and then I can go to Chicago and I can just leave it. Cause I'm like, ugh, I don't want
No,
to do this.
I told you, not Chicago.
Yeah, don't go to Chicago.
Not Chicago. Well, my dad has the compound. I don't know. We'll see.
I know. I know that, but that's why they got flights, and you can stay in Chicago is much closer than Nashville to Chicago or London, Chicago, right? It don't take as long to get over there. Whereas you can set up in Nashville, you can set up in Florida somewhere. It's much easier to recruit talent in those locations specifically. It's much better from a tax perspective, from looking at it in a business sense. But see, you like being close to family. You homesick.
It kind of, I mean, it'll depend. So I have, it depends how big. If there's two routes I could go here, right? We could have locations in different cities, and that's something we're like kind of playing around with, but I would need someone to like manage. Like, I just don't see myself like, if we go that route, it has to be someone else managing it. It's not going to be me, because it's going to stress me out too much. And my goal is to get out of management and be able to just be more of like a talent.
Yeah, but you already put yourself
it's
in
never
management.
happened though, right?
Yeah.
Never.
No.
I think I'm having trouble transitioning. Like right now, I'm starting to move away from
Kids,
and
never
starting
gonna happen.
to do
No,
more.
you're never
of the-
gonna get it. It doesn't happen. You have to manage
I
your own
can't
business
stay away.
full-time.
It's almost like the minute that I
Okay, so
replace
this is one
myself,
of the funny
I
things,
find
by the way.
something else for me to
This
do.
is
Just because I love
oftentimes
what I do.
what I'll get a call
I love creating
for.
content. I love new stuff. I love working, and it's hard
to try to work with people.
Although I
who
do hope you do, because
won't take control of their own
I know
business.
you even did a live stream. We ain't even got to talk about personal conversations. You did a live stream talking about all of the health issues that come along with overworking, right? And it is like I'm an insomniac at this point. I'm only sleeping 3-4 hours a day on a regular basis. I know that you don't hardly sleep because you always working.
Wow.
And even when you
Get yourself a pattern, folks. Get yourself a pattern. Production, not easy. You need to get yourself a pattern.
It's just hard. It's hard to turn it off once you're so used to working and running and living in the studio.
And by the way, to try to get out of whatever the pattern is,
A lot of times, like the stuff I was working.
Pull the Ron Howard. Okay, so Ron Howard is a great example. There's an artist who just ended up an actor. Excuse me, Pearl. Shush. So Ron Howard. Great example of a dude who ended up as a producer and a director, and just, he runs and runs and runs, he and his partner, and the two hardest working crazy dudes in Hollywood, apparently. And they're also fairly vicious from my understanding, but in like that, like, oh, I'd really like to, I wish I could be that vicious, probably do better in the world. Probably get my message across clearer, anyways. It never goes away. You are never going to lay back from what you built. You will always have to work at it. Richard Branson, Elon Musk, any of the wild man Renaissance people, anybody who runs organizations knows it's your life now. You're not going to get away from it, especially if you've set up management for yourself. Oh, you just dug yourself a hole. No wonder she's just spinning. And I can say that this is going to either devolve into explosion, or somebody else is going to buy her out. She'll disappear in about a year.
Because people will be like, oh, you work a lot. But to me, it's like fun. I just enjoy doing this.
All right, so let's get into the nitty gritty, right? Because I'm sure we'll come back to it, because I could talk about this type
Finally,
of stuff. Finally,
please, thank you. Softball.
I mean, this is the type of stuff that we talk about when we're on the phone or whatever. But let's go into contracts. So I want to go into some of the stuff you already said. You said you get an editor, which a lot of people, or editors, a lot of people clearly don't understand how much time it takes for a lot of people to edit a video.
And by the way, people who do jump cut edits and stuff like that, one of the reasons I do live is because I just don't have the time in my life to edit these things down. And I do some edits. I try to, I have a cycle set up for myself. It's about every 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, where the next cycle you'll see of like, and in fact, tomorrow I'm going to be filming some of my edited stuff, as well as the character stuff, man lessons. So I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'll be streaming again on Wednesday. But point being is like, yeah, you have to schedule yourself a life in between all this, and a lot of these folks don't. And the editing takes a lot of time. It takes, if you want it to be good, it takes a lot of time. Even making the shorts and making the clips and making all the, the imagery for the thumbnails and stuff like that. You got to be thoughtful about it. You're thinking about what's coming up. You're telling a story. You're trying to make a picture for people and to draw interest. So it's not simple. And if you're like me, who just wants to create, it becomes like the last week and a half while I was rebuilding the studio and readapting into what I really wanted the focus of the picture to be. I got consumed with it and like, stop forgetting to create, stop forgetting to eat, stop forgetting, it was crazy. It was crazy. Anyways, and now I'm back to a schedule and I've got a better system set up for myself, but that's because I know how to do these things. And I have practice at this. A lot of these folks don't. And that's another one of these things that I have often done in my life is to help set up cribs for artists so that they don't realize they're in a crib. And by the way, if you want to talk about this, Zoom is live. The little guy up in the corner, that's not just for looks. You can call in and talk to me at any given time. The number's in the chat. Come on, give me a call. All right. Like and subscribe.
Especially host shows, especially interviews, especially panels or anything like that. I think that the editing process is probably the thing that kills most channels because most people can't. They would rather just get on a camera and talk and be the content or be the talent versus having an editor. You said they have an editor, which that's very expensive.
Hey, engineer that's not here, tell them how much you cost.
And then you said they get a thumbnail person. Now, a lot of people probably will take the thumbnail person and they will say, well, that's not that big of a deal. Tell me how big of an impact it is to have a person that specifically creates thumbnails for the video.
Well, because I call them clippers. I made up that word. I don't think it's like official. But the clippers will pull clips from either long videos or streams. So these are like 5 to 12 minute clips and they'll put a thumbnail and like a title and they do everything. And we do 10 a day.
Oh yeah, she got a herp.
Y'all do 10 a day?
She got a big old herp.
Yeah, 10 a day. I think we might have rolled back a couple channels to maybe 5 to 7 a day. But so if you're here and you put out enough content, we'll do 10 a day for you. And we also appease, we really like to give a lot of creative freedom to the people that work here. So if you have like a video idea, I'll pay to put it together and we'll try it. If you have, if you are, filming it, if someone's filming so much that one editor isn't enough, I'll get you a second. It's not a big deal. I'm here to give as many resources to the people working here so they can just sit down and do nothing.
Oh, that is definitely.
All right, so kind of give me some of the details of like a contract. Let's say I'm Anton, right? And
right there.
You don't, or you know me, but you don't know me. You don't know me as the business Anton. You just know Anton, right? So Anton comes and Anton has a channel of 100, let's just say 40,000 subscribers, 50,000 subscribers, right? And then you would offer me a contract. What would the details of that contract look like? And I don't want to edit. Listen, I just want to come in. I want to cook up. I want to do what it is that I want to do as far as talk about what I want to talk about. I want to blow my channel up. I don't make a whole lot of money on YouTube. I know that most people on YouTube, on average, makes less than $1,000 a month. That is a fact. Most people on YouTube make less than $1,000 a month. The overwhelming majority of people. So even though people may have a decent amount of subscribers, they don't make enough money to where they can quit their job or anything like that. So, I'm coming in and I'm trying to blow my channel up. What would that look like?
That's why she does so many clips, by the way.
Or what would a standard contract look like for me?
It depends. So you're making 1K a month on YouTube?
Well, let's assume that I am.
Okay, so so she's about to break out some stuff that's very telling and very unreasonable in the sense that I know what she's about to do. She's based it off of some summary instead of the actual result. And he's making an example. If I'm making $1,000 off of YouTube, what would your deal be for me? Well, if you're only making $1,000 a month, it's not worth it for anybody to pick you up. And if it is, that may be why she picked them up. So she could get
good content for very little money, and that's no different than the Capitol Records deals or the Motown deals or the, you know. There's someone who knows the difference. I can already tell you this is going to sound terrible.
See, I'm a bit new. I'm a bit new to it.
Yeah, we know. You're 25.
What I look at is I'm always trying to give them the resources to cover what they're already making, so their like lifestyle doesn't go down. The way that I do that is I look at other channels that are similar, and I'll project like how much I think they could make, and look at percentage.
Please push back on that.
It just depends, because it also depends.
Please push
like,
back on that.
You just want to do nothing, right?
I just want to come in and talk. Like, I just want to talk. I want to drop videos on a regular basis.
I could never.
I want shorts to give me some more visibility.
I want to have fun
build
with
my
the art.
channel up.
I love making
and
art.
see, it's really not even fair using me because I know too much.
Yeah.
Like, I know the impact of what you how you market certain things in order to get more visibility so that you can get more people to move over into the other long form content. I know too much, right? But I'm trying to dumb it down just for people that have no clue or no understanding of what it does for you when you have a machine behind you, when you have editors.
Well, I mean, come on, that's not really what the conversation that anybody wants to hear here is. And we're 3/4 of the way through this interview. This is starting to really be kind of perturbing. It's adding me into an extra hour.
What was somebody that let's remove the 40,000. Let's say I'm a person that come to you. You notice that I'm a halfway decent talent. I have no channel or nothing like that. What does that look like for me?
You have no channel?
No channel. You got to build me from scratch. I'm a Build-A-Bear.
I'd probably do like percent.
How much?
Because 20%.
Okay.
Because I like 5 to 10K a month on you.
So you spending $5,000 to $10,000 a month on me?
And I usually do 3 years with like a 6 month to 1 year out clause. But it also
Why would you do a 6 months to 1 year out clause?
Yeah.
I think that's a bad deal for you.
Yeah. That's a bad deal for her, and
well,
it's also.
I just, if, in case anything goes wrong, I don't know.
I don't think you should do that.
No.
Okay, what would you do? What would you say?
30 days.
I would structure it completely different, right?
Yeah.
I would say, okay, this is how I would do it. First, I would do it differently because I wouldn't have them have their own channel.
Yeah.
Under me, right?
Yeah.
I would let them have whatever it is that they wanted to do for themselves.
Yeah.
The difference, though, is that
Not a
you
channel,
don't get to use my resources for your channel.
Yeah.
Right? The
Yeah,
visibility that comes along with
they can walk away
working
with
with me, being promoted on my channel, whatever, and so on and so forth. So the percentages, I would do my percentages completely different, right? The way that I would do my percentages, I already understand that you utilizing my platform to get more visibility because you don't even have a platform.
Yes.
You don't have that much visibility. You don't have no motion. So anytime you associating with me or you utilizing my platform, you getting the benefit of it, not necessarily me, right?
Yes.
So I would let you have your own platform. Like, I wouldn't take a cut from your platform at all. You can have it completely. Now, we can do it two different ways. Either we can create a completely new platform and we can partner with it.
Yeah.
So you're going to be the face of it. You're going to be the talent of it. You're going to be the person that's talking on a regular basis.
It's a new space,
and
but
then
it
you can
belongs
use
to
my
her.
resources in order to do it.
Yeah.
And then we can just split it 50-50. But we're going to be 50-50 in that platform forever. You don't get to have it. I don't get to have it. If we want to renegotiate, I can buy you out later or something like that.
Yeah.
And that's
she doesn't
cool.
even understand
but
the
if
basics
I
of
would,
this
I would
business.
start everything that we
so
do.
This is something very telling. This is some basic stuff. It's one of the things that was confusing to me about Pearly and King Rich's bringing their channels underneath her banner is that she is paying them for something they own in the end, and she's not giving a fair percentage out to what they own. She's treating it as her own, and they can still walk away with it. So it's not a good deal for either party, but it's because she has no experience at this, and she just came up with an idea out of nowhere and reinvented the wheel. And anybody who's done this business is like, first off, that's not good for you. It's not good for the other people. And I'm glad he's explaining this to her. That this is exactly what I was hoping would be spoken about.
I would have it to where we are going to be partners in this thing forever.
One of those things.
Until.
It's a whole lot more.
But if you want to use my resources for your platform, then that's a completely different conversation. That's how I would do it.
Yeah.
So it's interesting because I have it like after 3 years, it's yours. You can keep it.
Right, which I think that's a bad deal for you, honestly.
It's a bad deal for her. And by the way, that's so in the music business, your masters, when you record an album, are owned by the record company, and you can get ownership of those masters back, which are revolving around mechanical royalties. That's how you get paid for print, or in this case, how you get paid for the album itself, which there's very little of that out there anyways. On the mechanical press or any re-release or recopy of that. And after a certain number of years, in most cases, or a certain number of sales, those masters are returned for in simple terms, to the ownership of the artist if that is arranged. That's essentially what she's arranging here. But after 3 years, that seems fair on YouTube standards, but it's just bad for both parties because she's included somebody else's property into her banner and is then paying for their property as well as, so I mean, this is, she's doing more than she should on that end, but she's also giving them a smaller percentage than they would have made on their own by just associating with her. Well, they're bringing their banner, and yes, she's providing the production, but instead of setting that up so that there's a profit made off of the right section, both parties are losing out. Yeah, that's inexperience. Framing a business is very important. How a business is framed can decide whether or not the arc of that business can work and function or not. So she may have to redo all her stuff.
Yeah, well, because
you already done built it up.
Yeah. In my head, I just never want someone that doesn't want to be there. You know what I mean? Like, I'm never gonna try to like keep someone in something they don't want to be in.
Well, the way the reason why it works better this way.
That's not what that's about.
Is because you remove anything that they can say negative about you, because now they have a vested interest in their own success.
Yeah.
See, if your channel fails, or you not making the type of money that you want to make, then that's on you.
Yeah.
Because now we take an equal risk, right? Your channel was your channel, so now you can't blame me for anything that you doing wrong, right? But if we in this thing partnered, and then we say, well, this channel is only making this amount of money or so on and so forth because it's completely separate from my platform and your platform.
Then we can cut it.
It make whatever it make, and then we remove. See, I think your one issue, Pearl, if I had to criticize how it is that you do something, your one issue is that you don't take into consideration the costs that you're incurring while putting together other people's platforms. So the way that I would do it, I would say, listen, this is the cost of what it takes in order to run your channel.
I think
right?
It's what he's missing.
We can split it, or you can take less risk, or you can take more risk. We can do 70-30, we can do 50-50, or we can do 75-25 in your favor.
Or Mike's off.
But the difference is that you're gonna have to take all of the risk along with me, right? That's the difference, because then it removes any excuses. It removes any complaints. If it fails, it's because you didn't work it. You didn't do what you were supposed to do, because we still gonna move over here. And we still got the machine to help promote you. But the difference is that I take expenses out total, right? So let's just say, for example, we bring a talent over here specifically for your platform.
This is all making sense, by the way.
And it costs
this is all
X amount of dollars in order to do so.
From his point of view.
That X amount of dollars is supposed to come out of the total revenue that channel is generating, and then we split down after that whatever it is that we make from that. So if we're gonna do a 50-50 partnership, then that means that we're gonna remove the costs and all of the marketing, promotion, whatever it costs in order to take it out of that.
Everything above in the gross.
And then we gonna bust down that bag separately,
which is called the net.
But I think that you incurring all of the costs, which means that you
and by the way, the cost of production is colloquially called, or more commonly known as the nut. Your nut is shared cost. This applies in movies, concerts. The nut is something where the cost for both the venue or the
the content creator in this case and the producer are a shared cost, and it's what has to be taken care of. And I mean, I've been in settlements where like the nut is distributed between the two of you, and you have to break up the nut. I've literally like been paid some money for my portion of the nut, paid that money back for their portion of the nut, split the money because I also got a portion of it back, and then taken that money that I had in my hand, handed it back to them, and then had them hand me back all the money that we just handed back and forth, because the end of the nut total was all the money in my hand. And it's a weird thing, but it's how you make sure that nobody ends up spending on production when they shouldn't have to, and that all of the production costs are actually covered. And it's really simple. It's like any business. You have a total sum of the gross, you take away the cost of doing business, and it leaves the net, and that's what you split as percentage, which is why I know for a fact if she's already taken out the cost, which she's realizing now, she already does that, assumes that, and then is just giving you a tiny percentage. See, this is called usury. Because you could be making $100,000 and you're still only making $1,000 a month because of your contract. When any of these people get bigger, the question is the number going to increase? And it doesn't seem like it is, because what she's saying is she pays these people out based off of a percentage that she assumes. Now, whether or not that is a variable or a scalable, as would be called in a contract, percentage, we don't know.
The entirety of the contract, which then makes them be able to give you 100% of the blame as a disgruntled employee or a person that didn't like their particular contract. I think when you make them have a vested interest in whatever it is that happens in this thing, it also gives them a responsibility, and it removes any kind of accountability on your end, because you can't say that I didn't do my part.
Oh, so you have the after the expenses that you split it.
100%.
100%.
That's so much. That's probably a better way to do it, honestly.
Yo, that's basic business. Pearl! Holy shit, I haven't said it in weeks. Pearl!
Damn. Check him out. Hardcore.
God. Holy moly, Pearl! You don't know anything about business at all! What are you doing? Oh my God. She's gonna be, this is the kind of thing that gets people in trouble. She's just winging it, doing whatever she feels, probably taking advice from her dad about the business when he doesn't know anything about this style of business. I think I've mentioned this before in one of the videos, like, I hope she's not taking advice from somebody who ran a tech company about how to treat your employees or do business, because then yo.
Oh my gosh, that's so much better.
I would do it differently, because first of all, they already benefiting off of you. They benefiting just from the fact that they get association and they get visibility to go along with it.
Yeah, but you can't hold that above
that's
people. That's
visibility that most people would pay
already
for.
holding above her head.
People pay to have their artists in other artists' videos or to do song with them, right? The people that have the level of visibility that you have, I would be charging people. I would be charging them. What do you mean? We blowing you up. Give me an artist, or not an artist. Give me one of your talents, or somebody. You don't have to say their name specifically, but give me somebody within a 4 month, 3 month, 6 month, 1 year window. How many subscribers can you grind them up to? Give me a real life scenario of that.
He started in October, and I think I could do it faster now because the scheduling I was really bad at for a while, but she got 40,000 subs in like 3 months.
40,000. Do you know how hard it is for most people to get 40,000 subs in 3 months? You know how hard that is? Well, you know how hard it is.
I think
40,000 in 3 months, huh?
30,000, and he might have been a little higher, 40, 50, and he's at 70 now. So like 30,000.
Listen, people, I lose money on certain people just because I'm too nice. Like, I give people, you know, a lot of times. And another thing that I think you're doing wrong is that you already signing them before
they're proven. Yeah.
Without making them prove themselves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like for me.
So
or press charges. Although that I still can't tell if it's more or less likely they're going through right now.
Rebel dudes like doing that shift, and I think it's like an actual smart business plan. Okay,
one story I left out.
By the way, so I just jumped away because
I found it very.
I think it's clear. We know what's going on there.
So instead of this being one of those situations where it continues to get messy, specifically, I want to just get down to the nitty gritty of what contracts look like on you.
So she doesn't know how to do business.
Why is it okay for women to feel entitled to being protected and provided?
And on top of that, she also doesn't know how to write her own questions. Let me get out of the way. This is It's Complicated channel. If you're not familiar with It's Complicated, this is where Pearl gets all her questions. And
But it is wrong for men to feel entitled to sex and intimacy.
Why is it okay for a woman to feel entitled to be protected and provided for, but it's wrong for a man to feel entitled to sex and intimacy?
Why are there some women who shame men for being horny when testosterone is a male hormone?
Why must men put up with female hormones being emotional and crazy, but women can't put up with male hormones being horny?
When someone commits a crime, do you blame the criminal or do you blame society?
When somebody commits a crime, do we blame the criminal or do we blame society?
Well, if a woman is attacked in public and a man is attacked in public, who do you think is more likely to be rescued?
If a woman and a man are attacked in public, who is more likely to be rescued?
When was the last time you apologized?
What was the last thing that you apologized for?
Do women have a right to be afraid of men when 80% of all violent crime is done by
I mean, do I have to say anything?
Women have a right to be afraid of men when 80% of violent crime is done by men.
How is that different than fearing certain races based on statistical data?
How is that different than fearing certain races because of statistical data?
Why is it okay for women to be sexist but not racist?
She doesn't know
Why
how to
do you think it's
manual
okay for women to be
questions even?
sexist but not racist?
Why is it when a man cheats, he's a cheater, but when a woman cheats, it's
Hey, you
because
two.
she's not satisfied?
This is an actual problem. You hit Sarah for being in his own
But when a
videos.
woman cheats, she's not satisfied in the relationship.
Who takes more accountability, men or women, and why?
Women. Who takes more accountability, men or women?
Men. Why is male sexuality so stigmatized?
Why do you think male sexuality is so stigmatized?
So if a guy cheats, can he blame society?
And so if a guy cheats, can he blame
Good
society?
nature.
Would you agree
Good
that the
nature.
best means of physical protection in our society would either be owning a gun or calling the police?
What is a better form of protection? Owning a gun or calling the police?
Why do you think that men are still expected to be protectors when a woman is just as capable of calling the police or firing a gun as a man?
Why are men expected to be protectors when women are just as capable of firing a gun or calling the police?
I mean,
Would you trust
word
a
for
female
word?
cop to stop a sexual
Word
assault?
for
Would you trust a female cop to
Hell!
stop a sexual assault? Also, I want to give credit where credit's due. A lot of these questions are from It's Complicated channel. You guys should go follow him.
Plagiarizing!
Yeah. So a lot of these, he's very good at what he does. I steal them from him. I did get a lot of these questions from the It's Complicated channel. Literally, this man has the best questions and the best content. So if you want to give him a follow, please do so. Or wait, I'm on YouTube. Subscribe, please do so. Because I want to give credit where credit is due.
At the end, she gives that statement. And everybody feels awkward. So the real question is, will the damage to Sarah be fixed? Will she make up for this? Will Brittany and the DGG and Max come back together and conflagrate as they were before? Will Brittany have a friend of destiny as she thought? Will Macworld make more videos illuminating the craziness of people's behavior? Well, we can only wait to find out, but it's very clear where
people are, kind of snitching on themselves, and I really believe that Pearly Things is one of those folks who just simply will say anything to get some attention. And like I would say, like I like to do to get a little attention and be like, look, folks. The reality is this is all part of a game of getting attention and selling viewership and getting subscribers, and it's nothing less than a manufactured process of having you buy in to the argument or the drama, and in many cases, people who are innocent, who don't know the difference between left or right, or know whether it's real or not, get crushed in the process. And in some cases, people who do know the difference get crushed in the process because they're trying to point out what's wrong. But in often cases, as we see here, Goliath, or the giant, for the moment, oftentimes wins. And it's only and with perspective do those of us who have that know that it doesn't take long for stories like this, the plagiarism story, to catch up with someone like Pearl. Because at this moment, she has not responded to my questions, or the questions of It's Complicated, or the questions of the business. Make sure to subscribe to all of them. Sarah Garvey included. Make your voice heard by your choices. She has not responded to accusations of plagiarism. She has not responded to weaponizing her platform against a former colleague who gave her the stepping stool to perform, and who gave her the shared profit of his viewers. She seems to be ignoring that altogether. I was about to say devoid of consciousness, or conscientiousness, but I think that's pretty self-evident, right? So really, folks, at the end of the day, we know that if you F up at some point, and if you're bad to others, it'll catch up to you. Because if I'm not mistaken, look at the news. I'd gather by this point in the day, our friend, the former president, let's see. Oh yeah, no, he's meeting with his attorneys before the arraignment tomorrow, as they're heading to be arrested. So he's going to be arrested tomorrow. So we'll cover that at the end of the day. I'll be filming tomorrow. I won't be live, guys. In any case, no matter what you do, it's going to catch up to you unless you're forward about it and you're honest about it and you're earnest about it and you have a humility and you don't try to cover it up in your tracks, which it looks like this is very much a case of. And oftentimes when you see that and people are deflecting in the story, it's important to remember that they're trying to hide something from you. And when they are, I have only one thing to remind you. And that's very simple, folks. Look out!